band that I really like called The Assumption Song. Thumbs up, A+, highly recommend. I can't play it on here, otherwise I will probably get a takedown request from YouTube, but I do highly recommend you listen to The Assumption Song by the Arrogant Worms. Half of them are defined as nonsense words coined by Lewis Carroll. He did a paper on it for linguistics class. It's probably the best thing he ever wrote, to be honest. At least in my opinion. Speaking of the best things he ever wrote, excuse me. This is a crowdfunded channel. I do this, and I do this the way I do this because people throw tips at me. So if you like what I do and want to see it continue without sponsored content as much as possible, consider subscribing at twitch.tv/BLINDIRL, because that is quite literally what pays the majority of my bills. But aside from that, if you happen to have a Prime sub, that is available. Consider using it if you enjoy this stream and would like to see it continue the way it is. This has been a long week for me. We haven't hit the daily minimum a single day this week. The daily minimum means if I hit it, then I make minimum wage if I work for 8 hours, and I usually work for more than 8 hours. So today's been a weird week, but I'm sure there will be better weeks in the future. So for today, I just want to say thanks for tuning in, thanks for hanging out, and thanks to those of you who support the channel, because you're the ones keeping us here. At the same time, if you're watching on the YouTube stream, you can leave a like on the stream. You could become a member or use a super chat. There's also blindirl.com/support, which will give you all of the information about what is the best platform to support the channel on. That is my spiel. That is the bit. That is the thing. I think I said all the words. All that being said, Narvicious, thanks for the 57th month. Love your face. And Eric, thank you very much for chucking out a gift. That's very kind of you. Appreciate you, chats. We're following a vampire for a decade in Dwarf Fort time. That's what we were doing. We've done this once before with a non-vampire. His name was Cog. He was an odd soul, but it was quite the story by the end of it. We are trying to replicate that concept, but with a different dwarf. Now, this dwarf was a religious leader of the god of war and death, and self-prescribed and defined undertaker of the fortress, would bury all of the bodies, was the primary doer of that task. It's a very limited task. Only dwarves that are members of that religious sect bury bodies in the fortress. And because of his religious status, he was immune to the crimes that started happening around him, so was never investigated for them. And as time went on, eventually some tragedies have happened in the fortress, and several dwarves have died, including the Hammerer of the fortress, which very graciously, the dwarf that we've been following resigned from his post and took the task of Hammerer of the fortress and started dealing out beatings for those who were insubordinates. As time moved on and the numbers of coffins continued to grow, eventually the captain of the guard was no longer physically capable of maintaining their post due to their body ceasing to function after it got stabbed and crushed a billion times by a forgotten beast. And our dwarf took his job. And surprisingly, we began catching the murderers of the crime and those who were committing the crimes in the fortress. Committed seemingly in plain sight. In fact, impressively enough, Tosid, our dwarf, witnessed one of these dwarves kill another dwarf in the fortress to steal his hat. Of course, justice was swiftly sent, and that dwarf was arrested. And I'm sure more will today as well. Today we are going to be following a vampire who definitely is the one committing all of the crimes. There may or may not be other vampires in the forts. Does our vamp sparkle? This isn't Twilight, mate. I don't know. That's up to your imagination. They're kind of like a pale turquoisey blue. So it's up to you. I think that they're more like the Bram Stoker's Dracula kind of vampire, less of the Twilight vampire. And if I had $1 for every time somebody asked me yesterday if the vampires sparkle, I probably would have made at least twice the money I made in gift subs yesterday, because I made $6 in gift subs yesterday. I'm pretty sure that was asked more than 6 times yesterday. So, yeah. I didn't even get halfway to the daily minimum yesterday. It was like kind of terrifying. So, yeah. You feel super unoriginal now? I mean, it's like walking in and saying, "What's up?" and then me saying, "My ceiling." It's about as original as that joke. Or like the, "You're a wizard, Harry." You know, it's like, what is the most used reference? "No, Luke, I am your father." Like, no, or whatever. Well, there may or may not have been another potential vampire in the fortress. However, that vampire is unfortunately dead. There's now only, well, one known vampire in the fortress and one scapegoat. I think that you're a very unique, original, and a very special being, and I'm happy that you're here, Sparse. Word. So this is our vampire. But before I dive into introducing our vampire, we're going to run through the dwarves in the fort and the rules. We named a dwarf YouTube. We have a dwarf named Elena. We have a dwarf named Snail. We have Gory Paws, Twitch, for Twitch chat. We've got Tinier Haj. We've got Stormwolf. We've got Emmanuel Kent. We got Shinobi. We've got Jim Lahe. We've got Moreb. And as I scroll down, we've got Emily. We lost a bunch of dwarves at the end, too. Raging Cave, thanks for the 5-pack. That is, like, 3 more gift subs than I got yesterday in that one 5-pack. So thank you. We've got Godin. We've got Seth TV. We've got Umbriel. We've got Earl Grey. QN Earl Grey instead of green tea. We got Hanchest, who's the Sacred Scourge, who is the religious leader of the opposing religion of the one that my vampire follows. I mean, my very noble captain of the guard follows. We've got Axe, who is the Sacred Slaughter of the correct religion. We've got Key. We've got Micah. Freeway's Silk, who is like the most chuddy dwarf I've ever seen. And we got a bunch of peasants. We got Wilm. And Amelia. Now, if you didn't hear your dwarf's name called and you're like, "Oh no, what happened to my dwarf?" Exclamation point legends in the chat. If pay hits at 4:30, you can gift. It's all good, dude. It's all good. Some weeks be slow. It do be like that sometimes. Especially when the world's exploding. You're one of the most pissed dwarves? Yeah, you kind of are. You kind of are. It would help if you spelled legends correctly, but it all comes out in the wash. I'm sure you'll get there. There you go. You made it. Ledgins. Ledgins. Ledgins sounds like a place in Scotland. Come down to Ledgins. But the vampire, the leg ends, that's a foot. No, ledge ends. No, ledge ends is a fall, actually. That's the apocalypse. Leggins. Now we're into Irish territory, Christopher. Tosid, the vampire, truly treasures the company of others. He has an incredibly calm demeanor and is confident under pressure. He has little interest in joking around, rarely feels discouraged, and tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals. He is slow to anger, is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of raising a family and personally finds the notion that one would persevere through adversity completely abhorrent. Sees working hard as a foolish waste of time and does not particularly value the truth, and does not feel strongly about the law. He doesn't care about art one way or another and dreams of raising a family. He likes chromite and trifle pewter, as well as green jade, alpaca wool, cows for their haunting moos, and the words of the meditation of droplets, and the sight of the veneration of luxuries and impossible prefers to consume gutter crewer and maize flour, and absolutely hates bats. Which is funny. He has 3 pet war dogs who are his bodyguards, and he has killed 1, 2, 3 of his friends. Which is rough, I gotta say. currently the captain of the guard, also the broker and the hammerer of the fortress, wears many hats. He is also a Mark's Dwarf and is wielding as such. We are trying to turn the whole fortress into a dimple dye colored fortress. So if we click on a few different dwarves, not all of them obviously will have dimple dye stuff, but a bunch of them do. I'm not being too specific about requiring everything to be dimple dye, but, you know, we're slowly replacing everything with dimple dye. Although I am noticing a lot of dresses around and not just shirts, so maybe I should make dimple dye dresses as well. The Midnight Blue Vampire Fortress. Yes, I would be using other things, but that's the only dye that I really have access to, so that's what I'm using. As for this dwarf, he has killed quite a few things. He's got 18 kills, most of which are my own dwarves, but we'll roll through it. So he's eaten Ulan, Stukos, Ubal, Kel, Dodok, Erdim, Deller, Thob, Thighcut, and killed the Forgotten Beast Nagoking, Dog Beach the Deep, which was a web-spitting Forgotten Beast, which killed a bunch of my dwarves with a pickaxe. So he's a bloody hero as far as I'm concerned with that. He ate Viking and killed the elf Renuma during a siege in 217. He ate a dwarf named Urist. He executed Anticlimax as part of being the Hammerer. Ate Bogwater and killed the dwarf Shorast and Alban and Momaz. Can he create new vamp? If I wanted to, but that's not the point or goal of this fortress. If you would like to see that, I would recommend watching my video on running a vampire fortress. So, yes, but I'm not doing that, and that's intentional. Okay, so one of the biggest issues the fortress has right now is the dwarves keep drinking the same old booze, which recently I think that may have been sorted for a bit. I mean, I do have a lot of dwarven wine, but we actually have a little bit of passion fruit wine and some dwarven beers, so, you know, it's something. As for the fortress itself, there are some ground rules. The game is paused right now because I saved, but, right. I forgot about that. We have a giant praying mantis. I kind of forgot. I forgot. I was like, what the fuck is that green thing? I forgot we caught a giant praying mantis. So the fortress itself is on this very sheer cliff. So we're actually really high above ground. We've got this little tiny fortress dining hall thingy over here. And this tiny little bedroom. This was a public tavern for a bit, but I removed it because it was starting to cause some issues. I might put it back. Oh, we also have a tiger. Look at that. That's cool. Can I war train the tiger? I can. Ooh, okay. Well, that's getting given to my to my leader. This is kind of the main crafting layer. I am in the process of getting these boulders out of here, but I actually ran out of boulders, which is kind of crazy at one point. I've been too efficient at cleaning out all of the boulders and wasn't digging a lot of new stuff. So we actually ran out of boulders at one point in time, which is kind of nuts. But the fort in of itself, as you can see here, is where we were digging out the last of the more recent boulders. We do kind of go pretty deep with the... Yeah, this is where we dug out the last of them. We do go pretty deep, so the stairs just kind of go down over here, and then down over there, and then all the way down to the Magma Sea, which is all the way down here. We do need to transport... What? I just learned something. When firemen die, they turn into an ash brick? Has that always been a thing? Well, I believe it. I guess I just never noticed that before. I feel like usually when I see a fireman die, it's like because it got into my fortress somehow. And that usually means it's close to the, like, forges, right? So I just, like, would assume that it's iron or supposed to be there. No, I believe you. I just don't think I've ever seen a dead one in... Huh. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I'll believe it. I never noticed that. You learn something every day. That's the beauty of this video game. As you can see, there's a lot of coffins. Now, one of the reasons there's so many coffins, I can actually open this up. One of the reasons there's so many coffins is because I'm not being super careful with these dwarves, and that is 100% intentional. So the reason I'm not being all that careful with this fort or these dwarves is because whenever the game is unpaused, I cannot pause until the 15th, the 10th, the 1st, the 5th, the 25th, or the 20th of every month. And if I miss it, I can't pause. Well, if I do, I can't do anything, basically. I can pause for ads. So this is sort of a very limited control run. Resulting in, if a Forgotten Beast arrives and it's the 16th, I can, like, open this menu and turn on a burrow, but that's all I can do. So the result is we're kind of not permanently in a state of fear, but, like, we have to be cautious. Also, I should make some mechanisms and put some cage traps there. Rock mechanism is what I want, not rock cage. Put some cage traps there and catch those. No, they're not supposed to be there. I mean, I haven't been looking at this area for a while because stuff's been kind of crazy, so I don't know how long this giant rat's been here. I mean, I could just tell the military to kill them, but that's, I don't know, it's a bit extreme, I would say. So we're doing two things actively. We are exploring stuff on the overworld and acquiring stuff. I've been exploring caves. Previously, I did have a second vampire who was running my military. However, that vampire died. So now I've got Saxul Bite Ring, which is a very funny name for a not vampire running my military. So I'm actually going to get this squad training. They're training over here, if I'm not mistaken. But I'm actually going to remove them from training here and actually get them training up here. Because I need to get that dwarf trained up. That squad needs to be peak A+, ready to go at any given time. Because I don't know when the next siege is going to happen. We are at war with the elves. I didn't start the war. It was started before I started this fort. Down here we have a bunch of criminals. This dwarf was just pissed off, so I threw them in prison for being pissed off and convicted them of crimes that they definitely committed. And all of these dwarves are the same here, except for this one who is actually a vampire. This is one of my adventurers from a previous fort. This is a vampire who was one of the adventurers who made my dwarf into a vampire, who then lied about her name after I lied about her name and she showed up. I didn't know they could do that. I've never had a vampire show up, or any kind of like adventurer show up at my fort before, vampire or otherwise. And then this dwarf witnessed me committing the crime, I think. It was either that or this one. Or maybe it was this one. It was one of these dwarves witnessed me committing a crime. They committed the crime, I mean, and I convicted them of it. But now we're going to start following our vampire. Naming of dwarves is available. If anybody wants to name a dwarf, you can do that. You just need to make the redemption. Sometimes chat's like very up and on it, and sometimes people forget it seems to exist, so maybe I should remind them. And at the end of the day, you know, it's been a slow week and month for me, but thanks for hanging out. Thanks for tuning in. Yeah, they witnessed me definitely not committing a crime, and they committed a crime, so I convicted them of the crime that they definitely committed. Someone who performs or plays an instrument. Sure, I can give you a performer, but I can do that on the 20th. Can I just say that scary movie was better? I don't know if you've actually seen Vampires Suck. I assume when people say that vampires suck, they've seen that movie. But I'm learning more and more that nobody saw those movies. So, Scary Movie was better. Chats Beyond Redemption? What do you mean? Are you telling me that they're just over it? They're beyond it? No more redeeming of names. I'll be honest with you, I don't know which ones I've seen. I know I have a bunch of friends, well, not friends anymore, but people that I knew when I was younger who were in Scary Movie 2 and 3. Beard or no beard? Sparse. I guess you get Asteth. He is very greedy. He likes to present himself boldly even if it would offend the average sense of modesty. He can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. He tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects and is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He tends to make a small mess with his own possessions, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of creating a great work of art and thinks that friendship is important and does not respect the law and doesn't care if others take the time to master skills. He dreams of creating a great work of art. And he likes pyrolusite and bismuth and golden beryl, as well as giant bobcat leather, rope reed fabric, sheep for their tendency to flock, and the words of the Saturn of intricacy, and when possible, prefers to consume bayberry wine and hates mosquitoes. Your last name is Channel I. Sounds like a news channel. He likes pyrolusite and bismuth and golden beryl, as well as giant bobcat leather, rope reed fabric, circles, spears, greaves, cabinets, amulets, flasks, sheep for their tendency to flocks, and the words of the Saturn intricacy, and when possible prefers to consume bayberry wine and hates mosquitoes. Did I read that twice? Am I going crazy? He's short and very skinny, and his long beard is neatly combed. His sideburns are clean shaven, and his very long mustache is neatly combed. He worships the god of death, Wrath, and is a member of the Dipped Volcano, and a religion that is not very popular around here. I do have to agree with the "don't we all" statement in regards to hating mosquitoes. And I think I'm going to actually give my vampire something a little bit unique. I'm going to, while I'm following him, give him a space to train, and set him to just do some training. Maybe a little bit of monthly orders. Actually, maybe just a little bit of training. So he should go down to that little zone and just go stand stationary and do a little bit of solo training. And the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go to this. And I'm going to set this as part of the Boot of Ale, which is this tavern here. Angry dwelling upon killing somebody. Oh, that's not good. Oh, that's not good. Just until you can clear that martial training need and cease being rusty, at the very least, and observing. I have a feeling you will always get an endless stream of rejections if you do a lot of breaking of world gen. Like, I don't think that's really a priority. I mean, like, the game has requirements in order to be playable. And you can ignore those rejections if you want and generate an unplayable world. But the game does have like requirements in order for the game to be playable. So I think you'll always get rejections if you're trying to be super extreme with your world gen. But that's just an assumption. I don't know. A conflicting setting will do that too. Sure, I mean, like, if you try to generate a world with no, like, effectively, like, no land, then it's not going to be playable. Like, you can generate just an ocean if you want, but there's no real reason to that. I remember my mom once, my mom had this story that she told many times about how she got bit in the ass by a horsefly through her bathing suit and then never wore a bathing suit on a beach again. So, yeah, I mean, horseflies, they can draw blood, man. Don't fuck around, dude. If I go to... Godin the Leatherworker has been taken by a Feymoots. That's interesting. Do you guys know who Godin the Leatherworker is? We need to talk about this. This is my adventurer. That is the other vampire. I think they're still in prison for another, like, 500 days. Yeah. Do I let them out and let them make an artifact? I could. And then convict them of a bunch more crimes that they definitely commit. Or we could let them stay locked up. I think we let them out. I mean, I am the captain of the guard, right? And also there's the possibility that, like, I let them out and this dwarf goes and beats them to death. Because they still have hammer strikes left on their sentence. No, I mean, like, I seem to recall asking my mom once why she was always in shorts and a t-shirt when swimming, and that was always her excuse. I don't think that's like the logical conclusion from the story, but I will say the one good thing about horseflies is they are an incentive to walk faster when hiking. It's not really science. I kind of know what the outcome's going to be. So I have to wait until the 1st. Although, shoutouts to Zach and Tarn, there was a time where if a dwarf was in prison and they took on a strange mood like this, the frame rate would immediately go to 0. Frame rate's still at 60. Hell yeah. Game's gonna save before I can do anything with that mood. Because the prison's on a lower level, so I can't just, like, zoom out. I have a feeling we're going to get attacked soon, too, because it's been, like, a year. Also, Telenartho, it's good to see you. How you been? Possibly hammer time, yeah. Also, we're in an ad break, so literally perfect time on the save and pause. Literally perfect timing. Chat, do you guys have any plans for this weekend? I bought a ticket to go see a concert tonight. Just a small thing. Local bands. Nothing crazy. Probably not even gonna drink. So this is the dwarf. Goden. How many days does she have left in her prison sentence? That is the question. Oh, that's interesting. I wonder if it's a no sentence pending thing because she's in a strange mood. Well, that's curious. Will you just go unchain her then? Doesn't seem like it, so I will go deconstruct the chain. Waiting for the ad breaks to finish. You enjoyed the board game quite a bit. So it's been a good distraction. I'm glad people like that thing. That was one of those games that was, like, on the horizon where I was like, ooh, there's a world where everybody hates this. I do kind of worry about that with some games where it's like, there's a world where this game comes out and literally nobody likes it. So I'm glad that it's a thing that people seem to be enjoying. Okay, so that's gonna get deconstructed. Let's follow the vampire. So something I would like to do, and I think like maybe the first priority after this instance, is we are going to go down to the basement. Actually, I should just pause and queue these up. I'm going to make iron minecart. Karania, thank you very much for the 29th month. Thank you very much for helping keep the channel funded. You're one of the real ones. I think I'm just gonna make, let's just make 10. Let's keep it easy. 10 iron minecarts. That vampire's gonna be let out. We're gonna let him do other tasks. I think that, like, every new game that releases is going to have that criticism to a degree. I think it's kind of impossible to not. Oh. So she's claimed this. She's claiming she needs metal bars. So we will go back to following the vampire. We'll check on her on the 5th. Also check, can I get a big round of beers? Come on, it's 29 months. 29 months is 29 months. Sometimes they'll bring a second cage to put them in when they deconstruct the chain. I've only actually seen them do that. I mean, maybe they do that, but I've only seen them do that. Uh-oh. I've got food that's rotting. I've only seen them do that personally with visitors that are prisoners. I haven't seen them do that with dwarves that are prisoners. And this isn't a visitor, it's just a dwarf. Whereas visitors, like, they'll get put into a cage for some reason and then never get fully released, which is odd and probably not working as intended. I can just make this stockpile bigger. And actually, since I'm here, let's go down to the lowest discovered level, which is right here. I'm just going to do this. That. That. And that. And then I'm going to go up to here. Oops. I'm going to dig across this so I can actually get the thing done that I need. And then I will, so I got a trench here and a trench there. And then I will go up to here and I will go iron pipe, iron cork. I just need 2 of each. So that'll be easy. I'm out of charcoal. I know I can see I need plant cloth. No, we're good on charcoal. Am I good on iron? Should be. Actually, I might not be. Oh, let's see. Hematite on you. How much is in there? Is there lemonite as well? Or is it just hematite? Oh, no, there's magnetite. So you do hematite, magnetite. We'll do 20 and 20. I don't actually know how many there are, but we'll just do 20 and 20. That's fine. And we'll follow the vampire. I don't know if it's glitched. Like, the thing is, the justice system, I mean, glitched is probably the right word. I wouldn't describe it as glitched, but that's probably a way you could describe it. This is another thing I could probably do a history video on, is the Villains updates. Villains was a series of updates that Tarn started in 2018. He announced that he was going to be working on Villains, and then he kind of disappeared for a minute. And that used to be how Tarn worked for quite some time. He would, like, announce that he was working on something and then just stop posting, basically, and just disappear. And when he announced that he was going to be working on Villains, the promised feature set was criminals that could interact with your fortress positively and negatively. So those are the thieves who steal your stuff. An overhaul of the justice system, because before it was just very simplistic and rudimentary and didn't do much. And the intrigue system. And the adding of the dungeon master role and an overhaul of the hammerer role. And the expansion of villains in Legends and a new type of quest for adventure mode. The new types of quests and villainous characters appear in adventure mode and mostly function. Basically, like, you can find gangs and stuff in cities in adventure mode, and you can talk with them, and you could align with them or join them, but they don't do too much. Uh-oh, there's a ghost there, and You need clear glass? Are you fucking for real, man? Oh, that's rude. Silk cloth, okay. Tanned hides, all right. It's clear glass that you need, eh? Okay. What's the 10th? That means I need to make a kiln. Fine. Make ash, make pearl ash. And it's potash into pearl ash, right? I always ask this. Or is it just ash into pearl ash? Who's the ghost? Another ash, libash. That's the open source library of ash. Not to be confused with bash. What a needy prisoner. I mean... I can't remember if it's potash or not. I will just make potash as well. And it's ash, potash, pearl ash, okay. And then clear glass. It's raw clear glass. I'm just gonna make a few. And sand. I'm just gonna do 10 of each, just keep it simple. I may actually already have a glass furnace. I don't, I deconstructed it. I had one. I will throw a glass furnace over there. Okay. And also, I'm not entirely positive that I have a memorial. Or a slab for a memorial, so I will do that first. Let's follow the vampire. So, anyway, you had a spearman visit and steal an artifact. He convicted, and then he came back to steal it, and they went and arrest him. That's because if you convict him, that starts his sentence, and his sentence will play out whether or not he's in the fortress. So you need to wait for him to come back and then convict him. Basically, like, that system got half built. Or maybe, like, a third built. Alongside of the first wave of those patches, we got a bunch of Legends mode stuff. So you could see all the stuff in Legends. Lieutenants were added, but they didn't do anything. And guilds came in, as well as the justice system rewrites this whole menu, which was in the game in older versions of the game. It was just a very simplistic version of it. But it was like this same UI structure. Like if you played the older versions, you'll recognize a lot of this text. Like this text and stuff. And this kind of menu selector. And then Tarn went and worked on the Steam version. Because it was like late 2020 when that patch released for villains. We did get some patches before that, but there was like a point where Tarn was just like, I literally don't have the time to work. I need to work on the Steam version. So he put that patch on pause and then went and built the Steam version. So if like shit seems busted with the justice system, that's why. It's because it's like a half-finished system. It's like one of the more egregious ones. Like there's a couple of those and people like to point them out, but that's one of the worst ones in my opinion. I will be back in a few seconds. I'm just gonna go grab something real quick. Yeah, like you had no idea. You like the idea of procedurally generated history combined with procedurally generated story? I mean, that is like Dwarf Fortress, right? And then your brain fills in the gaps, ideally. 2 seconds, Brad. What song is this? This is Night Creature. It's because that ghost appeared. Speaking of... I can pause. There you are. In literary form in generated DF Legends? You could do that. I don't think Dwarf Fortress will ever do that in a vanilla sense. That's something that'll probably be left for mods. I think, like, what's interesting to me about Dwarf Fortress is the human creativity that can come out of the fantasy Mad Libs of what is the generated info from Dwarf Fortress. Like, we have this, right? And this is about as far in that direction that I'm personally willing to go, which is, you know, Legends Viewer. This is, it's not pretty, but maybe this is just me, but I like the abstract nature of it because it leaves more room for interpretation. Otherwise, excuse me, you are kind of, there we go, that ghost has been laid to rest. I wonder what happened to them. I need to look. I think that imagination, for me, is a large part of it. Like, if you play this game for a long period of time, and maybe this cheapens it for you, maybe it improves it for you, I don't know. But in my case, Dwarf Fortress as a video game is increased in its value because of the fact that it is a handcrafted thing that requires additional human creativity to make the stories into what they are. I think that there's ways that they can absolutely present the information better to the player to make it more engaging from the get-go. But when you read the... Like, here's an example, right? Fan fiction. Fan fiction is an inherently human thing. Is it all the best written? No. But I think one of the reasons why people like fan fiction is because it is a thing written about a thing by a person who really likes that thing for other people who like specific aspects of that thing. And Dwarf Fortress is like a generation engine for that kind of creativity. And like if you're running your own model or if you're using a LLM and you want to take the XML data from a world, you could probably do that, but it would probably be pretty expensive. It is very unlikely that this game will ever do that in a vanilla sense. If you want to pay for that data, you probably could already do that. But to me, any model that you use, big or small, will extrapolate and add to that in more than just fluff. It'll make connections and tie things together because of how those models work. And that would remove the charm from the game for me. Like, I can't remember where I read this quote, but like, there's this quote about propaganda, which is propaganda is not all-consuming and completely convincing. It's messy and it just makes you exhausted. I feel that way about LLMs, where it's over-creative and overcompensates and bullshits to a point where it all just feels the same. And Dwarf Fortress, yeah, you see a lot of patterns that are very recognizable in its chronological, boring reading history. But I think that's what makes it human, and it's what makes my brain want to imagine what could be tying those events together. And that's the power of Dwarf Fort for me. And maybe that doesn't work for you, but I don't think that devalues it, you know? But I think you could come up with those connections on your own without the use of cramming bullshit in. Steam version is a vanilla DF version. There is no difference between the Steam version of Dwarf Fortress and the vanilla versions of Dwarf Fortress. If you're talking about older versions, yes, it is better because it runs better, it plays better, it has better compatibility, it's a much better performant game, it's got more features and newer patches and more up-to-date stuff. You're basically asking, is X version number of Warframe superior to current version number of Warframe? I don't know, maybe there was balance you liked more, but do I think it's better? I think that's a non-question, because the Steam version is the free version. This is the free version. I just need to click one button. Actually, that's not true. I also need to mute the sound effects because the free version doesn't include this soundtrack. But literally, it's just a graphics pack. That is optional. You don't need to buy it. This is vanilla Dwarf Fortress. And that's kind of where I want to keep this stream, Shep Western. So if that's something that you want to focus on and you want to do in your own time, feel free. But genuinely, like, generating nonsense isn't human creativity. What's exciting and powerful to me about Dwarf Fortress is that it is entirely human creativity. That's just my opinion. So, have fun. Try and leave me out of it, because I have no interest in seeing it. Quite literally. Because I feel that I can come up with more interesting, more compelling things as a human than a computer can. And I won't type with an M dash. Actually, where's the dicking going on? Okay, so this down here. Yeah, that'll do. I can put one pump right here. And then I can put one pump up here. So if I go down to the lower level, I'm just gonna, before something crawls out of here, just gonna throw a copper bar right, or a copper bars right there. That'll be fine. And then this, actually I need to double the size of this side because this is 3x3. This can be a little bit bigger here, a little bit bigger here, a bit more around the edges. Maybe you can? If you can't, then I feel sorry for you. And I hope that one day you find your childlike imagination. I think the reason I'm so attached to this game, Shep, is because there were things in my life that, mostly maturing, I think, just becoming an adult, that made it harder to be creative, that made me lose a lot of my creativity. There were things and elements in my life that made me less receptive to childlike wonder and creativeness. And genuinely, I think that's one of the worst parts of being an adult for me, was losing that. And for a good chunk of time, I felt that I lost that and wasn't going to get that back. And I've played a lot of different types of games over the years, and I've stumbled in and out of different genres, and I've enjoyed various types of games to many varying degrees. But when I got back into city builders and got back into colony builders, I say back in because I kind of fell out of the genre as a whole for like the mid 2000s and late 2000s. But they were the games that got me into games originally. There was a point there where I lost that. I lost that childlike wonder. And if LLMs do one positive thing for the world, because the ubiquitous access to that technology is irresponsible and dangerous, to put it politely. If they do one positive thing, I really hope for some people, even if it's just a small minority of people, it helps them gain some semblance of imagination back. Because imagination is genuinely one of the most important things that we have as living beings. And I think that Dwarf Fortress is, and for some people, it's Escape from Tarkov. For some people, it's Minecraft. For some people, it's Roblox. It's things that make you be creative and make something is the most valuable takeaway you can have from any entertainment medium. If you watch a movie and then go buy a camera and start trying to make movies, to me, that is more valuable than anything you could get from film, is the impulse to make something. And that's why I value this game so much, is because it empowers and harnesses my impulse to create something. And if I just automate that system to do it for me, then I'm not creating anything. I lose that. So I don't need you to be sarcastic at me and be like, well, maybe you can. You can too, but it's a muscle that you need to exercise, and it's something that you need to find the inspiration for. And I don't think that there's any automating that or speeding that up. I think that you either avoid that and skip it and don't exercise it, or you devalue it for yourself. I don't know. I don't draw pixel art. Steak fan club. I sketch, but I don't draw pixel art. Chat, can I get a round of beers, please? Please and thank you. With your own story, you'd have to ask Tarn about that. I have no idea. I have no idea. I know that you can, like, regenerate the same world multiple times and have different outcomes, but I have no idea. And no problem, Kitten Crad. I'm just getting caught up on chats here. I was in a ramble for a minute there. But no, when I need pixel art, I commission it from people. So I think that whether or not it would be harder to make pixel art with a pencil or a mouse would come down to the person and the software that they're using. Yeah, go ask on the future of the Fortress. That may also be something that, like, you could query the history of the future of the Fortress posts, like scan back through old posts and like do a couple control Fs, because that might have been asked before. I know something that gets asked often is, would it ever be possible to rewind World Gen or unpause, like restart World Gen after you've built a fortress in a world to like see what it would look like in the future? And Tarn's always shrugged and said, in a perfect world, more or less, like that would be amazing now, wouldn't it? So you might end up with an answer sort of like that. Godan the Leatherworker has created a Fibok Solon, a jagged, forgotten beast leather high boot, and claims it as a personal treasure. I need to pause the game. This is a jagged, forgotten beast leather high boot. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with spider silk and tower cap and oval clear glass cabochons. This object menaces with spikes of cave spider silk. On the item is an image of Bim, common letters, the dwarf, and Thak, stake ancient, the human in forgotten beast leather. Thak, stake ancient is striking down Bim, common letters. The artwork relates to the killing of the dwarf Bim, common letters by the human Thak, stake ancient in Manorfinger in the Banded Horn in the early spring of 162 during Genkish Uthrit, the onslaught of whips. On the item is an image of elk in gold. Is it bad that I kind of want to just stand up and end my stream and go do something else for the rest of my day? Because I find chat's overall obsession with AI today to be kind of disturbing. I'm gonna just ignore the subject, mate. to get rid of this sheep because we just got that migrant wave. What do we have that needs to be pastured? Got a lot of puppies in cages now, too. Because, like, you know, you could have a nonsense machine generate nonsense descriptions of a video game that you're playing. Sure. But what is that? It's just nonsense. Who cares? Like, if you're saying that you want it to, like, visually describe what's happening, okay. If you're asking, like, if you wanted to explain what's happening in the game, it's like, good luck. I don't know why this is a discussion, I guess. I mean, it's just... Bastet would like a male dwarf. What's happening? Balfagor. Shipgullies is making rock clear glass. He enjoys being in crowds and is very trusting, tends to present himself modestly, tends to not reveal personal information, has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. He tries to do things correctly each time, finds himself hopeful about the future, and doesn't seek out excitement. He does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and he's conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation. He is often cheerful and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. When he's greeting others, he always smiles nervously. And he chews his lips when he's angry, and when he's thinking, his body becomes very still. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Probably needs garlic, but I don't think garlic import is legal here. We're in an ad break, so I will wait. No, I'm just waiting for the dwarves to trade so I can sell them the puppies. That's also possible. I mean, if the captain of the guard was better at his job, maybe we wouldn't have this vampire problem. Any good ideas for quests between forts? You hear adventure mode is best with a goal. Do you know what you want to do for your next fort? Because that's usually the easiest place to start. Or were you in any major wars in your last fort, Burb? Also, I should throw more puppies in here, actually. That's something that I was going to suggest, yeah? Vertium? Balfelger. Where was I? He personally believes that peace is always preferable to war and values loyalty and values sacrifice. He likes orpiment as well as fire opal, giant snail shell, pigtail fabric, the color green-yellow, short swords and low boots and quivers, and the words of the paddle of sprays and the sound of the trussed berry, and when possible prefers to consume meat and hemp flour and absolutely hates hamsters. Overrun by goblins. Well, you could be a goblin. You could go explore where the goblins lived. Maybe you could be a goblin and explore their home and try and murder some of their leadership. If you got overrun by goblins, maybe you could be a goblin, and goblins don't need to eat or drink, so they're a lot easier to play, by the way. You could be a goblin or something aligned with that goblin faction and try and start near your fortress and go explore your fortress. And you could try and grab some items and move them elsewhere. You could be a dwarf or a character that's unrelated to those goblins, and you could try and collect some of the more valuable weaponry with a party of like 4 or 5 people in the overthrown fortress and gather up those weapons and bring them to wherever you're going to start the new fortress. You could start the new fortress, immediately retire the new fortress, and then bring items to that new location. You could also play the adventure for a bit and then decide where you want to put the fortress, retire the adventurers in a city somewhere, put the fortress there, and then play the adventurers and then complete your goal. You could just explore somewhere completely unrelated and just you'll expose a bunch of caves and things and learn about secret locations that are on the map. that you wouldn't know were there otherwise. Well-bred grapefruit. I like me a grapefruit once in a while. How you doing? Welcome to the Dwarfosphere. I have some pretty strict rules on this run. I'm only allowed to pause on the 5s and 0s and the 1. So the first day of the month, the 5th of the month, 10th of the month, 15th, etc. And I'm only allowed to follow one dwarf in particular when the game is on pause. So it's kind of like a solo story run, but the result is like I have very little control over who is actually in the, like, over what I can see in the fortress at any given time. So fights and sieges are a little bit like, ah! Just like cover your eyes and scream. But we're currently in a paused moment. So our particular dwarf that I'm following for this fortress is a vampire. But he's our vampire. And I assume he's lovely. I don't know. He was a religious leader at one point. But working on some side projects around the fringes here, so. I need lava-safe materials, so we'll get that done. That needs to get done. And then down in here, I'm just going to... do I want to put these in? I could put those in. That would be helpful, but I don't need them. Let's put these in because it's helpful. But how was the stream today? I know you guys were dwarfing. Did the mods shout you out? I didn't see it. I tend to just like space out the fact if the mods shout people out or not, so. But what kind of things happened in your fort? I generally stream a lot of Dwarf Fortress here, and sometimes chat lets me play other games, but that's pretty rare. Okay, so that'll's getting done, which is good. Down here, it actually doesn't matter all that much. I can just kind of get rid of everything but that corner. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Wrong tool. That's the tool I wanted. Because that's there. This is going to be a method of transporting lava soon. You are the third person to say that today. Now, speaking of vampires, another vampire exists in this fortress, and it's this vampire. Now, this vampire may or may not have been my adventurer. And they may or may not have finally finished their 1,000-day-long prison sentence for a bunch of murders that they definitely committed. And my lovely vampire definitely didn't commit espionage or theft. And didn't, commit any major crimes. So I want there to be no suspicion of any of the crimes that weren't committed by me. So I'm going to make sure that this other vampire spends some time in prison for the crimes that they've committed. Shh. Anyway, this is our vampire. He's off to go convict a convicted felon. In all fairness, though, this convicted felon did actually commit crimes. In the... Uh-oh. Speaking of crimes. More crimes that I actually didn't commit. Who'd you eat? Do some! Speaking of do some and eating, if you go to this URL, which is legends.blindirl.net, you can see the history of this world. It's not updated in real time. I update it at the end of every stream. But it is currently running right now. So if you want to look up any dwarf in particular, find out about all of the... Oh my god, he's going to go execute him. So I'm going to pause the game for a second. You don't see this very often. Like actual executions, but... Who are we executing, actually? It's not the vampire. No, it is. We are in fact executing Godin. I am executing my own adventurer. That is brutal, dude. Well... Falsely? I will debate that. It wasn't false. It was legit. Nobody was falsely convicted of any crime. It's a perfectly legitimate conviction of a crime. Definitely. I'm gonna look at the combat log. Captain of the guard bashes him with a silver warhammer in the lower leg. Wow, you're hitting her in the leg? Dude, that's brutal. Captain of the guard bashes the leather worker in the right lower leg. Didn't even hit him in the head. He hit her like repeatedly. My head's blocking it. Hit her repeatedly in the leg. Chat. Repeatedly in the leg until it killed her. Also, I like this. Like, now it's the real name. It's Stinthad now. And this dwarf, Zuthan, saw Kulet Abby's dead. Like, that's the false, which by the way is Abby's, because it was the first thing on the list, because I needed a false name to get away with being a vampire when I was playing that as an adventurer. And this dwarf over here is like, report crime! Probably the person that this person drained of blood, but literally like knows them as Abby's. Same with this vampire. He knew him as Abby's. That's funny. Chat, can I get a round of Fs from my great adventurer? Because all tales must come to an end. Can I point you in a direction of where to start, Link fan? I have a video called getting like your first fortress, like the basic tutorial. I can grab it and link it. Aside from that, the wiki, getting started guide on the wiki, or alternatively just like hang out on a Discord server or a Twitch chat or a YouTube chat where people are playing and just ask questions. There are no dumb questions. The Kit Fox Discord is a particularly good one. But I will grab you my guide. Felt zealous after beating with a warhammer. Yeah, I will get to that in a sec. There you go. That'll walk you through the very basic mechanics. I'll just link in both chats. But at the end of the day, just pop into the YouTube chat or the Twitch chat and ask questions, or the Discord or the Flexer server. Any of those places will work. But yeah, I mean, he did experience trauma just now from this. Has any of the murder, like, actually permanently impacted him? Okay, that one did. I think that might be the first one. Because, like, he's experienced trauma a couple times, but that's, like, from witnessing violence around him, like, not actual things that he's done. But I think that's the first time he's got a permanent thought after killing somebody. And he's, like, clearly covered in their blood because he's got to go clean himself now. Can I just comment on the fact that he murdered somebody by smacking them repeatedly in the leg with a hammer and somehow managed to get their blood in his mouth, on his tongue, and in his eye? Well, on his eyelid. But, like, bleh. What's that, revenge? I guess that's revenge, because that's the vampire that turned him, right? Maybe that's why he's angry, right? I mean, he doesn't feel anything after seeing her die. In fact, he's zealous after beating her with a hammer. But, like, it's, like, affected him because hammers are messy. No, that's true. That is true. I just think it's kind of amazing that he clearly had his mouth open. Clearly, he had his mouth open during this process. Cheers, Link fam. Hopefully it works well for you. Hoy vey, that's brutal. He was even on friendly terms with her, too. It's off to shower we go. Actually, that's now me wondering, did I open? So, on the 10th, most of these dwarves running around, I think, had to report a crime. I wonder if me killing that dwarf was a crime, because that was an illegitimate crime that they committed. It'd be kind of wild if I get convicted of this crime. Okay, the well is working. That's good. He's using Forgotten Beast soap, giving himself a shower. At least he had a soapy bath. Goes back to making cloth robes. Was that a crime? No. Okay, so all of those dwarves did in fact witness that dwarf kill another dwarf in public. So the dwarf that was sucked dry by the dwarf that I just executed was in fact witnessed by all of these people with the yellow names up at the top here. So Moses witnessed it, Tubal witnessed it, Kant witnessed it, Ramtar witnessed it, and Snail witnessed it. I'm going to convict that dwarf of this crime. Because any dwarf that values the law will get a happy thought out of that. And that's their body. Yeah, no, like this dwarf fell asleep in the middle of this field and was hauled there. Now the question is, do they have a tomb? Do I have space for tombs? I'm actually just going to go down. Okay, they do have a tomb assigned, so they will get put into a tomb. Let's go back down to the lowest level. I need to hotkey this thing. Let's hotkey to this to F4. Down here. That's not done. That's unfortunate. They'll get to it. I'm just going to prioritize this up quite a lot more. Let's do that. And do that. I'm just waiting for the fort to get invaded again. Yuristov, hello. It's good to see you. I hope that you're doing well. How has your day been? How's your week been? I mean, I saw you yesterday, I think. We just killed our adventurer, Yurist. Or rather, Tosid did. I mean, they committed a crime. They served their... Uh-oh. Zulban, the dwarven child, has been found dead, completely drained of blood. I wonder who could possibly have done that. I don't know. There's still clearly criminals in our midst, chat. I think he was, yeah. But I can't pause until the 15th. The better question is, does he care? There's definitely like a riot happening. Like the way they're all just following him is kind of nuts. Just waiting for the 15th. I mean, most of these dwarves are just planting seeds, okay. A lot of them are still reporting crimes, though. That is crazy. I don't think I've ever seen so many dwarves in such a small space all following the same dwarf. I know they're all reporting crime, but... So, they may have witnessed it. But because he's the captain of the guard, he has immunity. Like, I can't convict myself of a crime. I'd have to appoint a different captain of the guard. I don't think we're going to do that. And it clearly wouldn't be the mayor, right? It would never be the mayor. So we've got 2 dwarves that need to be buried right now. Take you off of this so he can do the holy rites of burying the bodies, of course. And go place these items into tombs. You overwrote one and you wanted to use and it says nothing. So if you are you on a Windows or a Linux system? If you're on a Windows system, you have to go into your app data folder and then in perfs preferences, there is a folder called worldgen default or just worldgen.txt. Delete that folder. So you have to go to your app data, Steam, Dwarf Fortress, etc. And you have to save. You have to delete that folder. They really should give you a button to just re-add defaults. This kind of, you know what this reminds me of, chat? This reminds me of that sequence in Game of Thrones when they're just being marched through the city and everybody's throwing shit at them. Whatever her name is. That's what this reminds me of. Cersei, yes. Chat can probably tell you the exact folder. The thing is, it's in a different folder for me because I'm on Linux, Vinigara. But, like, it's still in the Steam Apps Common folder for me. But for you, it would be in it would be in the app data folders. Yeah, they yell shame at her. Exactly. It's the 20th. I can pause. Oh my god, I think this might be the first time a Forgotten Beast has shown up in a while where it's the 20th right when it shows up and I don't sit here and twiddle my thumbs for a minute and panic. Where is the beast? Okay. 1, that looks rad. 2, it's in an area where I can fight it. This Forgotten Beast is, hey chat, if you're lurking, you might want to look up, an enormous theropod with external ribs. It has 2 stubby tails, and it squirms and fidgets. Its eyes glow spring green, and its copper feathers are downy. Beware its deadly dust. Does our vampire have weapons equipped? Not currently. Actually, it looks like most of my squads are not prepped. I'm going to do the smart thing. I'm going to lock the doors. That's what I'm going to do. I don't care if there's anybody out in the caverns. If they are, we'll find them later. I'm going to get all of my squads armed. I'm going to get my Mark's Dwarfs armed. Or rather, I'm going to actually fill up a Mark's Dwarf squad is what I'm going to do. And let's go back down to here and see how things are doing. Excellent. I can add on to this. That's getting built slowly. This is getting built slowly. It is a sick dinosaur, but it's got deadly dust. And that could total the fort if I'm not very cautious, so I'm going to be very cautious. So Tosid is going to go pull the lever, close off the caverns. I mean, he wouldn't care if there's anybody out there that dies. It's not his problem. That's very courteous of it. Yeah, I mean, it's right on schedule, right? I am going to, I think, make another custom task just for pump operators. Because I think it would be very useful if my vampire was the only one who could do pump operating. Because then I could very easily do the pumping down in the lower layers and we could see what's happening. That's like one of the biggest issues with this, especially with like transporting lava and stuff. It's like I never actually know like what's happening, so I always have to be like, okay, I don't actually know what's going on here at the minute. So I got to be very cautious and careful with how I go about doing this. have to be very cautious and careful. Hope you guys are enjoying this fort. I know it's like kind of a same old work, just at home this time. Gotcha. I know that it gets a little samey watching the same dwarf all the time, but I'm really hoping that this fort turns into a good video and ends up being entertaining for everybody. Pumps. I would assume that's under mechanics, right? All right, what else can I do down here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, well. I'm going to be setting up a bunch of these. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's the bottom 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8. 9. 10. Okay, and then I can close and reopen this menu and they'll all be sorted. Then I just need to put these iron mine carts on them. These are going to be confusing as heck to look at, but you know, it's funny. There's a lot of user interfaces in this game that get complained about a lot. This is the one I have the most problem with. Yet at the same time, it's never one I see complained about. Okay. I also didn't just do that? No, I didn't. Okay, cool. Those we can just leave as is. That's getting constructed, that's getting constructed, sweet. That's because no one uses minecarts? I'll have you know, I use minecarts. I think that no one uses minecarts is maybe the falsest statement I've seen today. Some people use minecarts. Not a lot of people use minecarts. But I have a question. Do you think people don't use minecarts because they don't like minecarts? Or do you think they don't use minecarts because that UI is confusing? I think it's because that UI is confusing. Like, I know how to use minecarts, and I find that UI confusing. Like, frequently. Like, frequently I'll just be like, shit. Fuck. That's unfortunate. You know, I've been thinking about this a little bit recently. Like, my stream is, like, the current schedule that I'm on, I set in 2018, right? At a time when I would just stream 12 hours a day, 10 to 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. And it solidified in this schedule slot during the pandemic when everybody was working from home. And I do actually sometimes wonder, like, if I should look into experimenting with my schedule a little bit. But at the same time, like, that is one of the scariest fucking propositions you can make to a streamer. I would much prefer, if you want to give it to somebody in YouTube, you go into the YouTube chat for a little bit, find somebody who's active and give it to them. Because I like the folks over in YouTube chat, but nobody has spoken the YouTube chat in 15 minutes. And before that was almost 40 minutes ago. So I don't know if they're even here. So it's a bit of a waste for you to give it to somebody. I would much prefer, if you want to give it to somebody, select somebody from a chat that you can see that you know is here right now. If you're in the YouTube chat, you can select somebody in the YouTube chat, sure. But that's the reason I almost never, like, give it to a random person in, because odds are pretty good they're not here anymore. If you would like to gift it, I will permit that, but please just give it to somebody who's here, who can make use of it. Somebody was in the caverns. Rest in peace, Sauce. Because unfortunately, like, it's often gonna go to waste. Like, if you want to give it to Eurostov, it can go to Eurostov. If you want to give it to Bird Bones already has one. But if you want to give one to, like, Edward Jin or somebody else in chat, like, let's do that, but give it to somebody you know is here. This is like the 4th or 5th time in the last 2 days I've refunded a gift because somebody gave it to somebody random. It's like, if you're just gonna make me do it, the whole reason for the system existing is pointless. Which is why I try to disincentivize that and just try to be like, redeem it yourself if you want one. But we'll give it to Eurostov. Beard or no beard, Eurist? No, it's all good. It is nice. I do respect and I appreciate the effort. But if you're giving all of the responsibility and effort to me to maybe give it to somebody who's probably not going to see it, you might as well give it to somebody who at least is going to, be here for it, right? I think that it's Marie in YouTube chat says we're way too busy with our own forts to chat. It's fine, but like, I think the general culture of how the YouTube chat works is because the chat isn't open by default on a lot of people's systems. They just it's the lurk stream, right? Beard military. Now might not be the most long-term survival chance to get put in the military because my military has been kind of obliterated relatively recently. I could do that. I don't know how much I'd recommend it, but I mean, I got like Kumil here. I don't even know how good they are. My military is also pretty under-armored at the minute. Not the clothing brand. But we could do that if you like. Stockade Lovers. What a good name. I also need to make more pickaxes, apparently. Eurostov, the miner. Wall crystal. It's like a wall chicken, but more crystalline. It sees others as selfish and conniving and has a strong tendency towards privacy. I respect it. He is easily moved to mercy and often feels discouraged. Generally, is quite confident of his abilities when undertaking specific ventures. He tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others and is quick to form negative views about things. Occasionally overindulges and isn't particularly curious about the world. He can handle stress and he tends to make a small mess with his own possessions. He has a greedy streak and he needs alcohol to get through the working day and is getting used to tragedy. He dreams of raising a family and personally finds the pursuit of knowledge to be a waste of effort. He likes schist and bronze and brown jasper, as well as sea monster tooth, the color cobalt, spears and greaves and bracelets, and giant barn owls for their coloration, and sorghum for their beer. In the words of the Saturnine Intricaceum, when possible, prefers to consume king cobra, salmon, and whip wine, and absolutely hates fire snakes. You're a member of the large denomination. That's a religion I've never heard of before, but is worshiping the standard god. You're friends with Saigon with the big hair, and with the blonde afro, and you felt empathy after discussing somebody's problems. I'll see if I can get you a pickaxe. Something that's worth noting is you seem to have only recently arrived, and you are only 21 years old, so you're a very young dwarf. If you want to look yourself up, your last name is Wall Crystal. I'm going to follow this vampire. Oh, shit. Locum Metal Luster, who was a imprisoned dwarf, would like to live here. I guess like the violence doesn't bother them. They requested sanctuary here after I rescued them from being a prisoner from another location. I'm actually just going to spin up the training of a bunch of my squads. Oopsies. We'll set you at no orders and leave you on that. I'm just going to go here. I don't know where they're all set to train, so I'm just going to go with this. Something that I should mention, which actually I will mention when I get back from using the toilet. I gotta take a piss. That wasn't what I was going to mention, I swear. I will be right back. I've successfully returned. Something I should mention. The confusion and stuff with, like, the two chats. Since Twitch now permits the blending of chats, I need to look into options where, like, a local plugin or something that I could run to blend the two chats. So I really, really, really don't want to use, like, Restream.io or RestreamBot or any of those, because I really don't like those companies. I need to see if I can find an open source solution to blending the two chats so that people can see what's going on in both chat without me having to pay somebody to do it. Because, like, that's the only barrier right now stopping me from doing that now that I'm allowed to do it. So maybe we can solve this problem sooner than later, hopefully. Oops, I missed the 10th. Oh shit, he's remembering beating somebody. Oopsies. So, wow, okay. That's wild. He was angry after killing somebody, right? And that popped up in the most recent, like, memorable memories, but it's, like, gone. He, like, stopped caring. Like, he got over it real quick. Says the guy who can't even subscribe on his main. Creed. You're one to talk, Mr. D. Come on, you know I love you. It's all good, mate. Also, I think, like, you know, you had a tier 3 sub for a while, so you've earned my respect for an extra couple months. I'll give you like 2 years. I won't take this anti-YouTube slander. I'll have you know, they're quiet, but they're listening. Your car will stop leaking? It's genuine question. You good? Like, I know that you were complaining about your car being shitty and then posted a picture of a homemade subwoofer, or what looks like a homemade subwoofer. Maybe the bass is just so high that it's like rattling the components apart. Non-stop for mechanical issues? I'm trying to make a joke about maybe you should have a car that's not mechanical. But, like, I can't like think of any, like, analog to digital jokes. My condolences, mate. That sucks. Don't you drive for a living? Like, that's what you were doing last time we spoke, and then you disappeared for, like, I don't know, a couple months. I am genuinely baffled, though, that you keep using your Prime on your alt. Like, that is, like, very strange to me. I don't know what, why that's the choice you've made to roll with, but I appreciate it all the same. I guess. True. The closest thing to non-mechanical is a horse, but biological? Have you ever thought about having a biological car? Bio this logic. Ride bike to work the truck? Hey, at least you're getting exercise with that, but... Yeah, no, my condolences. That sucks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so the first thing... Uh-oh. Actually, just kind of realized I screwed this up, sort of. Tisk. Do I care? Yes, I do. So I will just dig down from the top up here. So this is going to fill up this with lava. Once this is full of lava, I then pump this one layer up, which will then drain this of lava. And then I can move these minecarts anywhere in the fort that I want because they will now have lava in them. So I'm going to turn this on. So let's get this rolling first and foremost. Actually, no. A bio car would be like the cat bus from Spirited Away. That would be a biological motor vehicle, right? The cat bus. Shoutouts to cat bus. Everybody's favorite fluffy cat. Max had a plushy cat bus. Just waiting for that chunk to get busted out of the way. Did somebody just get torched? I don't think so. Was that a dwarf? I didn't see a pickaxe, so it probably wasn't a dwarf. Okay, so I'm just going to move up to here. I'm going to kind of break my own rules just for the sake of a little bit of efficiency here. Nobody saw that. I don't know what that smoke was. It might have been something that was in the minecart, maybe? But genuinely, I don't know. It's picking up an item. It's a biological spaceship. True. Shouldn't you be... Oh, you're putting your shoe away. Okay. What'd you put on? Probably new shoes, I guess. Yep, looks like 2 new shoes. One of them's finally crafted. Okay, that's weird. So someone was having this problem the other day, Vinigaro. Who are we eating? I'm just gonna pause this for a second. The other thing that you could try, man, this poor dog has seen some shit. Now that I'm realizing it, man, we are mean to our poor dogs. Sorry, Bastet, but Balfalgor is about to no longer be with us. I mean, he was a member of the Free Coven, which was a rival religion, after all. R.I.P. F's to pay respects. You lost the vampire lottery. I'm sorry. F's indeed. The one other thing that you could do, it might help that you had overwritten the preset when Premium first came out. So hold on, where did you get the folder from? Was it in the app data one, or was it in the prefs in the Steam install folder? Like, did you right click on Steam and go to properties and go to game install, app data? Try deleting both of them. Like, see if there's one in prefs as well. Like, if you just right click on the game, go to properties, go to see local files. See if it's in there and try deleting both of them. And then if that doesn't work, the last thing I'll say is if you go to the wiki, I did this the other day for somebody. If you go to the wiki, you can find the defaults, and you could just save over the defaults, or save over whatever you've changed. Although, I will say that this is... They've changed something about the wiki that's made it harder for me to find this folder. And I don't know why this is. But I used to be able to find... If anybody in chat can help me, that would be very helpful, because then I don't need to just pause the stream here until I find it. You found it? All right. Yeah, if you save that those those items over top of it. That'll make it go away. He didn't even feel anything during that one. Wait, hold up. Did he not kill the dwarf? No, he didn't. Did he? Okay, now I'm confused. I mean, confused handle indeed. But it doesn't look like he killed him. Was he literally just like stealing an item from them? It might have been. I'm thinking out loud, I don't know. Wild. So now we're just draining the water out of this side, or the lava out of this side. But yeah, that would be the last thing I would try. There's been some things changed to the file structure of Dwarf Fortress recently that hasn't been the case as long as I've played this game. Like literally the file structure of Dwarf Fortress has not changed in like the 20 years I've been playing this game. It feels like. That's a slight exaggeration, but like the 15 years I've been playing this game. So like there's suddenly just like things that I don't know, I'm not used to, and it's weird. Very rocky water, yeah. Certainly the rocky dripper. It seems to ignore the pref files entirely. I mean, that shouldn't be the case. The other thing that you could do is if you're in the KitFox Discord, I know that like me saying just go to this other place to find help is kind of a scapegoat, but if you go to the KitFox Discord and ask them for help, they might be able to help you. So you could try that as a last resort. Just gonna let the lava here get pumped off out the edge. I mean, yeah, this ain't gonna drain. That ain't gonna drain. But I would like report that as a bug because you're the second person who's run into this issue recently. They should really just give us a button that is restore all defaults because the game should do that. It's kind of nuts that it doesn't. Yeah. Welp. I may or may not have just torched 2 dwarves. Well, nobody saw that, right? Definitely not, right? Nobody saw that whatsoever. Definitely not. Nope, nobody saw that. All right, well, hey, chat, if you're hanging out and you're lurking, could I get a round of beers? I'd like to know how many people are listening to the stream. This might be the lurkiest start to a stream. Like, the lurkiest few weeks or months I've had in years. So it's, like, kind of throwing me off a little bit. The dog ran off, but he ain't talking? Oh, well, I mean, I didn't do that. That was just Dwarven stupidity. And for clarity, I'm not complaining, but I don't even know how to describe it. I'm not even positive it's a bug. It might just be like us misunderstanding how this works. I'm your background noise? Certainly. And I greatly appreciate the lurks, but it's like the difficulty and the creativity and the variety of words that I need to say in order for my job to be smooth accelerates by like 100% the second that like chat's quiet. So it's sort of like doing my job on hard mode. Like there's a friend of the channel, Nucrium, who some of you probably have watched in the past, regardless of if you know it or not. But Nucrium streams for about 2 to 4 hours when he streams. And basically all of his commentary is like him talking, right? He doesn't do a ton of chat interaction because he streams for pretty short periods of time. When I stream for like 8 to 10 hours, right? Like my stream is chat interaction. So if I'm just having a day where like I'm a little bit topsy-turvy in the brain, and I don't have anything in particular to talk about, and if chat's being quiet, it greatly increases the difficulty of like doing my job concisely. So I guess at the end of the day, just thanks to those of you who are hanging out. Appreciate you. Why is the community so divided? I don't think the community is divided. I think when you change anything, there will be some people that are unhappy with the change. I think as long as Dwarf Fortress has existed, there has been divisions in the community because it's a game that updates pretty slowly. I think it's for the same reason that there are some people that insist that everything post-Cataclysm in WoW is unplayable and bad, regardless of what other people's opinions are. I think that there are vocal minorities in every game, and I think that games, as they update, will just naturally acquire those. I was talking about this a bunch yesterday. There is a portion of the Dwarf Fortress community, and I would say there are dozens of them at this point, that genuinely believe that the 2D version of the game was superior, and as soon as the game went 3D, they stopped playing. And every now and again, you will see a post from one of those people saying that if Tarn would just open source that version of the game, Dwarf Fortress would be the greatest game ever made. But unfortunately, Tarn didn't do that, so thus the game is literally unplayable and completely broken and a terrible game. After that, there were like eventually people that, came to their senses and had the general take again, which was, yeah, like the top-down version of the game had problems, but like the new versions allow for, oh my god, I killed Twitch. Chad, I killed Twitch. I killed Twitch and Snail. Oh my god. Anyway, I think that just happens with any game. Like, it's not unique to Dwarf Fortress. I don't think the community is divided. I think there is a loud vocal minority of people who want hotkeys back, and I understand that to a degree, but there's also, like, this other, louder, more annoying vocal minority of people that are just mad that they lost their nerd cred. Like, there was a very real thing that happened when you played Dwarf Fortress within like obsessive niche nerd communities where if you play Dwarf Fortress, you're like super cool because you know how to play one of the hardest to play games in the world. And the reality of that era was, I don't think that's like really all that legitimate. I think like more people being able to play the game is better. There's also this sort of pseudo circle jerky take that I see from some people sometimes, which is the game was bigger before it was on Steam. No, it wasn't. The day Dwarf Fortress released on Steam, and the month that it got announced, and the day that it got released on Steam, Dwarf Fortress, according to Tarn, got more downloads than they'd had in the last 5 years, which at one point he mentioned was like 150,000 or something, the free version, from their website directly. Now, yes, there were other distributions of Dwarf Fortress, like the starter pack is a popular one, which came with a launcher and a mod loader. But like, that got downloads too, and I think over the existence of Dwarf Fortress, that had like around 2 million downloads, from that one counter that I've seen, certainly. But I guarantee you, none of the people playing that stuck with it as long as they did post Steam, because the vast majority of the people who played Dwarf Fortress back then played enough to be able to say that they played Dwarf Fortress and then never touched it again. I say that as somebody who streamed the game for 4 years actively before it came out on Steam. That was always the sentiment. People couldn't play the game without all of their automations and assists. The game would update and none of them would know how to be able to play. They wouldn't play the game for 3 to 4 weeks because they had to wait for their mod loaders to get re-updated because none of them knew how to actually play the game without that. And not many people stuck around in between patches. They would play briefly and then go cool and then dip out again. Dwarf Fortress has always had segregation in its community because every single version of the game is still playable. There's a small handful of people that think that stress ruined Dwarf Fortress. There's people that think that tantrums ruined Dwarf Fortress. There's people that think that the overhaul of the military system the first time ruined Dwarf Fortress. There are people that think that the only mode worth engaging in is adventure mode. And then there are people that think that the very existence of adventure mode is the reason Dwarf Fortress is a waste of time because it's wasted development. Like, no, the community isn't divided. People disagree on the internet. Steam has been far and away, 100% the best thing to ever happen to Dwarf Fortress. For one reason. And everything else is just gravy. The accessibility of the game is gravy. The ability for many more people to be able to play it and enjoy it is gravy. The massive increases in performance is gravy. The one reason that it's the best thing to ever happen to Dwarf Fortress is Tarn is happy now. When Tarn puts out an update, he's smiling. He doesn't look like a disheveled basement dweller. He looks well cut, and he's smiling. Zach and his wife got to go on their first more than a week-long vacation ever. They went on 2 cruises in 1 year. Like, that's nuts for those two. He bought a house. Zach did. Like, it is, yes, it's the best thing that came to the game. And if it annoys a few neckbeards, the game was always going to update. As, like, what's hilarious to me are the people who don't like the new UI, which, okay, that's fair. You can have that opinion. And then say, he never should have changed the old UI. The old UI was superior. From the very beginning, there were 2 major things in those OG versions of the game once it became clear that that was going to be the project going forward that were loudly talked about as placeholder and in need of an update eventually. Those 2 things were the UI and the lack of graphics. It was always we need to do this eventually and we'll do it eventually. We want to, the UI is bad. We need a better UI. We need a more accessible UI. Tarn brought that up many times. And now that we have the new UI, there's people that are like, but I was used to the old one. It's like, well, go play the old one then. Shut up. Like, I'm sorry. Oh no. I think it's a misnomer and a dumb question. Well, maybe not a dumb question, but like a dumb take to think that the community is conflicted when it really is a vocal minority. And at the end of the day, if you're watching this stream right now, do me a favor. If you played Dwarf Fortress post Steam update because you didn't know about it or were unable to play it pre-Steam update, press 1. If you played pre-Steam update and haven't played since the Steam update, press 2. Christopher, what kind of dwarf do you want? And I realize that this is me preaching to the choir here and probably bad data. But I can tell you with just analytical certainty, based on my numbers that I've seen come into YouTube channels, that there is a factor of 50 more people searching for Dwarf Fortress now than there was before. So, farmer or farmer adjacent dwarf. I've got a beardless farmer if you'd like this lady. Otherwise, the problem is most of the low-skill dwarves are other related things. I've got millers. I've got a butcher. I've got a gelder. I've got planter. Angry planter. 2 wood burners. You'd like the butcher? Cotton. If you'd like to look yourself up, your lashed volts. Oh, there's no E in your name. Christopher. But yeah, I think like chat can probably tell what I'm saying based on stating this. Like every game in existence has segregation in its community. If a game has been around for more than a month and there's been an update, there will be somebody who will say it was better back then. So then you probably played about as much as most people did back then. That's about as much as I played back then. You know, like I tell people that I first installed Dwarf Fortress in 2009, Kage, which is true. I didn't make it through World Gen until like 2011. And then I didn't make it through the first 2 months of gameplay until like 2014. I don't think I made it to like trading until like 2014 even. He is quick to form negative views about things, and he likes to brawl. He tends to share his own experience and thoughts with others. He enjoys the company of others, tries to do things correctly. He enjoys the company of others, tries to keep things orderly, and has a calm demeanor. And he has a greedy streak. He occasionally overindulges, and he exhales sharply when he's angry. He dreams of creating a masterwork someday, and personally finds the pursuit of skill mastery off-putting, and doesn't care about art or nature one way or another. Still trying to figure out how to trade. When trading comes around, fire questions at me, and I'll do my best to answer. He likes, or fire questions, I'll do my best to answer. If I can't answer, I might try to answer around it. But he personally likes porcelain, aluminum, shell opal, elk bird leather, maces, and the rhythm of lyrics. When possible, prefers to consume ibex, sampear cider, and ibex flour, and absolutely hates moon snails. We're in an ad break, so I will wait. 3 played before, came back more often post Steam release. Yeah. Like I had like, I don't know, maybe 5,000 hours of gameplay time before the Steam release. I learned how to use minecarts after the Steam release. Like, I knew how they worked in theory before the Steam release. I used minecarts after the Steam release. I learned how patrols worked after the Steam release. There was menus I didn't know existed in older versions of the game that I found in the Steam release, and then went back and checked to make sure that they existed to see if they existed pre-Steam release, because I thought I was going insane. No, totally. I mean, for me, it's the first time I downloaded Dwarf, but like I didn't properly learn it until like the late teens. Like there's fucking hate Twitter these days, but there is a tweet that I posted where I was like, help, was literally what I said, which is like a screenshot of a Dwarf Fortress world. I want to say that was in 2017, which was just like me reinstalling Dwarf Fortress again. And it was around then that I started actually properly learning the game. Like I could survive for like maybe a year, but there was a bunch of mechanics I didn't fully understand. I was dying to seeds and bags a lot of the time without figuring it out. I had no idea how military worked, and the first thing that would attack me, Fortress would fall. You play it every now and then now? Yeah. I think I've overdone this discussion. Hey, Galadeb. Appreciate you. But yeah, no, I genuinely believe that it's like a fraction of the community. That being said, while I do not want that old UI to return, what I do want for this version of the game is I do want this new UI to be completely moddable, so if some crazy person wants that old UI to return, they could push 2 buttons and make that happen. Maybe not 2 buttons, but like do a bunch of Lua scripting and make some PNGs for the backgrounds and make that happen. That I would love to see happen. I just don't. I think that when it comes to software development and gameplay development, it's very and like I get this even as a YouTuber, which is like, from my perspective, it would be like, I wish you would do more of this, or I wish you would make more of this type of video, or I wish that you would release more of this type of video, or I wish that you would stream more of this type of game, or I wish that you would do more of this, or and for game developers, I think it's often along the lines of like, I really wish that you would update the game the way I want to update it. And the thing that I see that I think is like people's reasoning for, or in their head reasoning for the division of Dwarf Fortress is, I wish that you would just simply maintain 2 UIs. And I don't think it's a hot take to say that I think that that's a ridiculous thing to ask for. And that's basically my take. I think that's a ridiculous thing to ask for. Jedi are evil? Only Sith speak in absolutes. So what does that make you? All right, so this down here, these are all full of lava now. So if I click on these, we can all see that there's magma. 833 in all of these. So what I need to do is I need to queue up a magma forge. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to widen my current forge. And I'm going to go smelter. Smelter. 1, 2, 3, 4. Smelter. Forge. Forge. Now we follow the vampire, and I click on this. Those are all cut through. I will go to the end here, dig through that. Here's hoping it doesn't torch anybody this time. Is the loss of frames? It's not even, like, I kind of regret, actually, in my most recent video, I had, like, 2 frames where I was like, sometimes the frame rate can get very, very bad. And I showed that fortress that I had at, like, 3 frames a minute. And I kind of regret putting that in that video. Because, like, it just kind of brought out the worst of the Dwarf Fortress community, which is the, oh, this game runs terribly, will always run terribly, and is fundamentally broken and will always run terribly. I don't think that I just have a miracle computer, like, gifted to me from the forges of Armok. I have, like, a medium tier computer for current day. I have a better CPU than most people, but, like, this is basically a 4-year-old computer at this point. And I know that that's going to become a harder ask in the future. But as far as, like, clock speeds and stuff go, like, my CPU is underclocked. My computer is pretty consistent with the average, if not slightly above average. And it kind of blows my mind how many people are just like, the game doesn't run for me. It's like, I don't know what you're doing, but, like, I have to try so fucking hard to push the frame rate below 60. And I can do it, but, like, then it'll go down to, like, 40. And it's like, is that not an acceptable frame rate to you? I don't get it. It is really good. Hamlich. With my glasses, like, fuzzy because I was cleaning them, Lornard, I read that it's gifted from Krendor. I was like, what does Krendor have to do with this? Like, I don't fully, like, what are you doing that your frame rate is lost? Snatcher Hardcore. Because, like, the Steam, like, especially, like, when it comes to, like, the state of Dwarf Fortress, like, I've said this many times. Version 47 with 200 dwarves on this computer doesn't crest above 20 frames a second on a small, well-optimized fort without anything crazy going on. Like, with a siege, it goes down to, like, 10. Whereas, like, I have a... Maybe if I got a siege of, like, 200 people on this fort, their frame rate might go down to 30. Maybe. Like, yeah, I can push it lower if I do something insane, but, like... Yeah, I literally had to drain not even just an ocean, an abnormally large ocean. And it wasn't even frame rate death, because the game was running. Just very slowly, admittedly, but... In order for me to make the game unplayably slow, I have to, like, do something ridiculous. I'm gonna give you mining so I can see what's going on. And I'm going to make probably just some iron picks. Just 6 or so. Oh, fuck. It's still the first second pause. Forgotten Beast Ryuva has come. A green scaly frog. It has a pair of squat antennae, and it is slavering. Its pale chestnut scales are small and overlapping. Beware its deadly blood. Sure. So also to clarify a little bit, Hammy, why is that why is that an impression that you get? I just have a tendency to babble on a subject when I get put on a subject, but why is that an impression that you get, that the community is divided? Especially like if you are new to the game, right? Befriend it? I literally can't. I mean, cute in the same way that like a giant prehistoric bird is cute. Actually, checking something. You need skeletons, probably. It's after iron bars. Got that. Got skeletons. Giant shining bars of metal. More skeletons. Okay. Okay, it's in a layer where it can't get to me. I was kind of hoping it would be in the higher up one so it would fight with the other one. Oh well. Hunger for warm blood is actually quite scary. Some old forum, it's always complaints. Yeah. I think like the conventional wisdom, and this probably goes for all games, is just like, and I think I see this especially whenever I remind people they should leave reviews for Dwarf Fortress. Is the very simple reminder of like, people that are satisfied with a product don't generally leave reviews. People that are satisfied with the product don't generally complain. So like if you go to Reddit, the people that are satisfied with the product, or the people that like the game, or the people that aren't convinced that the community is divided, are just posting screenshots and talking about how they're having fun, right? I mean, I'm a big fan of the ASCII, Hemi. But I'm a bigger fan of the graphics, because more people can enjoy the game. This is somebody's work that I like to share when people mention that they're not a big fan of the ASCII for one reason or another. And this is always hard to share because it's on... Okay. Should be fine. Sorry, sometimes Imager has, like, scary things on it, so I have to be cautious. Like, this is ASCII Dwarfort. I am a big fan of old school ASCII Dwarfort, and the new version doesn't have square ASCII, which means it's harder to make patterns like this. But genuinely, I didn't make this. This was made by somebody named Cupo, who still plays old school DF, by the way. How do you search for a dwarf in Legends? I'll show you in a sec. Like, at the end of the day, ASCII is beautiful. Genuinely. But it does certainly make the barrier to entry higher. You know? Because you have to learn what you're looking at. You can't just look at it. Yeah, I've seen it hewn. There's also a pre-packed free version. So if you're looking for your dwarf specifically, Birdbones, go to Society, Historical Figures, and then type in Bird. Bones. There you are. Unless there's somebody specific that you're looking for that's not you. You can search by most recent and first event. So the first thing that you did of note was you left the Secretive Abbey and then settled in Aftercasket. So you initially were in the Secretive Abbey, which is a place that was reclaimed by the Mansion Weavers. It was reclaimed in the year 84. Interesting. I wonder what it was before it was reclaimed. But the Secretive Abbey is a site government. Seems to just be like a little helix or something. I mean, I streamed with a sort of off ASCII tile set for a large portion of my time, and I spent more time explaining to people what they were looking at than actually explaining to people the video game. Which is why I don't stream in ASCII anymore, because like that's not why I'm streaming. I'm streaming because I want to show people the strengths of this game, not explaining to people what they're looking at. This is all done. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this. Let's just use microclimate blocks because it doesn't really matter. I will be deconstructing them after the fact anyway. Now what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to put a barracks over here. And get my vampire training here, just so that I can see what's happening. We're gonna go back to you. And I'm gonna get you to drop your pickaxe. Yeah, just search by most recent event. But you could also just ask me. I think you are dead, actually. Otherwise, I would still see you here. The question is, when did you die? You probably died in one of the Forgotten Beast rampages, because there's been 2 of them. It's not animated because the art is basically top tier. It's just tier. It's just stylized. Like the art is. You know what's funny? People fucking hated the art of RimWorld when it was new. They hated it. I remember streaming that game in the early days when RimWorld was new. Like, just when it, like right before it went into early access, into when it went into early access. And the biggest complaint is, why is this, the first thing people would ask is this a Prison Architect mod, followed by, oh my god, this game is so ugly. Like, admittedly, the art got better and, like, has more lighting effects and stuff, so it looks nicer now. But, like, my god, people hated the way RimWorld looked when it was new. I've also seen that about Caves of Cud, too, to be fair. But yeah, so now what I can do, now that these track stops are all built, is all of these 100% full minecart routes. I'm going to click this, add this as a route, and then delete that route. Alana the Stoneworker has created Ograd Lurteth, a marble earring, and offers it to us as a gift. So now we can see this one's getting moved. So the next thing I can do is I can grab 7, and I can put it here, add a new one, which will put it at the bottom, and then delete it, and then close it and reopen it. It'll resort. So now those 2 are being brought to the first one. If I zoom out a little bit, I can go to the third one, click it, click on this stop, it adds to the bottom, delete that, go to the one below it, click on this stop, click there, and delete that. The next 2 are being brought down. Those will fill up these little holes right there. It's going to take a bit for them to get here. Let's go to Route 10. I'm going to need to zoom out a little more. Let's go to Route 10, click on that, and delete this. Go to Route 11, click on that, and delete this. Go to round 12, click on that, and delete this. Go to round 13, click that, and delete this. And now we wait. No, I mean, that is very much the truth. I mean, Prison Architect was about 2 years before RimWorld, and Tynan Sylvester, the developer of RimWorld, stated publicly in several locations that, like, the inspiration for the art for RimWorld was heavily taken with permission from Prison Architect. And in fact, I think, like, there might even be some early blog posts where he used, like, their art as, like, placeholders with their permission, right? Because he's not good at art. Which I think is real funny, actually. Because, like, the RimWorld developer, Tynan, was a level designer and a programmer. Only if it's 1 or shallower. If it's deep enough, it never cools. Yeah. Both his parents were mayors, too. Looking forward to the Legends update to read about his last few days. They should already be in there. I think that all of the information that we would have would already be in there because he died in the last stream. We haven't had any deaths in this stream, I don't think. Doing so far, what is he up to? Dealing out punishment for crimes that he definitely didn't commit. Currently, I'm setting up lava forges. Actually, let's just move you down here. You mean Gorlax? Like the guys that kind of look like Mike Wazowski, but yellow, Vinny? Like this guy? I didn't see any mention of Death in Legends. Yeah, they're in the game. They're just hard to find. Huh. Yeah, okay, he must have died at the very beginning of today then, because I swear it was yesterday that happened, but... I don't think I ate him. Maybe the other dwarf ate him. Huh. I apologize. It turns out my bookkeeping ain't the greatest in this fortress, it seems. Unless, actually, there is one possibility. Were you in the military, Birdbones? Because I did have some dwarves get stuck off map that I wasn't able to retrieve. So it's... Okay, yeah, that might have happened then. I was just assuming that you died because you weren't in the searching. So that is possible. It's possible that your dwarf's actually still alive. And you're just off map somewhere, and we'll probably come back. So I'll have to check after, like, every siege, basically. Or every time a dwarf returns. Or every time we get migrant waves back. Anyway, there it goes. There's the first one. So now I can go here, and we can clearly see that the first one's right here. So I can, because it's empty now, so I can now go to here and delete that. I hope nobody spilled lava somewhere. It's a little concerning. I should just wait until these are all up here. A mica table was toppled. That's concerning. Okay, so that's now deep enough to work. That one's now in. A dwarf named Gurg? Gurg? If they drown, do I have to call them Gurgle? Beard or no beard, Greg, and then some. Then why do you let them populate, Cracker? Lost entirely to fires. That's false. I refuse to agree with the, like, I've lost forts to fires thing, because literally fires will burn out. If you use DF hack, you can put out the fires very easily. Otherwise, just get up and take a break for 2 minutes, and the fires will go out. Like, it is impossible to lose a fortress to fires. Like, will it make your fortress go down to, like, 2 frames a minute? Sure. Get up and leave for a minute and a half. Or for 30 minutes, and it'll be running again. I fundamentally disagree that fires can destroy worlds. I think people just have no patience to wait to see if the fires will burn out. I fucking hate that argument. Because I've waited out fires many times. Okay, so that's all those. Now I've got these last 2 right here. And now they get moved. You're a guy who streams. So run DF hack with all the features of DF hack removed like I do. Open up DF hack and then type in clear smoke and your frame rate will come back. Then when the smoke reappears, the frame rate will slow down again, and do that 2 or 3 times until the frame rate is better. Like that's not a source of frame rate death. You can fix that. If it will fix itself eventually, then it's not frame rate death. If you can fix it by doing that with a player included, like built utility, there's no reason to not use it. It's not a destroyer of worlds. Lack of patience is a destroyer of worlds. Vanilla means no mods. That's not a mod. It's an external utility. I realize I'm being semantic, but I think that your argument and statement is broadly incorrect for a multitude of reasons. I mean, like, I understand, like, the stubbornness, Moreb. I don't really use any mods either. I'm not strictly vanilla. I like mods, but just none of them really interest me. I just will never understand the take of, like, I won't use a thing to fix a fundamental problem that I state is a fundamental problem with this game because arbitrary reason. It's like, okay, I'm also not using any mods. I get that desire and that want. But if you want to be that way, be that way. I can't help you. Oopsies, I'm supposed to be following you. I can't help you, mate. Insane. Well, not insane. Avoiding being convicted of crimes. Crazy. There you go. I mean, I understood the wordplay. It's just hard as semantic, hey? I mean, at the end of the day, when it comes to a lot of these issues with the game, like, a lot of it comes down to arguing semantics. Anyway. Vinny, I don't think that that's necessarily the case. The thing is, like, in my humble opinion, if you're going to advertise yourself in my YouTube chat as a vanilla player who streams while complaining about a problem with this game, cool. I get that. If you're streaming and you don't stream anything else generally, you should probably go about fixing that problem. Because there are a multitude of ways to fix that problem. And your fortress isn't doomed because a fire was set. And if it was, well then, why did you allow your fortress to be in a position where the fire was set in the first place? Doors solve a lot of problems. Paving the floor solves a lot of problems. I need to pause the game, waiting for these last two. Anyway. I think that this discussion is a very unpleasant circle that's just going to end with people thinking I'm insulting them, and it's not really my point or the desire here. This is one of those discussions where, like, in 6 weeks, somebody's going to comment on this VOD and be like, he's so rude to his viewers. It's like, well, what do you want me to say, man? I mean, to be fair, as well, because MoReb's just like, I mod the hell out of the game. There are some people, I think a Romanoid Trowel sticks out in my head as like somebody on my Discord who mods this game so heavily it doesn't even look like Dwarf Fortress anymore. It's like there's times when he'll like post a GIF or something and it'll be like, this is like 70 ratmen with machine guns like shooting like not Warcraft, Warhammer, like ogres and trolls from 40k who have like beam weapons, and that's something exploding, and what even is that? And he's like, my frame rate got bad. I'm like, I wonder why. It's just an entirely fixable problem, which is why I find it infinitely frustrating to read Snatcher Hardcore. Like, you have all of the powers to fix it, and if you refuse to fix it, then that's all I can say. Anyways, I'm gonna go over here. I'm not on the 15th. Shit. No, wait. Now it's on the 15th. Bars. Metal. Let's put a few bins in here. Let's put 10 bins. How much copper do I have at the minute? Quite a bit. Copper bins, please. Oh, also, pro tip about bins. The thing that people get annoyed by with bins is that you can't get stuff out of bins. If you make them out of metal, just melt the bin. You'll get stuff out of it. Very easy. Very easy. I'm talking to Snatcher Hardcore in YouTube chat, Vinny. What? Not you. Sorry, Snatcher Hardcore in YouTube chat said that they're a vanilla guy who streams. I didn't call you out, Vinny. I called out Snatcher Hardcore in the YouTube chat who said that they streams. So if you also stream, that's great for you. I'm happy for you. But I wasn't trying to call you out. Calling out the person who addressed themselves as such. You missed it all because of ads anyways? Which part would you like me to repeat, if any? Because I can do that. No need? You sure? Well, I apologize you if you felt called out, because that wasn't my intent. You can just go to off duty, Okay, so now let's look at the bars that I have. 108, silver, copper, steel's 49. Okay, let's do steel breastplate. Pig iron, let's do 40 pig iron. And let's do steel bars. Let's do 20 and see what we have left. I jump to you again. I'm gonna go to this, get rid of that. And I'm gonna go here. Go magma smelter. Magma smelter. And then eventually magma smelter once those two get plopped in. Deconstruct that. Deconstruct that. That can stay for now. That can stay. That can stay. Okay. So, Gorg, I got stuck in a brain spiral. Gorg wanted to be a bearded dwarf. Or Greg and then some wanted a bearded dwarf. Gerg and then Dwarf. I don't know why I was saying Gorg. Square Merchants is your name, and Dwarfing is your game. You've got a cool color hood. What color is that? It's eucalyptus. It's got dimple dye and tea leaf dye. Oh, that's cool. He has no confidence at all in his talents and abilities, and has a strong need to pay back favors done for him. He is often confident under pressure, and he enjoys the company of others, occasionally overindulges, and tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. He tends to make a small mess with his own possessions and has a calm demeanor. Oh shit, I just realized I may have screwed something up. I did not. And he has a calm demeanor. He lowers his eyes when he's angry and needs alcohol to get through the working day. He personally finds eloquence and artful speech off-putting and dreams of raising a family. Is the entire surface on fire from that guy? Wait, what? You had an undead dragon that lit your fort on fire, destroyer of worlds, but that's because he ate all your dwarves and not because the frame rate died. It's pretty cool. It's a pretty cool title. Oh, that's awesome, actually. Went out eventually. That's good. Although the surface fires are easy because you just need to wait for it to rain, usually. Gerg likes andesite and nickel, silver, and star ruby, giant impala leather. And the color ash gray, gems and bolts and floodgates and amulets and bull sharks. Oh, bull shark for their aggressive nature. And the skirts of embracing and the sound of the tressed berry and the sight of the rhythm of lyrics. Impossible prefers to consume steelhead trout and rhubarbs and persimmon wine and absolutely hates mussels. His dry, curly hair is extremely long. His ears are fused-lobed and he has a deeply recessed chin. His head is somewhat broad. His hair is burnt umber and his skin is dark peach and his eyes are ochre. I can't click today apparently. Having a Monday. He hates mussels. That's a cat. His mom and dad don't live here, and his younger sister and his younger brother are both dead. Oh. And Bird Bones, who's actually related to this dwarf, doesn't live here anymore. Bird Bones, if you're still here, we found your your dwarf's younger brother. But you are still alive. You just don't live here anymore. I have a question. What are they made of, Clem Hazard? I could probably tell you how long they're going to burn for. You'll probably show up with a migrant wave if I had to bet, Bird Bones. And if you don't show up in this fortress, you'll show up in the next fortress. Lignite? Okay, so they're going to burn for about a year. Year in like 2 months or so. It's like 14 months or something is how long lignite burns for. Because lignite's coal. Coal has a burn period of, it's about the same as diamonds. So it's just over a year that they'll burn for. I was going to say if it's a book, it might burn for all eternity, but if it's just lignite, then yeah, lignite will burn for about a year. Could just build a little wall around it and it'll be fine. Build a little wall around it, turn it into a pit pond zone from the top, and then get them to dump a bucket of water on it, and that'll put it out, but... Okay, so that's that dwarf. Let's just keep you training so that we can see what's happening. I'm going to literally build this dwarf his own little training zone back here while the rest of these dwarves are just like vibing. So they're vibing, and I'm going to make this dwarf his own little training area. Off on the edge of this. So the beauty of this now is I've got all these forges, with the exception of that one. Oh shit, I screwed up. I screwed up pretty bad. So I deconstructed this before those got built. These need to have a track stop going this way underneath it, which I deconstructed, which is on me. Actually, it's de-escalated. One of the vampires that I accidentally turned into a vampire was killed by a forgotten beast. The other vampire that ended up here, not my doing, that one was just kind of surprising, was executed due to legitimate crimes that they most definitely committed. So no, nothing has escalated. But we are vibing. Speaking of vampires, I'm actually going to get my vampire doing some metalsmithing. Once this is done, I'm going to grab this. And you can drop your stuff. Bunk. Yep, there we go. Time to make some copper bins. Well, I mean, one of the copycat killers was caught completely legitimately, but there absolutely has to be several others. I'm mostly just bullshitting, but... It's more of a how catch him than a who done it, because we definitely know who did it. We definitely know who did it. But we're trying to figure it out so we can do a how catch him as the result of the who done it, you know? Also, I've only ever heard the term how catch him used in the context of Columbo. And it's become one of my favorite terms to refer to, like, the inverse of a whodunit. It's like, well, you see, it's not much of a whodunit, but it's very much a how catch him. But if you mean escalated as in, like, number of kills... I don't know, maybe. Probably. Most certainly, I guess. I think. I mean, I don't know. I'm no expert. How am I supposed to know? I mean, come on. Let's not be ridiculous. Guess 'em ups? Sure. And this is now working, meaning it's got the lava, so I can get rid of that last track stop. No, that's fair. To me, like, a guess 'em up would be like, if someone just said the word guess 'em up, I would think that would be like Jackbox Party Pack, but like, okay, so you know how like there's those typing games where like you have to type the names in on the enemies? It would be like a trivia game where in order to kill the enemy, you had to correctly answer the trivia question. That'd be a guess 'em up to me. Actually, that'd be kind of fun. I'd play that. Like a party trivia game, but like you're dungeon crawling. It was about a dwarf who possessed the murder and reported himself. Yeah, that was me. that happened to my fortress. I mean, maybe it's happened to other people, but that is my story of somebody from this chat reporting somebody else from this chat in the Fortress of Long Death. The murdered dwarf possessed their murderer and confessed to the crime. I'm gonna make a stockpile right here. And I'll do this on the 5th, but I want this to be a metal furniture stockpile. I know it's been posted on Reddit several times, and I made a short of it that has like 500,000 views or something now, so it certainly has been circulated. But for all I know, maybe that's happened to somebody else. But I do want to humble brag and be like, I'm pretty sure that was me. But that is one of the all-time greats, for sure. I don't know why this dwarf doesn't have weapon equipped. They may just be unable to equip a weapon due to having something else equipped, so I will just swap them out rather than figuring it out because I'm lazy. Where he dies fighting a necromancer and then gets resurrected and then proceeds to strangle the resurrector to death. If that's the time that I think that happened to Joel, I think I was actually streaming at the time. If it's the one that I'm thinking of. Because somebody in my chat was watching that stream and telling me what was happening. There was also a story that somebody told in my chat once, which was they had a child who was eaten by a vampire, and the players saw the vampire eating the dwarf as the child got eaten. Literally, like, saw them turn into the vampire, go red, and eat the child, and they locked the door, like, paused the game and locked the door, and we're like, well, I guess you live there now, and the vampire just, like, vibed out for a bit, and the player didn't know that you could memorialize ghosts with a slab. They thought that you needed the body. And so they, this player was like, well, I need the body in order to memorialize this ghost. And this child came back as a ghost and then started battering the vampire and eventually beat the vampire to death. But it took about a year. Poetic justice, if you will. Vengeful haunt if I ever saw one. All right, so this is going to be for furniture. Nothing out of stone or clay. Nothing out of other materials. Just metals. And you... Is this a all types of gems stockpile? It's a rough gem and cut gem. Okay, so you are going to take from here. And you're going to take from there. And you're just going to encrust furniture with cut gems. And you're just going to be like, if there's more than 10 cut gems, and the amount of provable furniture that isn't a bin is greater than 5. So that's the first thing that we're going to do, and that's all just going to get hauled. I'll also just say cut gems. Maybe not that way. Let's do it this way. Cut gems if amount of rough gems is greater than 20. And you're going to just do that. Maybe not seasonally. Let's say monthly. Okay, no. Then it's not the stream that I was thinking of. Because I probably... Yeah, no, that would have been 2016. So that would have been before I started streaming DF. I have, like, weird history with Vinny and Joel from Vinesauce. Actually, just with Vinesauce in general. Because one of the first people who ever raided me was a member of Vinesauce. Like, one of the first times, like, I had more than 30 viewers on Twitch was because of somebody from Vinesauce. And, so I kind of almost feel like I've lived I've existed my entire streaming career in the shadow of Vinesauce in a weird way, because there was a while there where my stream was just the Joel waiting room, and I had a habit of playing games that Joel would play once, or Vinny would play once, and then that I would gain an audience of people that also all watched the other channel, but would also watch me because I wanted to see more of that one specific game. Because I've always been the kind of person who I will play like a game for like 8 years. I used to hop around more back then. Now I basically don't. But because I played old modded PC games, like I just slowly developed this audience for like the overflow from Vinesauce, which I truly find kind of hysterical. It's even funnier like nowadays, but... Okay, so what? Okay, you're cutting gems. I'm on the 15th. What are you? Do I have any talented gem setters? I do. I got a few, actually. Actually, I forgot to do something. But yeah, I don't know. Weird lore about my stream's history is like maybe a bit of a Every now and again, like I'll be going around on my computer and I'll find old files that were related to the old days, and I get nostalgic. Speaking of frame rate, my frame rate just dropped pretty substantially. And it's back. I wonder what that was. Weird. How much you want to bet that like 100 elves just entered the map chat? It's entirely possible. Can dwarves make a masterpiece alcohol? There isn't quality indicators on alcohol. There is on food, but not on alcohol. I just clicked on booze because it doesn't have the icon on either side. There isn't a specificity to that. All booze has honor. Yeah, that's a good take. I would agree with that. I think we need some steel shields. So we'll check bars on the 20th. Also, we started the fortress in mid-autumn of the year 214. It's now the year 219. So that means we are halfway through, chat. We are halfway through. Round up beers for that, I suppose. As a reminder to everybody, this is a crowdfunded stream. I make a living because people subscribe, cheer bits, use primes, and help keep the channel funded. And I have a daily minimum, which is if I hit the daily minimum, I make minimum wage if I stream for 8 hours. And we didn't make it yesterday. We didn't make it the day before. And I streamed more than 8 hours both of those days. And today, currently, we're a little over a quarter of the way there. So if you happen to have a Prime subscription, do think about me, because I will be grinding away editing YouTube videos this weekend, because I can tell we're in a slow season. But at the same time, if you don't want to see advertisements and sponsored streams on this channel, which honestly, I just genuinely don't want to do those, you can help keep those as far away as possible by using a Prime sub if you have one. One, Vinny. It was Squidward, if you want to look it up. Squidward. Waiting for the 25th, because it is trading season. Would it be torturous to have a cage full of puppies designated as a prison that could then have prisoners put in them? Like, if you were going to prison in a Dwarven Fortress, chat, and you had the choice between being chained up and having the ability to move, or just being put into a cage completely crammed to the brink with puppies, where would you rather go? This is not a serious question, but it is a genuine one, because I think I just realized that I could probably do that. Super villain behavior. What? Okay, they're puppies, not piranhas or porcupines. Although I may have an idea now. I need to see if that's possible. Like, put a couple dogs in every single cage and be like, "You live here now." Mwah! Weirdest torture ever? Just death by puppy tickling? Maybe chickens. That would be the weirdest torture ever. Because they're, like, mean. It's like a ball pit full of puppies. It's like a snuggle pit. With PTSD, puppy tingle sensitivity disturbance. Trying to think how I can fit puppies into PTSD. It's not working. All right, I'm going to let them bring stuff to this depot. I'm going to finish trading because Shinobi has met with the Outpost Liaison and they say, merit deserves reward. I come empowered to establish this colony as official land of our realm. Can you imagine the trade wagons? Of course there are responsibilities, and the nobility must live well. Do you have anyone suitable to recommend for elevation? Puppy tickling disease? I don't know, maybe. You don't want to be squished with pee and poop change? Touche. I hadn't really thought about that. My brain went to puppies and kind of ended at puppies. I'm gonna go rinse out my mug and use the restroom because we're about to get hit by an ad break. Do we have somebody suitable to recommend for elevation, chat? What do you think? Moreb. I mean, Toasted is the fun option. But I'm trying to decide, you know? Like, is Toasted the Baron? Or is Toasted like Wormtongue? You know? Like, that's kind of my thought. Who was the only one that didn't worship the god of death? Can you remember what his name was? Darrygorn? I actually can't remember if we had a fish. I don't think we had a fisherman at the start. Cannot. Because I think that this dwarf is more of a Wormtongue. From my perspective. Because, like, it's also the vampire who's recommending them for elevation, Like, what about the manager? Saigon, you know? He hasn't complained. I mean, he is friends with the good vampire. One of the few friends of the good vampire. And they're asking for a recommendation for elevation. And Toasted's already fully employed. It was Tyr? Tyr's dead, unfortunately. Tyr didn't make it through the big burning. Yeah, I think I'm going to go with the alternative option here. I'm going to go with the manager. I'm going to go with Micah. Because I think Micah would be really interesting. Hey, Clino, how are you? And it's good to see you, Clino. We just got offered nobility. And I'm in a heated internal debate with myself at the minute as to whether or not I should send the vampire to barony or if I should not. I'm thinking no, because the last time I did a challenge like this, the vampire was the baron not the vampire, but the dwarf was the baron at the end. The forgotten beast Anu Astrolgolo has come, a gigantic scaly scorpion. It has 2 long, curly tails and a bloated body. Its amber scales are jagged and overlapping. Beware its poisonous sting. Well, it's certainly not where it can get to me anyway. How am I? I'm okay. Weird, stressed, scared, worried. All of the above, so normal. Pretty standard, you know. General state of humanity, as per the usual. What about yourself, Clino? I think the problem is, like, when I actually vent my stress, it just sounds like I'm complaining. Happy to help. Just cast Prey. And bought the game yesterday. Well, hopefully you're having fun. I do hope you enjoy. Just gonna go through all this, see what we've got. Pretty good. Thankfully, it's all pretty light. I will buy the logs from them, which I've requested every time anyways. There's some milk in there. Rum milk, buffalo's milk, milk. Cool, can do that. buy that. I will buy the meat and the fish for the food variety, because we're short on food variety by a lot. I'll buy the 2 anvils because they're useful to have. Buy the cheese and trade. Yeah, I think I'm going to give this to Micah. I'm going to give this to Micah. I can scarcely believe the good news. I have some recommendations. The manager, Micah, Saigon. And I'm going to just keep asking them to bring us wood. Anti-Lanix is dead, unfortunately. Moreb. Anti-Lanix died a while ago. I'm thinking Micah because, like, Micah, you know, is somebody who's already in a position of power, who's also, like, turned an eye to all of the issues and also worships the same religion. And his friends. Footwear, because I kind of like the idea of this vampire being a worm-tongued figure who just kind of like is like pulling the strings but isn't necessarily in charge. Need for footwear and prepared meals. Okay, well, I can do both of those pretty easily. Rip some of me and Lana. Yeah, I'm so sorry, Lanix. For whatever it's worth, you got executed. I think you got executed. Yeah, no, you got executed, I think. If I'm not mistaken. You clearly, definitely, absolutely, 100% totally committed a crime. Definitely. I promise. You committed the crime. Speaking of, the mayor's been reelected. Oh, I'm sure you did something, just not that crime. Like, I'm sure you woke up that morning and had, like, a drink of some sort of liquid, and I'm sure, like, you probably ate food at some point. You also definitely took steps and breathed that day, and you didn't after that. But whatever it is you did, you didn't do it again. Certainly. Didn't do it again. Well, I guess that means we need to make a noble's quarters. Question is, where the hell do I put that? It's got to be like back here, right? It's got to be like back here. It's got to be back here. So we can have like throne room, could have bedroom, dining room. And then back here, somewhere we can put a tomb room. Should be good. So the surrounding lands have now been made a barony. And that means that Micah is now my baron. We'll have to make one of the vampire's friends the new manager after this dwarf. They've entered nobility. They've been here since 211. This dwarf has been here since the initial embark. That's actually a really long time. They became a thrill seeker at some point. After seeing Tiny Hippo die. Poor Anvil, man. Pretty notable dwarf. Pretty notable dwarf. But yeah, no, I mean, due to the recent state of things in general, I mean, like, we are entering into one of those seasons, and I've been in this spot before, where it's like, it just becomes pretty clear that, more or less regardless of how well I'm doing at the minute, or how well I feel like I'm doing at the minute, I just kind of got to focus on YouTube videos. Like, I've been here before. I think, like, around the time the Gremlin video released, I was in a pretty similar spot where basically just, like, everything that I do feels like it's underperforming. Which isn't to say that, like, I'm doing something wrong, or I'm doing something badly, or I'm doing something incorrectly. It just means that, like, we're between patches for Dwarf Fortress and a lot of other games releasing. Is kind of where I'm at right now, which basically means, like, everything feels slow. Everything feels difficult, and I feel like it's like almost impossible to escape the feeling that I'm doing something wrong. But I know that that's not the case. I know categorically that that is not the case, but it's really hard to convince yourself that when this is, like, you know, your source of income. So I am in a very weird mixed to bad headspace at the moment. Well, maybe not bad headspace, but, like, frustrated state of mind at the minute. But I'm very happy that the video that I uploaded the other day is doing well and people are seeing it. It means I still got it. Still got a couple of years left in me, hopefully. But YouTube becoming more and more competitive for shelf space on the homepage and becoming more and more mobile directed is making things difficult. Because on YouTube you used to compete for 30 promotion spots on the front page, then it was 12 promotion spots on the front page, it was then 6% promotion spots on the front page, and now it officially, as of like last week, moved to 3. Which is like, good God, man. So like the actual space that every person uploading to YouTube every day is competing for is shrinking by the day. And that shit is spooky. So I absolutely appreciate that. And, you know, when it's the reason that this is, like, always a tricky subject. It's a reason that this is, like, kind of a dead-end road for me to talk about on stream, even though it's, like, constantly a thing that's on my mind when states like this happen, is because if you're watching this stream right now, you are most likely not the demographic that's missing. You are certainly not the people that tune in, tune out for different games. You're here, right? Like you're one of the real ones, right? And that isn't to say that people who aren't here right now aren't the real ones. It's just I need to be ready for when this game gets another boost. And historically, it's always happened eventually. Sometimes it takes longer than others. As an example, I think the longest one of these that I ever had was the amount of time between the Villains update in 2021 and the Steam release in 2022. Like, that amount of time was brutal because it was like, it felt like a lifetime passed, basically. Like, I cannot fully describe, like, how long a period that felt like. Because there was, like, a small patch where I got a small bump in 2021, and then basically nothing until the end of 22. It was like beginning of 2021 until the end of 2022. These days, it's more like every couple of months, right? Like, we got one back in November, and things felt normal again. And then it trends downwards. Like, if you look at my view count stats, November 2025, I had an average of almost 300 concurrent viewers for that entire month. And on YouTube, it was about 180 for that entire month. December, it was about 210. January, it was about 170. February was about 160, and I'm at about 150 now. And YouTube has dropped below 100 months ago. So it's like I need to do two things. I need to get people, remind people that the YouTube channel exists and get people excited. And I need to hang in there until the next big patch. Because to me, it's the end of villains, and they're going to start Mists of Magic in a couple of months before, oops, all premium. You went to find an interview with Jack and Zorn, started sometime in 2020. Was it one of the ones I did? I actually, well, more like, oops, they worked on villains for another year before releasing it, and then oops, all premium. Different podcast, right? Okay. Thank you, Mark Jarvis. Appreciate you in YouTube chat. How many jurists are currently on the premises? What, like in the fortress? Or you just mean like people watching? 2 official jurists, 1 unofficial jurist. Let's get you to go grab a pickaxe, Dwarf. Oh, shit. No, actually, there's one other thing I want to do. Gotta check bars. 50 steel bars, 25 pig iron. Let's do another 30 steel. Top 3 squads. I need shields, greaves, gauntlets, helms. Steel shields, steel greaves, steel gauntlets, steel helms. I'm gonna go to this squad, which is kind of flat. Okay. Yes, you're the nicknamed jurist on the map, including visitors and such. I don't have any visitors right now. Oh, that's not true. We got some merchants. I booted out all the visitors because they were causing problems that I didn't want to deal with. Did I not? I'm kind of amazed that this dwarf decided to go read instead of mining, but I guess. I answered that question a long time ago, Necrontier. Yeah, I don't know, Bird Bones. I do actually wonder that about Twitch now that that feature exists, is how many people are watching but not live. Because I feel like chat has gotten so much quieter as of late. And if you look at historic stats, it's true, it has. It's gotten way quieter. Like I'm at like a 3-year low for chat activity. And thank you for hanging out and chatting, chat. But I do wonder about that. I wonder if that's had an effect. I kind of forgot about that a little bit. You never watched it without being live. I do use that rewind feature, and I have used it. But usually the way I use it is, oh shit, that's neat. I'll be watching a stream and something will happen, or like I'll be tabbed out and something will happen, and I'll use it to rewind and rewatch it instead of using the clip feature like I used to. The hillocks of Fountain Skull. What a fucking name and a half is that? A short walk to the southwest and looks to your thriving economy for its prosperity and has been incorporated into your holdings. Oh, I see. You are alive, but gotcha. I get it, Mareb. I don't know what DW is. You mean DF? Mark Jarvis? Do I recommend DF Hack? Yes and no. I mean, it's a very powerful tool. I find it over automates the game. I would say be cautious with it. It starts with basically everything enabled. I would go through it and disable the things you don't want. Like, if you know what you want and don't want from it, it's useful. I like to use it and disable just about all the features that it has. Basically disable all the automations and then use the command disable overlay. And then enable stuff where I see it as necessary, because I find that it makes the game too easy for me in some ways. Like, some people can't play without this feature and insist that it's critical for gameplay, which is, like, it'll tell you if a dwarf is starving and trapped somewhere. I think that ruins a chunk of surprise in the game. I love it when a dwarf starves to death that you don't see. And then they just show up as missing. You're like, what the fuck? Like, that's Dwarf Fortress to me. Without that, like, it's not the same game. Some people hate that. So if you're a person who doesn't like that, then enable that. If you're a person that likes that, like me, then don't enable that. Disable that. That's generally what it is. It's like, if you're playing Skyrim the first time, you should probably just play Skyrim. Or if you're playing, I don't know, any big RPG that has a lot of mods, the first time, you should probably just play the big RPG. But the second or third time, yeah, use console commands to skip that quest that breaks sometimes. You know? That's kind of how I see it. But you can practically turn the game into a sandbox, into like creative Minecraft with DF Hack if you want. So, the world is your oyster. I don't not recommend it, but I don't recommend it if you've never played the game before. You need your suspend manager. I mean, hey, you live your life, Cascady. It's not one that I can live, though. I wonder. It has 2 dwarves I could invite here. One of them's one of them's a poet, chat. All right, let's follow you. As we're not on the 15th, I can't actually do anything. Sure, to a degree, but like, I wouldn't use that my first playthrough. Necrontier? And the reason I say that is because I want to know what it's fixing. But that's just me, right? The only game that I've ever played where I feel like it's unplayable if you don't mod it is a game that would not physically launch on Steam. I just would like to say a real quick thank you to Burr for the $5 in bits just now. It was $2.50. $10. Is that $10? $2.50, $2.50, $2.50, $2.50. Thanks for the $10. And the reason I'm saying that is because that is the first money that I have made in 2 hours and 45 minutes. So, appreciate you. Your boy is starting to, I used to jokingly refer to myself as a internet panhandler back in the day. When I streamed like 12 hours a day, 7 days a week to like not even make minimum wage most days. I kind of feel a little bit like that again this past week. So, appreciate you. I think Skyrim is a garbage game that I played because it was given to me for Christmas, and that's basically the only reason. So if I have like shitty opinions when it comes to Skyrim, please don't hate me. Or hate me. I don't know. It's your the world is your oyster. I'm just here. After learning the theory that the world moves around the sun, it's a crazy theory. How dare I? I genuinely think. I mean, it's a great sandbox for modding, but as a video game in and of itself, that game's fucking trash. Let's go make yourself a steel shield. It's okay, you're not missing much. Just cast. Although there has been a weird part of me more recently that's like, you know, I would probably like the very heavily modified versions of Daggerfall. I'd probably like those. Skooma for the win. I mean, sure. There's elements of Skyrim I like. That game's just kind of a 6 out of 10 for me. It was when it was new, and it kind of is still now. But then again, like, there's many a 6 out of 10 game that I've enjoyed in the past, so. Sure. Wait, is that not in vanilla? Is he super? Maybe we played different eras of that game, but I'd swear that Project Zomboid had that as a vanilla feature. Tomato, tomato. I think the world of Morrowind is certainly better when it comes to Morrowind being better. You had a blast with Daggerfall Unity? Yeah, I like traditional dungeon crawlers, and so there's probably a world where I would like Daggerfall, but I've also never played it, so. It's not necessarily making the game too easy, Jarvis. It's exposing unnecessary information. Like, here, I can show you. Like, the stuff that I'm not a fan of. So if I go into here and this takes a second, but if I go into DFHack and I enable the overlay. Yeah, you were talking about it for quite a while, Stone. Like, there are elements of it that, like, I can see why you would want that. Like this. Mark uninterrupted digging through damp or warm tiles. This is a useful feature. I won't ever use it. The reason I won't ever use it is because I know I will destroy my fortress with it at some point. So I won't ever use this feature, but I do understand why some people would want that feature. I don't like this telling me when my last save was, because I can tell you just by looking at this. I don't like this. It's showing me where the nearest scary monster is. I don't like that. I think that that's crappy. I don't need to know when dwarves are going to level up. That's not necessary in Fortress mode. Like, for some people, I could see why you would want that. I don't need that. It just looks messy to me. It's stuff like that I'm like, yeah, I don't need that. Especially like this menu down here. The one that just like shows you where everything is and tells you and alerts you when someone's stuck. I don't like that. I hate that. So like, the world's your oyster. Enable what you feel is necessary. Disable what you feel is not necessary. I just blanket delete it all. Because for me personally, that's how I've always played. But like, you know, I love being able to quick save. Stuff like that. That's what I was trying to tell you to go to, I think, Vinny. It's good that you fixed it, though. We'll see you later, Kenton. Yeah, I also love the fact that you can quit to Legends with DFHack, right? Can that all be turned off and on? That's what I just did, McPaw. The command I use is disable space overlay, which just disables all of the overlay features. And then all of the automations and stuff you can disable manually within DFX settings itself, which I turned off a while ago. I don't even remember how to do that. It's been so long. No, absolutely. You know, like fucking, if it's your game and you own it and you downloaded it and it's your playthrough, you do it, you will. But if it breaks something and I'm not able to help you solve it, that's also not my fault. You like it when games abstract that to a mechanic? Example, manager jobs say we haven't seen X and Y hours. You're worried rather than just being omniscience tooltip. Wait, like you mean when someone's been missing for a week? Is it pure lore? I mean, you can see my exported Legends. Legends is like a mandatory segment of the game to the point where I feel like every time you start a world, it should just automatically load Legends the first time you start it, and recommend that you read Legends. Because Legends is the entire history of your world in chronological order. It's not very flowery or fluffy, but like, I export it and host it publicly on Legends Viewer. I hope you're not stuck in an ad, actually. Jesscast, are you in an ad? I will restart what I said afterwards. I played Angband. Not a lot, though. I played more, what's it called? Tales from Middle-earth, which later became Tome. Ironically, I played it less once it became Tome. I played a lot of Doom the Roguelike. Played a lot of Brogue. I played a bit of Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup until they removed hunger. They made that game too streamlined and not tedious enough. I liked the tedium. I never really got into NetHack. I don't know. I played a lot of the modern ones, so like, you know, your Cog Mines, your Caves of Cud, your I've played Syl. I've played whatever the name of that stealth one that's very Cthulhu is called, which I can never remember the name of until somebody brings it up. Anyways, so you've never tried Legends. So Legends should be like something that you try before every fort. Like when you start a new world or a new fort in a new world, or when you start a fortress in a world that you've already played in, Legends is just an option there, and you should click it and you should read it. But you can also export it and then load it in external software. I'm running this in Legends Viewer. This is my world. This is my history. This is the world map for the world, and you can zoom in around and you can see every single site. Let's see if I can find my fort. It should be right here, right? Aftercasket. Yeah, that's my fort right there. So like, you can just go look around and look at everything that's going on in my world, and you can see this publicly by going to legends.blindirl.net, but you could host this yourself very easily by downloading Legends Viewer. You do need to export your XML file from Legends, and you also need to use the DF hack export to get these maps and stuff. But so that does require a little bit of tinkering, but like, you can see everything in the world. You know, you can see all these mysterious dungeons. You can see all of your previous forts. You can see all kinds of cool ass shit just flying around in this. And then you can, you know, go to geography. You can read about all the different regions and all the history that happened in all those regions. And obviously a lot of them very empty. But the ones that do have chronicles, see there's 23 chronicles in the Lyrical Prairie. If I click on that, I can very clearly see that, like, these are all the goblins that live there. There was a bunch of goblins that live there. Okay, well, who's still there? What's the most recent one? Most recently in this area, a goblin was struck down by a mountain titan, actually, named Dixel Hidesilk the Rosy Clam in Steamy Monstrous, obviously. In the first rampage of the mountain titan. What is this thing? It was born 228 years before the beginning of history. It's associated with mountains, minerals, metals, nature, animals, and caverns. And what the in-game Legends tells you is it tells you a little bit more descriptions and basically just this in order. It tells you all of the events. So I can go look up any fort. I can look up any dwarf that existed in this world. I can look up conflicts, every instance of religions going after other religions. In fact, there's 557 instances of religious persecution in this world, which is kind of bonkers in its own way. And then, like, if I go to the second persecution of, it'll say that the human Sustath flanked Yond of the Skinny Council persecuted the doctrine of adventuring in cloister hushed in the skin of ink. These are all locations in the world. This person, if they're still alive, they died in the year 153. They were struck down by a Minera. We can look at their family history. They don't have any continued family. Doesn't look like. Whoopsies. They don't have any continued family, but like if they did, maybe they would have ancestors. And if they had ancestors, then they could maybe show up in my world where I could go find them in adventure mode and kill them. Or make them a very good friend or something. Yes, and every time the game saves, it's updating what's going on in Legends behind the scenes. Like if I go to the overworld map right now, and I just hit news and rumors, we are right here. See these little lines moving? These little lines moving are news that we are aware of in the world right now. These are wars and attacks that are happening. Like if I hover over, like when I sometimes people will pop in the chat and say, why is Dwarf Fortress cool versus whatever other game? The reason Dwarf Fortress is cool, and I'm really hopeful that this will become more obvious soon to other players, is Dwarf Fortress is a very, 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 very glacial-paced game of Civilization, but you're just playing in one tile if you're in Fortress mode. Otherwise, it's an open-world RPG, right? Or an open-world sandbox is maybe a better way to explain it. Because all of these locations, like there's about 100 elves living here. If I go to this Elven Retreat in Adventure mode, there will be about 100 elves there. And if they've done anything notable, I could read about this, like if I, like, see, this is Lyric Mines, right? This is a cave. It has a very small population. We're at war with it because there is an elven group there. We invaded Lyric Mines in the last stream. I sent some armies to go hit them. And since I've updated Legends since then, I could actually go to regions. Let me look this up. I think that would count as a site, right? Yes, it is. There's actually 2 places called Lyric Mines. If I go to this, it's a site, right? So this is that location. We know that there are dwarves, 2 of them, and 1 elf there, okay, that have died. They died because I attacked them. If I go back to the beginning of the history for this particular site, the first year an Etten originally lived there, but nothing really happened until the mid-spring when that Etten started stealing stuff. Also, Poem Blossom. They died... Oh my god, actually, this is kind of funny. So this Etten actually died in the 2nd of Timber and was struck down by the dwarf diabetic stoner in my last fort. Okay? So the Etten that lived there initially, we killed him in my previous fortress by one of my dwarves in the previous fortress. So that was the initial inhabitant of that cave. And then it kind of... it seems like a dwarf confronted them, or a dwarf tried to confront them and was struck down. It seems like it made it stole a chicken bone amulet, but then disappeared because we killed it in the year 203. But then in the year 214, or at some point in the middle here, in the unknown times in between, this character of the Quiet Gloss of the Buck of Pets launched an expedition to reclaim Lyric Mines. So they went to go settle there. And the Elf Necromancer running this group settled there, who we haven't killed yet, I don't think. And some dwarves settled there as well. And then me, player, slipped in, stole some of their stuff, and left, slipped in again, stole some more of their stuff, and then eventually we attacked them, actually, and we killed some of them. It seems that... we had a strong positional advantage. The dwarf server lord led the attack. We've also attacked them several more times since then. We've struck down. We've wounded the elf necromancer and actually struck down the elf necromancer who lived there. We stole their treasure and we rampaged throughout. So as far as I can tell, probably all of them are dead at this point. But this is just a cave that's like just north of me. That's like right here. That's just that cave. And the first thing that cave did that was notable, really, at least to me, was that Etten leaving and invading this location. And then my dwarf killed him. That's just that cave. And then while I was playing, the Necromancer moved there. Because the Etten was dead. So, like, the game is, like, playing a really slow 4x. And you're just poking it. And, like, is it necessarily the best game ever made gameplay-wise? No. Like, it's got problems. But, like, nothing else is really doing this. That's why it's so cool. It's like, it's the lore nerd and, like, wiki researcher's wet dream. Is really what Dwarf Fortress is. Like, if you're the sort of person that likes to just, like, get weirdly deep into the lore of something, congratulations, you found your last game that you'll ever need. And that's how I have tens of thousands of hours in this game, and I'm not bored yet. And the reason I I did state one thing, that the reason I'm hoping, very hopeful, that that stuff's going to become more obvious soon is because supposedly in the next update we are getting additional diplomacy options. And right now, diplomacy is you can threaten somebody, or you can attack them, or you can try and steal their stuff, or you can try and kill all of them, or you can demand that they surrender. It's not the most, like, diplomatic of diplomacy in the game at the minute. Threatening them doesn't make them attack you right away, though, so it actually is kind of a valid option, but it's still, like, your options are kind of limited. Romanoid, hello! Took about 4 months to beat Angband. Oh, I beat Adom once, but I had to cheat, and it took about 2 years. Sure, Matthew Blevins, when it comes to draining the ocean, absolutely. We had frame rate problems with that. I knew that was going to have frame rate problems before I did that. But that's why we stopped, because I got bored. Are you dropping frames, or is it just me lagging? I think that is me. That is me. That is entirely me. I think that there's some driver weirdness right now, because tabbing out of Dwarf Fortress sometimes makes this happen. It's also only the camera that does it. Let me see if I can fix it. Yeah, I don't know. I could try and plug in the camera, playing it back in, but it does usually seem to go away after a bit. Oh, no, it's definitely me. I'd be willing to bet it's some sort of driver conflict with my webcam. It's a stylistic choice. We'll just pretend that. If it doesn't go away in a couple minutes, I'll try resetting the webcam, because that fixed it the last time this happened. I just don't feel like doing that right now. It does cause a lot of screen tearing too, doesn't it? It's weird. Odd. I don't know. That's funny. I think it's they hold on. Let me see if I can fix this. Let me see if I can fix this. This webcam was real nice when I first got it, but has since like started to cause me grief, so. But I think that also kind of comes with the territory of, like, you know, buying the weird brand of a thing. It's not fixing it, by the way. Yeah, I'm still lagging. I don't know. Now it's like delayed. It's weird. There was somebody actually stating that there's like a memory leak in OBS right now that like causes some cameras to do that. I was reading about this because I was looking into this the other day. Let's see if I can auto reset it. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I also think the game's lagging. I'm just gonna try restarting the game. I don't know what's going on. This is definitely my computer and not you guys, so. Yeah, that or it's like Linux drivers and OBS. You headed out for the day, Burr? There was no issues with draining the ocean in DF hack. I fucked it up because I tried to make the ocean better with DF hack. But that's my fault for using weird, not necessarily updated DF hack commands that pretty fundamentally change how the game works. I would say that's my fault, not the game's fault. But yes, you are correct. Yeah, it's gotta be OBS, because it seems to be coming back now. Weird. Meeting? You should tell him it should be an email. Yeah, like look at me now. Look at me now. The frame rate is back. Friggin' magical. I feel like guy explaining meme is literally just me when I'm streaming, though. All right, well, ironically, turning the camera off and on again didn't do it this time. Turning Dwarf Fortress did off. Turning Dwarf Fortress off and on again did it. And there is also a what do you call it? So there's this thing that I've been noticing recently, which is if I tab out of Dwarf Fortress for like a while, and then tab back into Dwarf Fortress after a while, I get a Dwarf Fortress is not responding pop-up, and then it lags. You know what it could be? Because Dwarf Fortress is responding. That's like not the issue. You know what it could be? I wonder if it's an issue with the version of Proton currently. So here's my hierarchy of possibilities. OBS number 1, NVIDIA drivers number 2, Proton version number 3. Oh well. Anyway. It's not my internet, I can tell you that, because I'm not dropping frames. Something conflicting with something somewhere in the tech stack. Regardless, though. Thanks, chat, for hanging out. I appreciate you guys. That seems pretty fast and solid. So the reason I'm not using the Linux version, there is a reason for this. The Linux version, I don't know if it's the case for you, Kaiju-san. I think that's your name. Name anything? I don't understand what you're asking. So you want me to name a dwarf nothing? Like the word nothing? Is that what you're asking? That's what it seems like. The main menu of the game isn't centered. Like the background isn't centered on the Linux version. It runs fine outside of that. But the image for the main menu isn't centered. And this apparently is a thing that happens with all slightly older kernels of Linux if you have multiple monitors. I have multiple monitors. I have 4 of them. And I got real tired of explaining to people why it wasn't centered. And I modded it once so that it was centered, and then the game updated and it broke it, and I was like, I'm just going to use Proton. And it like generally runs about the same. This is just everybody, Sheepherder. Like, every dwarf has these memories as time goes on. Okay, do you care about whether or not they have a beard, or is it literally just anything? If no, then nothing. Plank dot. He is rarely jealous and quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures. He isn't given to flights of fancy, and he occasionally overindulges. He tends to be swayed by the emotions of others and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He has an active sense of humor and tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others, and needs alcohol to get through the working day. It depends on every version. Yeah, I'm not using a distro of Linux that's on Wayland. It's like if you're using something that's pre-Wayland, and I'm not on Wayland currently. I've been like, I don't know, considering moving to a different distro, but I kind of don't want to. It's lazy. Anyway, he personally respects development of his skill and does not really value skills related to fighting. He likes petrified wood and rose gold and pyrite, as well as kiwi leather and gauntlets and earrings and geese for their formation flying, radish plants for their edible roots, and the sound of the vermilion rhymes and the sight of the rhythm of lyrics. And when possible, prefers to consume mosquito and blood amaranth beer. You know what that means? If it just says mosquito, sometimes if a dwarf is starving to death, they will search for small creature, and what that means is they're looking for like cockroaches and bugs and shit that they can just go, how? When it just says mosquito, it means you literally like to eat live mosquitoes. I'm on mint. Mint cinnamon, specifically. But like, I'm running pure Debian Trixie on my laptop. For a while I was running Fedora, but I moved over to Debian Trixie to mess around with it. Mostly so that I can check, like, figure out how to get everything set up really quickly, which is on Wayland. But Mint Cinnamon is not on Wayland. I'm, like, not somebody who bothers himself about being 100% up to date on everything for the most optimal everything. I just want something that works, and when it stops working, then I'll move to something that is, but Linux will, or Mint will eventually move over. It's just not moved over yet. They could like eating bugs. It's real fun when you have like a dwarf that like prefers to eat spiders. Prefers to consume raw spiders, which means this is like one of the 10 dwarves. Like if this dwarf is starving to death and they're desperate and they need to eat something or they will die, this dwarf will have a happy thought if they happen to catch a mosquito. Anyway. Hates bark scorpions though. Can't stand them. Doesn't like the crunch. Has very few friends, but plenty of people that he is acquaintances with and has been in the fortress for about half a year. Did I just see a dwarf on fire or am I crazy? I'm crazy. The mosquitoes may have eaten the blood that may come with something extra. This is like some Jurassic Park shit. Clever girl. Kind of amazed that I haven't actually made more of these than I have. What are you guys doing? Melee. Metal armor. Just gonna reassign this. Yeah, there we go. That's a little bit more sorted. I guess we just need to wait until we have more. But no, I can tell you they haven't fixed it, Kaiju-san. At least not as of as of the patch like a week or two ago. Whatever that patch was. Last week? Last week. Because I check every patch. Let's just do... Oh shit, I missed the 21st. Okay, wait, till the 25th. I can tell you right now, probably not. If not, no. I can tell you right now, no. It does not. Because if a giant mosquito sucks you, they will just kill you, and if you butcher a giant mosquito to eat it, it would remove that effect. And a giant mosquito... once it's eaten you, like, the blood is gone. So no. Umbral. I mean, the only way that you can transfer vampirism without just cursing multiple dwarves is you have to have water contaminated with the blood of the character that was a vampire, that was cursed. and then dwarves have to consume that, which requires shenanigans and shenanigans. You can figure that out on the wiki, or you can look at my YouTube video where I do just that, and I don't really recommend it. You could watch my YouTube video on running a vampire fort if you want to find out why. See my video for more information. We're in the 25th. Okay, so we're through all that. Okay, let's do steel shields. Steel shields. Sure. We've got plenty of steel. And then we'll do steel bolts, 10 of them. Maybe 20. Okay, we are out of wood. Running low on charcoal. But I do have a few trees I can hack down here. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Actually, oh, never mind. Can't look at that. Too late. Can't unpause until we move to the first. You haven't seen them in a while? YouTube hasn't recommended them to anybody in a while, so that makes sense. Well, maybe not to anybody. It's certainly recommending them. YouTube surfaces your average monthly audience, which is like the number of unique people that have watched your... Uh-oh. Avus during Gnet. It's been found completely drained of blood. What a shame. A dwarf lost to the ether. When it comes to, how do I put this? Like, your average monthly audience, since, like, September? Back in September, I had an average monthly audience of about 245,000 people or something. That includes shorts and stuff, right? So somebody who sees one short and that's it. But the more that like you watch specifically a thing from a specific creator, the more it recommends them. And that has dropped down to like less than 80,000 since then. Because I did some experimenting and put out some different types of videos. And then it's just been a while since the last patch. So that would make sense as to why you haven't seen any of my stuff in a while. It's very much a, yep, checks out. Toasted is on the case when he gets around to it. I should probably remove him from clothing. I don't know why they're like intentionally ignoring the like closer cloth. Like I don't get it actually. Like the, oh, I see why. This is all silk. That makes sense, actually. That makes sense. I get it. It's because this is all silk and wool. There was a big boost for a minute there due to a couple patches back to back. Like it was adventure mode first was a patch, and then after adventure mode was what's it called? It was just in general, there was a bit more activity about a year and a half ago. Then there was adventure mode, which released, which was a pretty big bump, which lasted in like YouTube algorithm activity for like, I don't know, better part of 8 months that really affected it. And then the one that I really noticed as far as recommendations was the Down the Rabbit Hole video that went up. That was a big impact for me. Like that like tripled my, like, maybe not tripled, but like doubled my monthly audience on a lot of longer upload videos. The documentary did very little, but it may have also just been like hidden in with that influx, like just as part of it. So. But I don't know. These days I'm freaking out a little bit because we're in an ad break again. I'm just going to verbally state this again because it is one of those days. Chat, this is a crowdfunded channel. I make a living because people are willing and decide to fund me by throwing bits and tips and various other things at the channel. Because of this, I am able to, fortunately, afford to not cover the stream in the sponsored segments and ads. However, I do have a daily minimum, which I have to hit, quite literally, in order to pay my bills. And the daily minimum ensures that I make minimum wage if I stream for 8 hours. I usually stream for longer than 8 hours, and we are currently $82 US, which is almost just slightly less than halfway there. $82 US away from the daily minimum. So if you happen to have a Prime subscription, consider subscribing to the channel because that's literally how I make a living. Otherwise, I don't know. I have like this number in my head where it's like, if I'm below a certain number on Twitch for more than X number of months, I don't want to say what those numbers are, I need to start doing sponsorships again. And I don't want to do that. And I also don't really want to want to make a video saying, hey, fund the fucking channel, because like that feels bad. So we'll see. I've got like maybe last a year at about where we're at. And it's been 3 months now of scary months, so we'll see. Yeah, if you see 3 down arrows, it means the dwarf is crawling. All right, I'm gonna queue up. What are you wearing? Let's do silk. What could I do with silk? Let's do silk loincloths. Just 100 of them. Also scrolling up in chat a little bit. Speaking of, I just want my OS to work. Linus Tech Tips is trying Linux again recently. Sort of why that values functionality. Decided to do Pop OS again, but this time it's their first public release of Wayland version. Yeah, I try to avoid Linus Tech Tips because he kind of bothers me for a variety of reasons. But yeah, I mean, it's neat to hear that they're becoming a Linux Tech Tips. That is neat to see. I recently saw a recommended video bouncing around from PC Gamer, which is a wild one for me to see, where they're poking Linux again, but there is pressure in the game. Mm-hmm. Oh, there is pressure in the game. Oh, there is pressure in the game. Although lava is not as affected by pressure. I'm kind of amazed I haven't been invaded a second time. Another bone item. Dwarven Child has created Erestan Mamgoz, a dog bone shield, and offers it to the Momentous Veil. Mountainous Veil. Why do I keep saying momentous? I will also say that the premium version, since it got graphics, is much meaner about drowning your fortress because it's harder to see water when it's frozen. Or actually, that's just graphical tile sets in general. But yeah, it's very much a rite of passage moment. Lava is something you learn how to pressurize by accident, usually in your fortrum. It's only possible to pressurize lava if you're using pumps. So if you've managed to pressurize lava, and even if you destroy half your fortress, congratulations, you've learned a dwarf fortress. You've made it, whether you like it or not. Would you say air is like a liquid in this game? No. Air pressure is not a thing. Water pressure is a thing. A lava cannon? I've made those before. I could make one of those. It would just require pumping a lot of lava somewhere. Although it may not be the way that you think. Because lava cannons, actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Lava cannons, for lack of a better term, kind of require a lot of point of view visuals. So if I can't see where they are, they're kind of dangerous to set up. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Because like you need about 10 levels. I could make a minecart gun. That could be fun. I'm looking to see where I could put it. The thing is, this fortress would actually be like perfectly set up to do that sort of thing. But the problem is I haven't set it up to do that. And now I've built in a way where it's like that would actually be quite hard. Like 1, 2, 3. Okay, actually, hold on. Let me just look at something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so you, if I were to put it like, I don't know, like right here potentially. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Although, alternatively, I mean, this would be extremely stupid. How big would that need to? Okay, hold on. Let me just do some math here real quick. Maybe not really math, but I need to do some prototyping. Okay, so if I were to do it like that. No, not that. No, I need to do it there. Okay, so if I were to do it like, a little something like this. So I need to do it like that. So it need to be, okay, hold up. Something I truly dislike about DF Hack, and I've never looked into how to turn it off, but I know you can, is it disables this by default. We need to be 6 by 6. Yeah, I could do that. Don't know how the fuck I reload it, but I can do that. The problem is the baddies could just like break it down. To me, Linus Tech Tips is tech entertainment, but not necessarily the most useful when it comes to tech. But that doesn't discount their value. Who's ready, potentially, for some really stupid things? If I can make this work. No guarantees. Actually, let's use granite, actually. And then steel. I'm doing reinforced walls for the bottom of it, just in case something tries to break it. Uh-oh. I don't know what material they're using now. What does reinforcement do? It makes it harder for siegers to break the wall. So what's beneath this? That's the actual question now. Basically, I need a way down into the caves. I need a direct line down into the caves. Or the magma sea, rather. I don't think this is that. There's that. There's that is. That is not. That is not. That is not. Made my life harder than it needs to be. That'll work. That's good. That's good. That's not good. I fucked up. That's silly. That's fine. What over there? Goes down through there. God damn it. You big enough down here? Nope. You wide enough? Nope. Do I have X amount of days to rush the caverns? I just don't want to because there's a beast that shoots out webs in the lowest one, and then there's one that I don't want to fight in the current one because it has dust and I don't know what the dust does. So could I? Sure. Do I want? I just kind of don't want to. And also I think I can do this without worrying about it. Or I should be able to do this without worrying about it. It's just a matter of finding the right spot. I think this is gonna, yeah, it's gonna be outside in one of them. Go up there. No. Man, I hate it when the caverns don't line up perfectly, and it ruins my plans for things. It's always a buzzkill. Oh, fuck, what am I doing? what in the hell am I doing, even? I could use this. I already have one. Why am I beating around the bush here? The fuck is wrong with me? I could literally use the same area that I've... Oh, okay, no, I can't. I can't quite literally use the same area that I've already got built. I have to adjust it slightly. That's fine. That's probably fine. Okay, here. If I smooth and fortify this, We can figure it out. Troglodytes bad? I mean, they can cause problems. They can certainly start fights. They're not necessarily aggressive, but can absolutely cause conflicts and issues. Can you use convicts as meat bullets? They won't be even remotely effective, but you could put dudes in cages and shoot them, or you could fire corpses out of cages. You might do more damage to yourself than anything else if you're using corpses, though. Just remember, you have to be willing to clean up whatever you use. You don't get the appeal of what if Ubuntu, but with a lot of pre-installed apps? I mean, that's kind of mint, but with Debian. I just kind of don't really like Ubuntu. Just as a principle. I don't mind it for like server use or virtual machines. I just don't want to run it on my desktop. Just much prefer Debian. Almost any enemy can be trouble in large numbers? Sure. I mean, like, troglodytes in and of themselves, one at a time, not much of a threat to your fortress. But if, like, 40 of them come in and one of your dwarves decides to pick a fight with them, which probably will happen eventually, or your dogs do, there will be injuries. So, yes, they can be trouble. In the same way that, like, you know, if you're hanging out in your house and then somebody drops, like, 90 marmots into your attic, like... that might be a problem. You might want to get those out. Are they going to injure you? Probably not. But, like, if they do, that's a problem that you have to deal with now. Did they fortify it? No. Oh, I see. I'm dumb. I also need to deconstruct this. There's always a... Oh, I forgot that I also need to. There's no such thing as asking a dumb question. Like, I played this game for 100 hours before I went, what the fuck's a portal? It's a glass door. A door made of glass is called a portal. I don't know why. And to this day, I'm still wondering why a scroll is considered a tool. In Dwarf Fortress, probably. Except it's not called, it wouldn't be called mayonnaise, it'd be called mayowato derbis or something. But yeah, right now, just for me personally at the minute, I'm just trying to twiddle my thumbs and wait for people to get bored of all of the cool games that have released recently. And I'm waiting for Dwarf Fortress to release, and I'm trying very, very hard to not end up in a creator spiral. It's a term that I see used from time to time to describe a creator whose game that they play or the thing that they do has fallen out of interest for a while, and then they get into a really crappy mood. And then that mood gets worse, and then people stop watching because they are in a crappy mood. And then by the time the thing that they do would be drawing in new people and interest again, they have faded off into obscurity. So that's my current goal for the minute. Essentially ancient machine guns. I would say use catapults because they require less preparation and fiddliness than bolt throwers, but that's just me. Into a fell mood. Butchered chat. Now has great artifact made out of chat. Yeah, but you also then need to know how to empty them. Honestly, if you're brand new to the game, dig into the caverns and lock the door. Like, build a door in the way into the caverns and peek your head in there whenever you feel brave. It's actually honestly the best advice. Traps don't trap dwarves. Not your dwarves. Not unless they're lying down or get knocked into them. They'll trap enemy dwarves if you get attacked by dwarves. But no, they don't trap your own dwarves. So this down here is all getting built. Okay, how deep did I make this go? Literally down to there. I need to fortify a wall now. Oopsies. It is adorned with spikes of onyx. There's only one creator that I know who genuinely creates stuff while making stuff that menaces with spikes of gems, and that is the dude who wrote Arch Crystal, who I haven't seen around in a really long time, actually. It's been like a year. Sethados. Sethados, who's the writer of Arch Crystal, is a literal jeweler in real life. So he, like, you know, is quietly writing stories about his dwarven forts and also has cut literal things with spikes of gems on them. Which I think is awesome. Professional, certainly, if nothing else. Username I can't pronounce in YouTube chat says, I started this game 1 month ago and my 100 hours went out. That's a lot of time to play in a month. Holy shit, dude. Remember to drink water and exercise once in a while. Yeah, you could lock doors. Ah. You can also get fancy with pressure plates and other extended mechanisms, which are a lot of fun, but not necessary. I'm actually going to swap out your ammo types to metal bolts. Let's remove you, see what you're using. They're already using metal bolts. That's good. Let's grab these two lower squads and see what they've got for shields. They've all got shields now. Lock and unlock doors. You can do that. You could also build 3 mechanisms, make a lever with one of the 3, and then use the other 2 to connect the mechanisms to a to the door, and then you can unlock and lock it with the mechanism. Did you just grab a sippy? What did you just do? I always think that the dwarf just, like, killed somebody, but he didn't. He literally just, like, walked in there and stood over him like he was gonna eat him, and then didn't. Dwarf Fortress is one of those games where my biggest piece of advice is don't try to learn everything all at once. We're at the 10th, so let's see what we found underground, if anything. Don't try and learn everything all at once. Like, pick, like, 1 or 2 mechanics per fort and try and figure that thing out. Like, I always recommend, like, try and get farming and cooking sorted out. Once you've got farming and cooking sorted out, and, like, brewing, then, like, oh, yay! I do actually have space. Then, after you've done, once you've got those sorted, then you can expand into more exciting spaces. Can I? No, I can't. Well, we'll let you work on that while Vampire up here sits up here and does this. Like, Dwarf Fortress is a game that I feel like you should never go in totally blind, but if you do go in totally blind, at the very least, ask people for help. You know, when people ask me to explain this game to them, if they've never heard of it, my default response is flat Minecraft if it was also SimCity, but for crazy people. So congratulations, you're now a flat Minecrafter. Flat Minecraft, except it's SimCity, but it's for crazy people. Should probably be working on the Baron's quarters as well. Got ourselves a talented engraver who's also very rusty. Spending on the 15th. Although you've decided to position yourself somewhere where I can extend stuff pretty easily. Which is helpful. But you don't recommend it? Yeah, that tends to be how you end up in situations where, why are all my dwarves staring at the sky and not moving and saying that they're in combat? It's like, well, it's probably giant birds and you can't reach them. Learning farms from your first fort failing, you think that it was military I ran into because of goblin raids, and then hospitals respond to the aftermath, and then even successful military defense. And you certainly learn the game with fun and one adventure at a time. The other thing that I will say is, like, if you've played a fort in a world and if you even remotely enjoyed that fort or that world, the next fort that you should play it in this same world. Don't start a new world unless you really didn't like that world. And the reason you should do it that way is because then if there was any dwarves that survived, if anybody survived, I know it's telling, but anybody survived and you are attached to them or you like those dwarves, then if you play in the same faction, there's a really good chance they will appear as part of that fortress, which is always fun. Although I will note that if they have like huge issues or personality issues, like if they're very angry or if they're cranky or if something horrible happened to them in the past, then there's a non-zero chance that they'll show up too and cause problems. Yeah, that's like the whole thing that Dwarf Fortress does. Jesscast. Which is why, like, every now and again you'll run into somebody who'll be like, oh man, I have to update the world, like, I have to generate a new world to get more content. I've played 35 forts in this world. I love this world. I think the most forts I ever played in a world was like 24 or something. It was like 20 something, plus like half a dozen adventurers. Yeah, you can play one fort, retire the fort, and then play another fort. Chimera Vivek, you know that, like, if you refunded Dwarf Fort, but you ever want to try again without buying it again, I don't know if I made a command for this. I'm trying to remember what it was if I did. Trying to remember. Nope, that's not what I called it. I think I did, but that Hewn graphics conversion that we've talked about. Here's a built-in, pre-set up, pre-installed version of Hewn that comes with DFHack pre-built in, updated to the most current versions. So it's effectively the same game except without the music, but with different graphics. So if you ever want to try a second time, that'd be what I advise. You don't actually like playing more than 3 or 4 forts in the same world because all your migrants just start becoming legendary after a few? You need to play in bigger worlds with more factions then. Or get worse at the game. Kill some of them. Mm-hmm. There you go, JustCast. Because, like, that's the thing that I think some people forget about modern Dwarf Fortress is you don't actually have to pay for it. You could just play it for free. Like, Dwarf Fortress is effectively and literally freeware. And I also think it's really funny that Dwarf Fortress itself is like 45 megabytes. But like 300 megs of the install is just the graphics and the music. It's like PNGs and some OGG files. Gotta love this type of video game chat. Since it's not looking like we're going to hit the daily minimum today, I'm just going to mention that if you want to get extra perks in the Twitch chat, one way that you could do that is via my blog. If you go to blindirl.com/March and go to my blog, there is a coupon code to get 50% off the first month of the Sound Command tier, which is what you sometimes hear when you hear like that. There is a soundboard that you could acquire for $7 a month. Currently, it's $3.50 for a month if you use code March. This dwarf is crying. Probably with joy. Dude, you literally just acquired a hood. What do you mean you didn't acquire anything for so long? Maybe I need to start making gold crafts. Gold rings. Gold earrings. But thank you for hanging out today, chat. I do appreciate you guys. But I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a wee bit stressed at the minute. That was rain, not bacon. That was definitely bacon. Also, investments are open if you want to invest your tickets. Wants to acquire an object, eat a good meal, and be with family. I think we're going to start making some gold crafts. Because it doesn't cost me anything anymore. So make some up. Chimar. And as far as challenges go, play in a harder map. Like, play in the Untamed Wilds. Play in a terrifying biome. Build squads. Attack everything. You have to start the challenge. The game doesn't throw it at you initially, generally, unless you intentionally seek it out. I guess what I'm trying to say is those challenges that you're looking for might actually be there if you are willing to seek them out. Especially if you refunded the game, then that means that you spent less than 2 hours on the game on Steam, which is such a short period of time. Like, I don't even get to the traders. Like, the first year doesn't even end half the time in the first season. So I would just say that if you refunded it on Steam, then you didn't play it enough to even figure out where the challenges and goals are, let alone actually achieve them. But I don't know. I'm not here to convince you. I'm just saying you could play for free if you like, but I don't want to have this discussion anymore because it's just going to annoy me after a while. Just being honest here. I'm glad you get some enjoyment out of watching, though. I need to check down in the basement. Down here. I need to smooth and fortify this.
Crypt Zoom.
Might be Goose. Thank you very much for the first notification of money in an hour and 40 minutes. That's why I'm stressed out. Also, our vampire is extremely happy. That is a huge shift from where we were previously. That thing I linked isn't the ASCII version. That thing I linked has a graphics pack built in. You just have to run it. Appreciate it, Night Goose. And I'm happy that you've done that 15 times. Let's throw the mica in the middle there. I don't know what I'm going to do with up here. Something else probably. Maybe just andesite. And then I also need to queue up this, finish up these lower levels as well. Yesterday was like kind of crazy and a lot of wild shit happened. Today's been a lot calmer though, when it comes to like the actual events in the fortress itself. Cheers, Lornard. You should use the redemption then. Post some beer. It's there. You could. There's going to be a crowd of dwarves running through here in a minute. Doing all that construction. There they go. There you go. You did the thing. Like the most recent thing is just the strengthening after being confined. Have you had any other major personality changes since then? Because he became more resilient. Nope. It's just performing the rites of communion of gods in a dedicated temple. Oh, seems like my wrestlers found a pack of coyotes. Poor coyotes. They likely didn't deserve that. Oh, here come the dwarves to do all that constructing. There they go. I kind of wish I had things to talk about, but I'm kind of just like head empty right now. And today, at a time like now, the way I'm kind of at in the whole brain would be one of those days where I try to just lean really heavily on chat. But as I've mentioned a few times today so far, I'm having a much harder time than I usually do right now doing that. So I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Got a bad back? I can tell. I can tell. How far into this fort are we? Late winter 219, so we got late fall, 220, late fall, 221, 22, 23, 24. Feels wrong. Late fall, 15. Late fall, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. So we're like halfway through the fort. We are halfway through. Trying to figure out how much time I have to get some stupid project built. Quite a bit, actually. Actually, quite a bit of time. I wouldn't even try Clim Hazard in YouTube chat purely because, like, if they're going to give up within less than 2 hours and say that Dwarf Fortress doesn't have any goals, like, that's something they need to work through on their own personal time. I don't think that's something that our suggestions or ideas can help with. But that's just me. You can try what you like, but I don't see it as being very likely that you'll be successful. Hello, Cross and Colossus. Hope you're doing better than me. Let's do this. Go around the edges. Also, and as far as bad back goes, my back was acting up, being all sore and whatnot. And I got a new bed, and it's more or less sorted itself out, which, fingers crossed for the minute that that'll stay the same. I would describe myself as a music person, yes. Juice as per. I finally decided how I'm going to answer that question, but yeah, I would say so. I go to a lot of local concerts and like various types of music. Always wanted a sport sort of thing. That's I always feel sad when this is the only answer that I have for stuff like this, but like that's one of those things that's been on the roadmap forever. The procedurally generated sports, which are visible in Legends, like the various competitions and whatnot, are at some point going to get added to the game, I presume. That's still on the to-do list. And those are very much a thing that we'll see eventually. Be nice. I would tend to agree as well that it would be cool to have some sort of sports or things added. I mean, right now, I guess it's just wrestling, right? It's WWE Super Slam is the only real option. Oopsies. Hello, Server Lord. Not in a very long time, Juice says. I spend every waking minute of my life creating content for free for people on the internet. And once in a blue moon, I take a night to myself and go out and see a concert. I just don't have time. I don't expect to ever have time. Not unless my life changes very dramatically. And as far as anything else related to music outside of like going to shows and listening to music, I'll be honest, like that's one of those subjects that's very personal to me, and I sometimes don't mind talking about it, but currently just I don't. I did earlier in the week, or was it late last week? It's one of the two. I'm sure I'll do that again, but for the minute, not something I really want to talk to you about. Well, happy to help, Weed. Happy to help. Crossing Colossus, thanks for the 5-pack. Appreciate you. Seriously. It's been a struggle around these parts. Starting to feel like a internet panhandler again. No, it's fine. I very much appreciate the effort. I just don't want to... I feel like I've just been like what's the word? Like a wet blanket all day today, kind of. And I realize that that's just like most likely more in my head than it comes off in reality. But I can tell you right now for fact, if that's something I start talking about, it's just gonna get worse. So I don't want to do that. Well, I'll put it this way, Crossing Colossus. If January and February are as well as I do for every month for the rest of the year, we'll have to start doing sponsorships in 8 months. That's what I'm a little nervous about at the minute, because I don't want to do that. Thankfully, I do have months of runway, so, and I got a plan, and I'm aware of where we're at, but I really like being crowdfunded because it gives me independence and freedom. There's a lot of cats in this fort. Holy shit. Should probably butcher some of them. Also, seems like somebody committed a crime. So we just had to go chain them up. Well, that's interesting. Must have been a incomplete production order, if I had to bet. Yep, I was correct. Incomplete production order. Is the vampire still alive? That's definitely not who I'm following. Yeah, the vampire is still alive. The other two died due to unfortunate circumstance, but... mostly unfortunate circumstance. This fortress would be closed if that vampire was dead, though. No, thank you. Though. Also, Drocklive, I would say that if they're looking for challenges in gameplay, I don't think that doing a creative project is the sort of the gameplay they're looking for. There's a reason I kind of just gave up, like, immediately when I saw the statement that they said about why they stopped playing the game and why they refunded it. There's certain types of personalities of people where if you don't want to play the game, then I can't convince you. That is something you need to make a decision for yourself. I'm more than willing to help you learn, but you have to be willing to play. I'm not here to convince you to purchase or convince you to play. I'm simply here, enjoying the game, and will help if you would like it. Technically, yes, because you can have zombified vampires. But sort of not. It's like they lose their soul, I guess. What am I doing? I'm doing a thing, and I'm just completely stuck. I need to go look at this. That's what I need to do. I need to find out what's on the other side of this and if it's wide enough. This would be so much easier if I wasn't following one dwarf and having to remember what the fuck I'm doing. I'm also doing like 3 other things. I'm also doing all these bedrooms over here, as an example. Double dead? Mm-hmm. It's like almost like the rule of Zombieland. You gotta double tap. And eat your Twinkies. Those are the 2 things I remember about. It's cardio, double tap, and Twinkies. That's all I remember of Zombieland. And the part where he shot Bill Murray. Sorry for spoilers for Zombieland. But I think that movie's old enough now that I can just meme about it and not actually, like, expect anybody to care. I think that these rooms look really nice. Holy shit. And I made a nice door. That wasn't intended as a pun, but it kind of reads like it, or sounds like it when I say it out loud. Okay, so this can be an office. And this, where my Baron's office currently is, which is quite literally this. This is my Baron's throne room right now. Which is kind of funny, actually. That is now the Baron's throne room. This is now the Baron's dining room. And you need what? You need crowns. Uh-oh. Let's just make, oopsies, gold crafts. We'll do 80 of those. And then you down here. I was gonna make this into a bedroom, but I literally can't because turns out I don't have any beds at the moment, which means I probably need wood because I'm probably out of wood at the moment. Guess what? Both those things are true. Don't have any wood, and I don't have any access to any wood. Great. I do actually need to go into those caverns at some point. Where is that forgotten beast? Well, maybe it's dead, actually. Should I risk it? I mean, that's well, no, not technically forever. They last a very long time, but like the whole crux of that movie's plot line is that even Twinkies have an expiry date. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna gamble a little bit. I'm gonna open up these doors down here. We're gonna go into the caverns because I need wood. I need logs. For several reasons, but because the fortress must grow. And for that, I require log. And we are going to go follow our vampire, and you are going to drop your pickaxe. That would be very challenging. Just cast. To run out of lava. Pity poster I saw not in I saw recently not inaccurate. If you are not willing to learn, no one can help you. If you are determined to learn, no one can stop you. Yeah, that's fair. I don't know if I would call them a pity poster though. I think it's just like, I mean, this person tuned into the YouTube stream and said that they refunded the game recently because they didn't like playing it, but they like watching it. Which, okay, fair. But I'm not going to convince you to play it if that's the case. Because there's literally all I will do is I will point out that, by the way, if you want, you could play the game without paying for it if you want to try again. But outside of that, I'm not going to try and convince you. If you refunded the game, then okay. We're made out of cornmeal since he's vegan? Okay. I would never have known that, but... Although, to be honest, I think I saw that movie around the time it was released and not since, and I still quote it because it's a very quotable movie, but that's, like, all of the thinking I've done about that movie since. Look at them gold crowns, man. Glorious. Absolutely glorious. Let's close that so that other people can claim that job. Because you're all the way up to competent armor smith and a novice blacksmith. So if there's a Forgotten Beast in that cavern layer still, we'll see it soon. Uh-oh. Speaking of Forgotten Beast, the Forgotten Beast Rosmo Esnust has come. A gigantic quadruped composed of water. Oh, great. It's just water. Devil Dawn. Thanks for helping keep the channel funded. Seriously, it's greatly appreciated at the moment. Composed of water, it has a short trunk and it undulates rhythmically. I know it might seem like I'm being pretty apocalyptic. I'm just stressed at the minute, but I guarantee you it's not as bad as my brain currently says it is. It's just money stress is money stress, I guess, especially because it's tax season at the minute. So, I apologize if I seem like I'm being dire. But there are days where, like, I'm bad at coming up with talking subjects, and if chat's lurky, which it kind of has been, which is fine, and I'm not in a headspace where I can easily come up with babble subjects, and money's been bad for the last 2 months. I get rambly about the worst, I guess. But I've been here before, and we'll get through it. You're not even sure what a Twinkie is. It's a cream puff that's long. It's a long, skinny, shitty cream puff. It's a forgotten beast. Rustmo has come. It's composed of water. It has deadly spit, so not very threatening. I don't know if it's on my layer or not. It very well might be. I mean, like, everybody knows what a cream puff is, right? Like, we can all agree and know deep within inside of our hearts exactly what the heck a cream puff is, I think. I need to see what that strange mood dwarf's doing. Yeah, like an eclair. I always forget what those things are called. But yeah, like a chocolate eclair, but not chocolate. Vanilla chocolate eclair. I don't like how deep into the caverns you're going here, Dwarf. Do not like this one bit. Literally is going to go recover a dead body. What a goddamn trooper. Are called windbags? Sounds like a euphemism for a condom. Also, maybe the most German thing about that is just how wildly unappetizing that sounds when translated. Also, I don't think I've had a Twinkie in the last 25 years. I vaguely recall having a Twinkie once, very, 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 very long time ago, at some, like, youth camp or something, or like kids get together, maybe even a birthday party, I don't know. They weren't really a staple in my household. You're sadly quite wheat intolerant. I also don't like Will Wheaton very much. I don't dislike Will Wheaton. That was the first thing that came to mind when you said wheat intolerant. I got nothing against Will Wheaton. He's probably fine. All right. I feel like Twinkies are a thing that, like, were very time and place. Like, I recently saw a box of them at the dollar store. I think like if I was ever in a night market again, or was in a situation where I saw a Twinkie for a reasonable sum of money for just a singular one, I would try one again just to see what they're like at this point. But I think I would much actually rather have a cream puff. Also, I'm an adult. I can just buy ice cream and a puff pastry and make my own goddamn cream puffs, and they'll probably be better than Twinkies. We're in an ad break. I'm gonna go take a real quick stretch and toilet break. BRB. Yeah, that sounds like gluten. Gotcha. Croissant. 2 seconds, shit. Ow. Chair's gotta pay the bills sometimes. Weed. I don't know what a lot of dairy would do to me now, though. I haven't had any dairy product. Like, I say ice cream, but like what I actually mean is like shaved ice or frozen yogurt. I haven't had like a heavy dairy product in a very long time. Like a really long time. Let's unsuspend that. And let's do not whatever's closest. Let's do, sure, just granite works. And I'm going to do that. And I'm going to do granite. That's going to be floor 1. This is going to be a really silly project. It's going to take a while to put together. But we'll see if we can do it. Yeah, and they also cost like 90 cents. I mean, the last time I had a Timmy's donut was like, I don't know. The last time I had a medical emergency when I was nearby a Timmy. It was around the same time I was building my my server, because I'm diabetic, right? So like, my blood sugar was a little bit on the low side. I was like, I need to walk all the way back with these 2 hard drives that I just picked up. So this would have been like last August. And I put the hard drives in my backpack, and I went and I bought me a donut, and I walked home. I munched on a donut. They're okay. They're just like, they're whatever. They're inoffensive because they're cheap. If they were expensive, they'd be very offensive. Watching all that engraving, demonstrating. Learning about engraving. Looks like we got the fancy silk loincloths, which is exceptional value. Okay, so this. And then I also need to go down here. Okay, so we're through the first one and we're down into this one. Excellent. Although this isn't quite, I'm just gonna assume that this is good. So we're gonna go all the way down to here. And then I'm going to go all the way up. Maybe not all the way up. Just up to right about, because I'm going to need 2 different sets of power here. I could literally just go to like right there. Oh, that sucks. Okay. Well, I gotta go this way. Over 1. Screwed up. Those are for people who pay additional monies. And if I owe those to you, Crosign, you gotta tell me. But you can have access to the sound commands for $3.50 per month on my blog. For the first month, anyway. Or, alternatively, you could grab access to those by subscribing at Tier 2 on Twitch. And that one's easier for me to keep track of, but otherwise you need to tell me. Do I? Okay. I would say just like DM me your email, but I kind of believe you, so. What if I just go to like right there? Where's this? On the upper level. It's up there. It is highly likely that I do. Let me check. What did you misspell your username as? If you don't mind outing yourself with that, then I can just go look. And double check. I usually try to send people an email to like be like, hey. Oh, I see. Yeah, that I should have noticed. That's on me then, if that's the case. I don't see anybody signed up on my blog under that. Did you sign up on the other one's still alive, Serverlord? Why didn't you ask first? Oh wait, no, maybe the other one did die. Actually, I think the other one didn't die. I think the other one got lost. I might be wrong, but yeah, we can give you one. Beard or no beard server? Yeah, I don't see anybody in my blog with that username, Croson. Like, I don't not believe you, but I kind of need you to send me an email. Make it easy for me? I mean, it doesn't really matter either way, but how's that? That's just the first thing that I clicked on without really looking. That's unfortunate, Clem Hazard. I do eat cheese, but I don't eat cheese in large amounts. You know, if this dwarf doesn't look like either a crazy monk or a weird wizard, then I don't know what does. You've emailed me? Okay, let me look. I will look. You're checking, did I not? Okay. Oh, I see. I see, that is on me. That is on me. Yeah! Thanks for 10 bucks, Serverlord. We might get to that daily minimum yet. Appreciate you. That'd be a first for the week. Try now. Classes.
Cheese for everyone!
Ow, my brain. This is server. Well, okay, actually, do you want Serverlord? Do you want me to name you something else? Or do you want me to just go Serverlord the second? You have successfully cheesed, and it startled me. I am awake now. Thank you. It's more effective than a cup of coffee. Server 2, Electric Boogaloo. Okay. If you want to look yourself up in Legends, your last name is Metal. Okay, so you just won the last name war. Previously, the champion of the best last name for a dwarf was the one that sounded like a superhero. Anyway, I just forgot what it was because this is so amazing. But your last name is Metal King. Please play a solo, Metal King. I hope that your last performance at Vakken was successful. He desires little for himself in the way of possessions. He's very quick to anger, and he is impolite and inconsiderate of property. Sounds like a Metal King. He's grateful when others help him out, and he tries to return favors, and he tends to present himself modestly. He tries to do things correctly each time. He doesn't have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and he's conflicted by this as he finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future. He doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and has a calm demeanor. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. He is conflicted by this since he sees this tendency as an impetus to the quest for power. He tends to be swayed by the emotions of others and always scratches his head when he's trying to remember something, and he chews his lips when he's nervous. He laughs in a unique way whenever he's annoyed, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and doesn't mind being outdoors at least for a time, and is getting used to tragedy. I'm sure someone posted a dwarf called Virgin Sack on the Discord. Virgin Sack? Virgin Sack. All right. That's a sentence that will never leave my brain. Thank you. I know that sack swallowed is one that's stuck around in my head for a minute. He likes malachite and bismuth and almandine, as well as rubber wood and crossbows and high boots and dogs for their loyalty and vile monsters for their macabre ways. The words of the paddle of sprays and prefers to consume thornback ray, yak cheese, and foxtail millet beer, and absolutely hates purring maggots. What do dwarves have to do to be experiencing getting used to tragedy? They just have to see a few tragedies. Have some friends die, see a few dead bodies. Is a hardened individual means that they're used to tragedy and they're not as affected by it. And if they're just getting used to tragedy, they're still affected by it, but not affected by it. And if they despair of anything positive happening in the future, then whenever they see a tragedy, it's worse than it would be previously. Anyway, you carry massive amounts of fat, by the way, so you're probably pretty strong. He dreams of ruling the world and personally sees lying as an important means to an end. Oh my god. And sees power over others as something to strive for. You are earning your last name, sir. And he is put off by family. My god. He likes malachite, bismuth, and almandine, and rubber wood, and crossbows, and high boots, and dogs for their loyalty. That is something. Bit fashy? I mean, kind of have to be to rule the world. I wonder how our Chud's doing, though. I should reread the Chud description, because the Chud was great. He does have some friends in the fort somehow, impressively enough. I'm actually just going to make that dwarf into a scholar, I'm thinking. But this dwarf's slick. This dwarf is... Oh, wait, never mind, he's changed! He's truly fulfilled by assisting those in need. That's new. He cannot tolerate differences in culture, lifestyle, or appearance. He does everything in his power to avoid excitement and stress. He's not the type to fall in love or even develop positive feelings. He is very impolite and inconsiderate of properties, not readily moved by art or natural beauty, but conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation. He finds humor in most situations. He is confident under pressure and tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others. He has little... He doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living and doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. He takes offered help and gets without feeling particularly grateful, and he tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. He likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract and often feels discouraged. He tends to avoid crowds and occasionally overindulges, is quite ambitious, and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. Also, Metal King is pretty good. Yeah, I should make some dogs available as pets. Not the ones that are in cages that are due to be ate or sold, but let's see if Metal King claims them. Tavern Keep imprisoned 3 times. All back to back. I will also say it's been a while since this dwarf's eaten anybody. I mean, we're in early spring. Although I guess he did like eat 2 different people in 219. But it kind of looked like he was going to a couple times and then he didn't. What do you mean? Already updated with the name? Necrontyr? I would actually say it's a bit more necromancy. Generally, dwarves that like feel that lying is an important means to an end and dream of ruling the world are usually destined to end up as necromancers. Hey, Weed, you now have emotes. Check, can I get a round of beers? Thank you so much, Serverlord. For the $10 as well as the gifterino. Thanks for helping keep us funded here. Keeping them sponsored ads at bay. Oh, yeah, no, that Dwarf's had that for a while. It was like yesterday that they got it. I'm just waiting for the 10th. Okay. So this is going to take a little bit. But what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to build a tower. This is going to be kind of, I guess, the way up. So this is going to be a tower that's slow. Uh-oh. Kind of screwed that up. Because I need a wall piece right there. So this is going to be a tower that's just going to slowly go up here. And I will... Oh, boy. Basically, eventually go all the way up to here. Probably about 4 or 5 layers higher. And then when it hits the top, it's going to wrap around and go down to here and drop down, like, from about here... What, up, maybe up here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That'll probably be enough, but I should probably go 9, 10. So 2 more higher. And then it'll hit a wall right about there, probably. And then fire a glob of lava at this. And I can just fortify through this and maybe double this up as like a sniper tower so that we can see what's happening. And if the baddies don't use the base of it as a way into the fortress, which they might... then I can turn that into an automatically repeating lava launcher, but we'll see. How does the cannon work? Just a door? Oh, trust me. If you go to my YouTube channel and look up a tutorial for coin cannon or like minecart launcher, there's like 8 more steps. If you want to like consistently launch stuff at things, especially liquids, a door is like the equivalent of like peeing a little bit when you laugh. I need a hose. Also, it seems that Serverlord is very, very interested in when Steam is going to release the GameCube. I mean, what else would he be thinking about? I mean, I've been wondering that, honestly, like, most days. When is Valve going to release the game? Is that thing even... Is it going to release? Because, honestly, I don't know, man. It could. Maybe it won't. Who knows? It's a mystery. This needs to go to the Baron. You have crappy quarters, but you also have good quarters. So these quarters can be given to somebody for a nickel. And this over here. Also happy to be able to provide very effective and concise visuals. I'm sure that it very much helps with the enjoyment of the broadcast. Also, like with most weird projects in Dwarf Fortress, I'm not entirely positive it will work, or will ever even be finished, for that matter. It'd be nice if it was. Speaking of, let's go, speaking of finishing projects, you know what's going to not help me finish the project? Invading baddies. So let's try to openly raid and destroy that location with my primary heavily armed squad. Because there isn't many of them left. You were alt-tabbed looking at your free games. You're looking for the cube. Yes, you're looking for your Gabe cube. No, your dwarf is... I made them into a scholar. And they're pondering valves. Which means you're probably actually thinking about the lava pumping system that we're working on, but... I shouldn't be tabbing away. Observation and practice. What's... Oh, wow. You're part of the wrong religion. The enemy! Taking your laptop and an Android tablet, so you'll still watch now and then? How long are you gone for? That's exciting. I get to go on a very short vacation, end of May, so. Although I would call it less of a vacation and more of a, me and my dad are going to Montreal to see Formula One for a weekend and then coming back. It's kind of a, my dad is retiring, and it's better now or never. Either now or never, I guess. He's always wanted to see a Formula One race, so. Oh, that's totally fine. I repeat myself all the time. Like every 90 minutes, I'm saying the same thing again. Hey, Mind. I noticed recently, Mind, that I was looking at the Fluxer things that they want to implement in the future, and they want to have open web forums. Like the ability to publish a forum similar to like a Discord forum, but like on the open web, so anybody could just go browse them and Google search them without having an account, which is, I don't know, I'm super curious to see what that looks like. Oh yeah, no, it's very, 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 very true, Sheepherder. In their quest to crash the economy and create nothing of value for anybody except for them. Don't forget that. Infinite value for them while they're on the top of the grift. Meanwhile, they're just jealous of Gabe's actual created value. Let's see how the diggy hole is going. So this is the scary spot right here. So I will go down to here and we will see if I can sort this. Because maybe it's just like, yeah, it's just in a straight line right behind this stairs that is the way up. This is the way. So let's go down to this first cavern layer right about here. You're waiting for Fluxer to work for you on Ubuntu with KDE. Huh. That's interesting. Because I think I know people that are on Wayland systems that aren't having issues. What's the issue you're having? If you think I'm referencing Yogscast, I'm not. I don't think I've ever intentionally referenced Yogscast in my life. Quitting drinking and cigarettes has saved you a lot of money. I drink a lot less now than I did a couple years ago. Like, I still drink, but like I will have a drink-ish on the weekends, and that's about it. Like on the weekends, I usually go out twice, and I usually drink 1.5 beer per. Fortunately, it's very cheap because of where I live and the massive amounts of access to the stuff that you get out here. You have to type in exclamation point tickets, JustCast, and you'll see the amount of tickets you have, and then you type in exclamation point invest plus the number that you want to get rid of. I don't even clock Diggy Diggy Hole as a Yogscast reference. I guess it is, but I feel like I was saying that in games a long time before they did that. Like, that's a slang term that they wrote a song using. Like, that predates Yogscast. Also, if you hang around the Dwarf Fortress community, you will see two lines very frequently. Diggy Diggy Hole and Rock and Stone. What is this ticket thing? Don't worry about it. Jurist, I guess. Yeah. Dagger! And someone's dying in the basement again. What is the ticket thing? It's an old thing that just proves that I've been doing this for a very long time, is what that is. Like I said, you can type in exclamation point tickets and you'll see how many you have, and then you can invest them if you want as a chance to win more. It is a completely optional, pointless, zero value minigame in the chat that exists for no particular reason other than it exists. Which you can participate in if you want, but you don't have to if you don't want. Also, I'm just realizing I screwed this up. That should be the ramp. Nope, actually that shouldn't be the ramp. I didn't screw this up. I'm dumb. Literally screwing up my own ability to build, thinking that I'm screwing it up. Well, you used to be able to use them to make song requests a billion years ago, but even that doesn't matter anymore. Because this channel hasn't done song requests since 2018. 17? 18? Something like that. Like, I know that a lot of people who hang around the channel these days have started watching relatively recently in the grand scheme of things, but like I've been streaming on Twitch for 12 years. So there's a lot of like artifacts of the old days in this channel that like I kept around either because I feel mentally attached to them or because other people do. Like in regards to tickets, it's like, you know, I have a couple. It's like, why would I delete my own scoreboard that I am at the top of that I made? That I definitely didn't rig. What are you apologizing for, Letterin? I don't know about you, Wilmer, but I don't really miss listening to, like... Oh, it's all good. I'm happy that there's new people around. It means that I'm not completely irrelevant yet. You probably remember listening to Weird Al Yankovic's songs a dozen times in a row. Like it's the reason that I don't think I can ever listen to Amish Paradise again. I might actually run directly into a wall and intentionally knock myself if I ever hear that song again. You got a notification that you have your 10-month anniversary? So use it. Or don't. I don't know. It's up to you. Are you saving it for a special occasion? 10 months is kind of a long time. Oh, not on my stream? Right. You'd like to make a song request? Do you also have a flux capacitor and a time machine and a weird-haired dude named Doc Brown? Because you might need that. I don't actually know how I would do that. Because I use a different bot now for my chat, which has different scripts and stuff. I think it has that functionality. Never set it up. Don't know how I would. I might even need to make a Python script to do it. So, like, genuinely, I don't even know how I would do that now. We need some Metal King songs. There has to be a band called Metal King. Hold on. Let me go check the metal archives. I must know the knowledge. There is a Japanese-based thrash metal band called The King of Metal and Slime. But there isn't a band called Metal King. Is there a band that's called Metal King one word? There's no band called Metal King that's one word. I am offended by the lack of metal. What did you even... I need to know. What did you even link? Yeah. I'm good. I can tell you right now it's not going to work, so you don't need to spam the chat with it. Yeah, that's more or less how it worked. Well, either of those. Well, I mean, that's how Nightbot does either of those. Kind of amazed that it's been so long since our dwarf here has eaten anybody. But he has moved all the way up to the happiest of the dwarves. It's funny, like, this dwarf, when they were a religious leader, kind of hated their life. Now that he's, like, captain of the guard, one of the happiest dwarves in the fort. He's on a diet, true. He's a little waterlogged. Too much iron. Needs more veg. Trying to think how I could easily do this. Because that's going to fill in. This will go up. That'll go up. Those will go up. Yeah, once these are in, basically. I'm not going to name them that. You could. Weed. I should probably do that more than once a month. Just cast. But Twitch chats, while they can be a nice, like, substitute for social interactions. It's not an actual social interaction. It's purely a parasocial interaction. Blood bag? Sure. That'll do. And you want them to be a child? Do you have beard preference or just kid? Angry? Happy? The works? Yeah. I mean, the vampire is the main character of this fort. Mind. Angry, preferably. All right. Blood bag. Blood bag. Oak seal is frequently depressed after smelling miasma once. Apparently that was a strengthening. I don't believe that's a strengthening, but okay. She shares intimate details of her life without sparing a thought to the repercussions of property. She is very polite and observes the appropriate rules of decorum when possible, and she rarely looks on others with lust. She is moved by art and natural beauty. She is troubled by this since she dislikes the natural world. She prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible and is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. She prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible, and she often feels, thank you, Dragon Goddess, for the third month. Sorry, that just popped up in my line of sight. I had to say something. She is very polite and observes the appropriate rules of decorum when possible. She rarely looks on others with lust and is moved by art and natural beauty. She is troubled by this, and she dislikes the natural world. She prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible and is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. She prefers to present herself modestly, and she is assertive, and she often feels envious of others. She generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and she is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. She dreams of crafting a great work of art and personally finds sacrifice to be the height of folly. Sees competition as cooperation as very important in life and finds those that deny their impulses somewhat stiff. She likes olivine and bismuth and jasper opal, as well as warhammers and hatch covers and bracelets and leopard seals, and for their fierce nature, and when possible prefers to consume kestrel and barley wine and absolutely hates snails. Your mom and dad are Saigon and Rith. You have Auntie Amost and your Uncle Paxmac. And you've got 2 cousins, one of which is dead. Got eaten by the vampire. Hey, Chuck, can I get a round of beers for Dragon Goddess? The 3rd month, when people subscribe, you got 1 job, chat. It's very simple. Post beer. It's the beers emoji, my beers emote, or if you just follow the channel and are not subscribed, Crypt Burr should be available. Some would argue it's superior. Also, how did this squad do? Because I sent them out to go raise this cave. They looted treasure, rampaged throughout the location. Did they destroy it? They did not. Okay, so it needs to be captured. Well, that's exciting. Do I keep invading the dwarves, or do I go after, or not the dwarves? Do I keep going after the elves who invaded me? Or do I go after the goblins who might invade me? The bent cruelty. The sin of mirroring. It's like takes one to know one. The goblin faction. I'm not going to be able to destroy either of them in 10 years, because these are very well-developed factions. Let's go for the elves, just because we know where they are. Let's see if we can get in and out of them. And get in and out of that location, rather. It's a lot of volcanoes. Oh, trust me, that's not even half of them. So this is going from -13... to 33. So 46. Let's just do 50. Iron corkscrews. Iron pipe section. $50 and $50. Easy peasy. Baby dwarf squeezy. Yeah, no playing favorites in the murder game, that's for sure. Boring gray colors, because that's what we have. Okay, let's follow the vampire. It's actually been a pretty short period of time for me for streaming. I hope you had a good nap. We normally go like 8 to 10 hours on a stream, and I'm about getting close to 7. So it is still early. But I won't be on tomorrow because I'm going to be working on getting this Dwarf edited into a video so that I can make it into a video next week. That is my hope. This is like actually going to be a really, really, really heavy editing weekend for me. It's been a while since I've like recorded a fort and edited it like right after it was done. Like I'm trying to think the last time I did that. Actually, that's not true. The last time I did that was the second time I played the worst map of all time. I guess it was the last time I made a sequel. This is more of a spiritual successor than a sequel, though. Because usually what happens is I'll pluck away at something for a while, and I finish 2 or 3 other forts in the meantime, and then I go back. Like when I did the last big video about the Necromancer fort, that was edited like, oh my god, like maybe I want to say 2 to 5 months. I mean, about 5 months after I finished it. I did it in October, and I uploaded it what? No. No, it wasn't October. It was like earlier in the year. Anyway, it was a really long time ago that I did that fort versus when it actually went up. It was like a 6-month difference. There's been a couple times where I've been like, this is my holiday special, and then the actual video release is like June. Like the Vampire Fort was one example of that. Like I want to say that video released in January, February, March, or April. I think it was April last year. And that was my Christmas special because it was all snowy. Almost. The planter has withdrawn from society. We've got another strange mood coming through. Still satisfied remembering producing masterworks, remembering being a religious leader. I think he liked being, like, giving sermons all the time and being a religious leader. I don't think he actually liked being pestered all the time because his mood was pretty bad pretty consistently during that time. Let's set these dwarves to monthly orders and you to monthly orders. Keep the armored dips working around the... Oh, no! Who was it? Server Lord! Rip the Metal King, chat. His name was too cool. He was too determined to rule the world to be permitted to survive. I'm sorry, man. I'm so sorry. Chat, can I get a round of Fs? The vampire was hungry. I don't really have anybody easy I could claim did it. Oh, wow, and he just grabs the body. He's like, whoop, gotta go put this away now. Doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop. Long live the metalhead, the Metal King, because the Metal King is dead. I really, really hope he buries it before there's a witness. Because that could certainly happen. Like, if nobody else even sees it. Well, maybe not. Maybe somebody else got it. There's 2 other dwarves that could bury it, potentially. And let's also... Oops, no, it's the 11th, not the 10th. Can't do it. He didn't feel anything after seeing Serverlord 2 Metal King die. Serverlord, are you still here? If you are, we could, I don't know, give you a cat, name it Metal King or something. I feel kind of bad, not gonna lie. That's a brutal one. An absolutely brutal one. That might actually be the quickest between, like, me naming somebody from chat in this fort and them getting eaten by the vampire. Maybe actually the fastest. Big shames. Wait, what? This dwarf has a crown. Oh, shit! Former, militia dwarf of my fortress. My dwarves may be coming back. I said they'd probably come back eventually on a migrant wave, but we'll see. Up to 39 dwarves, 40. Do I not have any available tombs? Oh, geez. I don't think I do, actually. Up to 45, 46, 47. 50. Gory Paws is underwater. I don't know why. But you're not supposed to be in the water, Gory Paws. I don't know where Gory Paws was, but Gory Paws was in the water for a second. But clearly they got out of it. Because they're no longer drowning. But they were drowning for a hot second there. I'm just seeing if any of those named dwarves have reappeared, like Bird, basically. Nope. That is a good number of new migrants, though. We did get one of them. And the main squad is back now. I can get Rovod into that squad. They snuck in and stole livestock. All right, we're going to go rampage then. Wonder what livestock they got. It's the 20th. We can check. They stole 2 giant mantises and 2 elephants and a bunch of crap. Good for you. Can I war train giant mantises? No, that's a shame. I can, however, war train elephants. Chat, I'm going to give a bunch of elephants some war training. And I'm going to send them off to go murder and pillage with elephants as their weapon. The Stars book. Okay, so you're going to take the Stray War Tiger. What a cool war beast it would be. Yeah, I mean, Mantis men are extremely strong in adventure mode because they essentially have giant scissors on their hands, which is like, you can grab and pull. Like, they're pretty brutal, but I love it when the character you're following just like reads a book for a while. Which is currently the situation we're in. We're trainable as well. Did you know that giant crabs can equip weapons? You can send animals on raids with your military? Yep, I'll show you how. Uh-oh. Gory Paws has been missing for a week. Remember how I said he was drowning? I don't know why. Actually, I suddenly have a hunch. I may suddenly have a suspicion. I need to wait till the 25th, though. So you know how I was, like, digging out a thing, and I was like, yeah, I'm going to use this to pour lava. There is a non-zero chance that I might have dug into a water supply. Nope. That wasn't that. Gory Paws, where are you? Huh? Are you cereal? How? Did you, like, get hit by a falling tree? I mean, he was the axe dwarf. I also don't know what happened to this dwarf. I feel like it's probably quite literally as simple as a tree fell over and knocked him in. Thankfully, I do have an easy fix for this. It will be a bit of a pain in the pass, a bit of a pain in the ass, but I will be able to solve this. But first, it'll be a bit of a ain in the pass. I speak coherent words. Sometimes you just have to listen between the sounds to really get the true meaning of what I'm trying to communicate. What's the verdict? No. He drowned after a tree hit him. Workplace incident. We must call work safe jurist. Terrible, terrible shame. Guess he'll go up there. Up there. And thanks for clipping, by the way. Okay, so what I need to do is this is where they're going to be going. They're going to be going this way. So I need to go basically down here. Yeah, it'll be fine. I just may have a suspicion. It is true. I mean, it's like I did witness him drowning though. Like that's the thing. Like it was there's water coming in. There was water going into the fort somewhere. I just wasn't positive where. All right. So anyway, back on topic. The way you assign war animals to your dwarves is you go to your soldiers. There's another way to do this, but this is the easier way. You go to. I can never actually remember on what it is. It's labor. Then you click on work animals. And then you have to have animals that are trainable in the military. And then you just click on them. It's literally it. And then they are assigned to that militia dwarf. So in this case, the captain of this squad. And I will note that they do need to not be in a stockpile, or not stockpile, a pasture. So I will have to remove this one from a pasture. But once they're assigned to that dwarf, then they will be fed by that dwarf, and other animal trainers will feed them. It's just sometimes they're not very efficient about it. And now we're going to go attack the elves. In fact, we're going to go pillage with that squad. Let's actually send 3 squads, because why not? Why not send some backups? We got some spear dwarfs. We got some master swords dwarf. And we've got the axe dwarf. Oh no, you're forced to endure the decay of a pet! That's grim. I'm sorry. And we've got a strange mood I gotta check on. You've got what so far? Literally skeletons is what you need. All right, time to butcher a dog then. Dogs, plural. Spirit react, yeah, no, that was a while ago. I mean, I was looking at the militia screen and I saw one dwarf blinking blue, and I was like, uh-oh, somebody's drowning. The trees are in league with the elven foes. It seems that way. Yeah, it's terrifying. Oh. Well, you know how sometimes you're like, I'm gonna invade you, and then they're like, not if I do it first! Anyway, that's what's happening right now. So I can remove these two from this squad because we are on the 25th, so I can cancel things. I'm gonna remove these two from the mission because they're already not there. Asob the Axe, or Axe, is about to leave the map, but we are getting attacked. As in, we are quite literally getting attacked. So 1, 2, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's assign everybody. Those elephants might just go die, actually. Let's assign everybody to this burrow and enable it. I'm not going to be able to really look at what's going on. This is going to be chaos. An ad break is about to run, but once the ad break is done, why is there 2 mantises on that? That's not good. I'm just going to go into here and I'm going to... Okay, I was going to say I'm going to pause all the constructions. They're not actually that many to pause. But I will pause them. I will also pause the unrelated constructions. The tree assassin was part of the scouting party. You know, honestly, my headcanon is that the underground mushroom trees are their internet. So they detected us tapping into the network with our axes. It's terrifying. And there's a human who would like a meeting with somebody. All right, so now we wait. Actually, you know what? I may just tell you to go stand here because that might be easier. All right, chat. I need a vile force of darkness for good luck. The biggest vile force of darkness you can muster. And I have absolutely or almost no way of actually, like, effectively defending the fort at the moment, so. Let's send all these squads all the way over there. From up and over here. Yeah, they're all the way over there right now. And many dwarves are going to die. And it's going to be hard for me to figure out who has died until after the siege is over. So let's just do a quick save. Because what better time than here and now? And also maybe a round of beers if you want to be feisty. And to those of you watching on the YouTube side, you may want to look up. Because this is maybe one of the scarier situations I've been put in all day. But it's also the first siege of the day, so that's exciting. I mean, there have been other scary events, but this is one of the scarier events. I just need to wait for those ads to be almost done. They're almost there. Okay. We are going to now follow this. That's going to be difficult to do because it's going to keep doing... Uh-oh. Hey, chat. I know that this kind of goes against the rules, but I want to watch Axe fight for like a minute. Kills one. What a fucking hero. What a fucking hero, man. He goes into a martial trance, continues to slaughter them, loses his helmet, bleeding, injured, bleeding, more bleeding. He may stand up and crawl back in. Heavy bleeding, but falls. What a glorious way to go. How many did he take out? 1, 2, 3, 4? All right. Vampire is storing item at location. He's putting away a book. Grabs all his gear. Grabs his ammo. Runs to work. All right, chat. F's for Axe. Axe was the one who spotted the siege. Most of them are pretty far north of us. Comes more of them. Dwarves are doing their best to get inside. More spearmen fighting. I don't know what they're fighting with. I genuinely do not know what they're fighting with, but they're fighting with something. I mean, aside from Axe being found dead, they're now down at the bottom of the mountainside. If any survive a mantis. So wait, after the siege? I mean, I could just give you a mantis right now. If it dies, I'll name the forge in memorial. Just do note that they only live for like a year. I'm a little bit... Okay, we're on the first. What are they fighting with? Oh, shit. Okay. So there's a war elephant, chat. Where is it even? There's a war elephant up here somewhere. I don't... And also, these elves must not have many soldiers. They're sending untrained scholars to attack me. Okay, so the war elephant made it off the map, by the way. These guys were fighting it. They're not currently fighting it. Okay, I've got some addition. Uh-oh. It seems like... I don't think that siege went particularly well. Maybe it's a good thing I pulled out my soldiers. They're literally all dead. Wait, hold on. Did they send bird people? Oh my god, they got... Oh, okay, never mind. It's not part of that army. Unrelated army. Also, hey, Pagan. Hope you're doing well. I will check on the 5th as to where they actually are. Because that's when I can pause next. Oh, we're not on the 5th yet. Now we're on the 5th. Okay, so where the heck? Okay, there they are. Well, there's a good number of them. Are they still fighting with it? What? I'm very perplexed about this because they killed it. They're just kind of all over the place. Like they're pretty heavily scattered. I could probably just tell my dwarves to do a lap. And we'll probably hit them. The vampire situation is crazy, man. It's literally the only reason I made the title that is so that I could say that a couple times today. I will give them 5 more days to make it onto the ramp. You're sipping on some port? Ooh, fancy.
This is madness!
Madness.
This is stone. This is
Yeet. We are at war. There are some elves threatening me afoot. I really need to kill half these cats. It's way too fucking many of them. Also, Hi Charlie is apt. I just always wanted to, like, somewhat unironically state that. Okay, so there are, in fact, some elves coming towards the fort right about now. They're regrouping. That is our... Whoops. Right there, that is our prime vampire. I'm going to leave on duty, but I'm going to turn this off. Oh, bolts are flying. Another I'm sorry, what? Was that flying people? Chat, that was flying people. They have flyers. Turn around, Dwarf. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What was that flying thing? We're getting better ammo, I guess? No, we just got more ammo. You know, honestly, appropriate. Chat, I've had a bug. This is, we have to call the developers right away. That's a bug. That's a massive bug. I mean, just look at it. It's right there. They're attacking us with giant flies, chat. Great Scott! I can feel the buzzing. Bunch of buzzards. Sidaya face. Well, here's hoping that the dwarves behave themselves. Let's hang out until he moves. The very effective cat bait is baiting in all of the... Oh, bolts are being fired. Something's coming at us. Not sure what. It's down here somewhere. I really want to see an elf just go wee splat. There's the main combat force from that squad right there. Shoutouts to all the brave mothers juggling their babies while holding their crossbows. Killed a blue peahen. Next is down. This is the most tower defense-y I've had a fort set up in a while. Oh yeah, no, I read about that. Mind. Kind of reminds me. Oh, okay, hold on. I want to follow this fly. Oh no! Did it already drop the elf? Okay. Well, there's a puppy that's falling. So wait, where'd the elf go? Is that? Please tell me that's a bit of an elf. That is an elf's nose. Ah, I feel like that's what happened to the elf on the fly. Nope, that's definitely a human, not an elf. So I don't even know. I really hope that they're just paratroopers. You know, like the I feel like that's not likely to survive for very long. These kinds of big vertical fights are going to be real hard to follow. They're just going to stand out there. We're going to wait. No, that's what the catapults are for. Come on. Oh my god. Almost, the planter has created Ryle Matul, a dog-bone statue of Server Lord, and offers it to the Mountainous Vale. We're going to have to take a look at that one after this. Remind me, flies are resistant to anti-aircraft fire, right? Here's hope not. I don't think, like, they could try to rush us, but I don't think they're going to be able to pull that off. Why don't we rush them? Why don't we rush them? Clear. Here we go. This is going to be chaos for a minute. Charge! The dwarves come crashing through. Try and just give us the best view possible. There goes the vamp. Oh, nope, that's not the vampire. Where's the vampire? There's the vampire. Charging forwards with his crossbow. Like a goddamn hero. Basically, this pathing route is just pathing a circle around the whole map, and there's a Forgotten Beast in the basement. Shit. The Forgotten Beast, Ricote Rithysma, has come a one-eyed alligator. That's what they call me in bed. And the thin wings of stretched skin. It has thin wings of stretched skin and a god appearance. Its lime scales are round and close sepia where it's deadly spit. That's not good. I can't do anything until the 20th anyway. So if you start seeing dwarves dying, or hearing dwarves dying, I don't think I need to tell you that that's bad. I don't think I should need to tell you, but maybe I do. So if dwarves start dying, that's bad. There's a swordsmaster killing an elf, probably, or an elf killing a swordsmaster, one of the two. Bolts being fired at the remaining scouting groups. Okay, there's an ambush just in front of us. We are firing bolts. Because these are just like elves, I don't feel too uncomfortable just charging them because we definitely outweapon them by a lot. So just in a base level of skill, we are demolishing them. Or just in a base level of gear, we're winning the fight. He's off to go get more ammo, so he's gonna dodge as many hits as he can while he runs off. I don't think anybody's died yet, which is crazy. Oh shit. Come on, Dwarf, run away. Thankfully, he can't get tired, so he will just run until they are all very tired, and he is not. Running through a volley of arrows as the surrounding dwarves do their damnedest. Someone died, yeah, but we haven't found them dead yet. Honestly, though, like, 1 death, it's pretty good. Watch it be like somebody who got thrown off the cliff. Which actually wouldn't surprise me in the slightest. Also, the other question is, I wonder where that Forgotten Beast is, eh? There's a wrestler that's been missing for a week. I can't even see it on the map. There's a... On layer 120, there is a fly. Great. All the way down there, there's a completely unrelated animal person. And there is one dwarf who's probably about to die, but that's okay. There's also an overexerted elf swordsman down here. But it's literally just this guy left. The screen just jumped over there and I don't know why. The fighting sound seems to have slowed down and then started again. Yeah, there's quite a bit of cave adaptation. I'm gonna have to solve that. I did have one squad prepped to not get cave adaptation, and it was the one that all went and died like right as the siege began. Oh, hey, look, they even got the fly. So 1 or 2 deaths from the looks of things. And the frame rate just got real bad. I have a slight suspicion as to why that is, but... Let me just put all these dwarves on training. Yeah, it's probably this thing's fault. That's a slipping hazard. It's okay, nobody slipped. I don't think. Yeah, frame rate's coming back. It's literally just that fly trying to get off the map. They don't really have much sense of direction after all. Oh boy! Well, that was a lot. We made it. We made it. Well done, everybody. Round of burr. Pat yourselves on the back. Yeah, that reminds me of the time they taught 2 brain cells to play Pong. Mind. Is what that article reminded me of when I read about it. You want to eradicate monsters? Sure, why not? I can unpause. I'm actually going to move over to here. This is going to be the top 3 squads now. You train basically everybody. Someone reporting crime, no idea what that was. It could have been a few things, actually. Most likely it was a crime that my dwarf committed a while ago, or somebody that punched somebody, but I'm not sure. Well, I can go look at what it was. I'm just trying to remember what I need to do. No, I need to go to rooms. Places, siege engines. Strain. Uh-oh. Oh, I already did that. Statue is what I need to do. I need to place a statue. Server Lord, where would you like the statue of you? Because there's a statue of you. How about up here? Honestly, I think this is a very fitting place for your statue. Am I not following you? Shit, I'm not following you. Swordmaster's been found dead. Athel's been found dead. Well, at least his mind is wandering already to more positive places. Waiting for the 5th, and I'll check what the crime was, because by then I'll know. Well, that was kind of nuts. Sorry if those fights are real hard to follow. I kind of didn't think that part of it through, but at least they're exciting when they do happen. Okay, yeah, it was just a disorderly conduct. Freeways probably punch somebody. Which means Freeways may go die now? Actually, I'm not sure. Also, hey, Linku, how you doing? Yeah, that's the next thing. You're right. Actually, although, since none of them made it, we may never know. Oh, never mind, we do know. They all got kidnapped. So this squad is just one dwarf now. He's a master swords dwarf and a legendary fighter. Has no work animals. I'm going to send that dwarf in by himself. Maybe he can go free somebody. They're just going to try and free captives. Good luck, Toulon. Go be a hero. I have plenty of faith. Also, I love the fact that he has a helmet on. And it's an artifact. And for some reason, it's not showing up on his sprite, so he looks like he's bald. But the artifact is like also the same color as his head. That's really funny. I'm sorry, what? Blow darts? Why is there a steel blowgun and blow darts there? I guess they brought blow darts. Rescue ops? I'll try. I can't guarantee I'll be even remotely successful, but... Oh, actually, since we're still on the 5th. I realize I'm a monster. I'm sorry. Please don't hate me as much as I know you do. I just desperately need to get rid of these cats. Did I fight the elves? They fought with me. We won. Mostly. And now we're going to go beat Freeways who tantrumed. This is actually a legitimate, like, crime sentence. That's crazy. That might be the first one. At least since, like, the last murderers. Beat him up, and now we're chaining him. Okay, never mind. Dizzy. Nauseous. Can't grasp anymore. Body's torn open. Ah, well. You seem to be still alive. I will do you a favor, though. Once you're chained up, I will turn your zone into a hospital. So you can get some tender love and care. I mean, I did put you in crime house because you committed a crime. Definitely. Mm-hmm. Oh, it's only the 8 shit. But yeah, no, I definitely put you in prison because you definitely did commit a crime, definitely. Those are giant praying mantises that we kidnapped from the elves. So what do you think, chat? Is our dwarf going to... oh, he made it back. If the population goes up, he was successful. If it doesn't, he didn't. He made it, though, so that's good. He slipped in undetected and found nothing. Oh no, they got eaten. It's certainly possible, actually. Well, I will send you again. Is to make your life a shit show. I mean, you are the opposing religious leader, so. This is Axe getting his grand burial. Well earned, I would say. So I guess that was 3 deaths then. It was Axe and then the other 2. YouTube chat's sad that I'm eating the kittens, and I'll have you know, I'm not eating all of them. Just like 90% of them. Never forget that Freeway stole the hat. He committed murder! And I witnessed it! I'm definitely not telling a lie or conflating evidence. Or manufacturing evidence. Or making anything up. I've never made up anything in the world before, and I definitely am going to go skydiving next week. One of those things is the truth, and you can figure out which. Very much so, Canadian pagan. I've just been kind of putting coffins sort of everywhere because I'm not being careful in the slightest and people keep dying for seemingly no reason. Allegedly. And so because of that, yeah, there's kind of coffins sort of everywhere. Why? Should I be more cautious about my placement of them? Is it unclassy? If you think it's unclassy, oh well. I don't think they mind. I know I don't. Shinobi's been reelected. It is Aftercasket. But yeah, I guess what's Aftercasket? Maybe Basket? If I could use animal names as part of names of things, I would name the tavern Basket Robbins or Casket Robbins. Basking Goblins. With no containers? We'll workshop that. Or there is an ad break running, but we're just, you know, putting corpses away, so. Oh no. Somehow I managed to delete the bodies stockpile. So it's not actually, like, disposing of corpses. Which is very unfortunate. I should fix that. And, need to go into there and do that. And let's take a look at this statue. So this is the artifact statue of Serverlord. This is a dog bone statue of Serverlord. All craft worship is of the highest quality. It is on the item is a masterfully designed image of Serverlord, the dwarf, and dwarves in silver. Is a masterfully designed image of Serverlord, the dwarf, and the luxurious shower, the silver warhammer, in dog bone by Amos Melbilrungak. Serverlord is raising the luxurious shower. The artwork relates to the naming of the luxurious shower in Aftercasket by Serverlord in the late winter of 217. It is encrusted with octagon-cut pyrites, decorated with llama leather, and encircled with bands of dog bone and cushion marble cabochons, and pond grabber leather and rectangular rutile cabochons. This object menaces with hanging rings of marble. On the item is an image of the regal column, the gold high boot in llama leather. Hey, honestly, that is a gorgeous fucking memorial to your first dwarf. Gotta say. Bloody gorgeous. I would be honored if I was a dwarf with such a great memorial. Seriously, I'm not even, like, that's not even a bit, like, that's just the truth. Cool ass memorial, dude. Real curious. Also, can I just say that that's that's one of the more fitting elven location names I've seen. Pines United. Pines United absolutely sounds like an elven forest retreat, if I ever heard one. Did we get any kills in that? No kills since Serverlord. Shh, don't tell anybody. No, it's a statue made out of dog bone, not a statue of dog bones. Okay, well, he's back again. Let's see what he did. The 25th. The annoying thing about the elven ambushes is because they're not sieges, you don't get the triumph feeling when you defeat them. So we're not getting the fortress-wide mood boost. Like you do from the goblins. Snuck in undetected and just stole livestock. So what'd you get? 1 tiger. Come on, man. You can do better than that. I really don't think we're going to get anything out of that, but... Tiger skin rug time. They are war trainable. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. I would say despite the danger indeed. Whenever I see this dwarf occupy the same tile as another dwarf, I just panic for a second and presume that he's about to eat them. No, Dwarf Fortress doesn't have rugs. God, carpets and rugs are something I would love to have. Like a tile that just goes on top of it, or even just like a floor type that's like carpet, you know? Just use dyed cloth as carpet. It makes so much sense. Okay, so all these dwarves, you're constant training. I'm just going to put them back onto monthly orders. Just wants to be around friends. He kind of ate all of them except for Micah. Micah's honestly pretty busy, most likely. Want to acquire something. Well, I can help you with that. I can take him off duty. Then he'll go put his weapons and gear away and pick up new weapons and gear. Or in this case, I guess read a book. Wasn't quite what I had in mind, but... I suppose that's what we're getting. And act as a pit trap? Yeah, I mean, it would more or less just be a retracting drawbridge then, right? You just need to put spikes underneath it, and then connect all those spikes to a lever, and then connect that lever to something else, and then voila, bing bada boom, you've got defense. I can't believe he hasn't read all the books in the library yet. I've only got 76 books. Yeah, I guess that's kind of a lot of books. Pit with a repeater connected to a bunch of spikes at the bottom. I haven't tried that in quite some time since the premium version, or not since the Siege update. Mostly because like I feel like they would just walk around them. You know, like I feel like the collateral damage would be pretty bad on that. Just because turtling is like so much less of a strategy these days. Like, probably pretty deadly, but maybe at, like, the bottom of a moat. Like, you'd want your dwarves to not end up in that spot, no matter what you did. You've always used them in the bottom of pits. True. But I guess I also just don't... This is just me playing the game differently. I don't generally use pits. At least not all that often. So many random books have just been left around. Did you not already read this one? The Dwarf explained. The Dwarf explained. The Great Culture of the Dwarf, by the Dwarf. Of the Dwarves. To the 10th, let's see how'd you do. Probably nothing. You're that kind of guy? Yeah. The last fort, not the last fort, the one before the last fort I did, Sunspire. Had some fun contraption-related things in it. Okay, let's see what kind of random animals I've gotten. One horse item. This is bogus. I'm telling you. Just getting rid of the animals that don't need no want. Which is, believe it or not, most of them. I now have a hunting tiger, though. Hunting tiger, hidden dwarf. Let's just unforbid everything and get everything rolling again. Also, diagnose patient. Freeways is injured. Oh, I don't have a doctor. Well, that's a problem. Oh, no. Oh, no! We have a problem, chat. Missed him. Just saw Labash Canyon Rack die. Because they just killed them. in front of the captain of the guard. What a horrendous accident. Such a horrifying crime. It's such a shame that he was dumb enough to commit this crime directly in front of our respected captain of the guard. Whatever could we possibly do, aside from chain him up for the crime of murder? I know, we saw him commit a murder, Necrontyr. It's terrifying. At some point, we have to decide that the dwarves are going to turn on the vampire, and then maybe we'll give him a pickaxe and he can wall himself in somewhere. There's no way this ends with him like continuing to get away with this. He can't possibly keep getting away with this. Dwarves were not returning previously. If you cancel it right when they leave, sometimes they still don't return, but they almost always return later. What's it called? They'll almost always return later as part of a migrant wave. But they almost, like, I can't remember the last time that happened except for when they get canceled mid them leaving. That was like, I want to say the actual patch note for that being fixed was like spring last year or something. It was close to a year ago now. Kent is making an artifact. But I do missions in every fort, and I almost never have them get lost. They're almost always successful. I need to make more gear. Well, I can't even tell you what I feel about that sentence, Shinobi. But yeah, it was around the time that they fixed marks. Well, not fixed, but like, because they were fine before. It was the second time they fixed Mark's dwarves. Because they fixed them once and people were like, they're not fixed enough. And so Tarn was like, okay, and completely rewrote all of their behaviors. So when that update released was when missions were fixed. But they can still sometimes get lost if you cancel them before the commander leaves after some dwarves have left. But then they show up as part of migrant waves later. Oh, jeez. I missed the 15th. Good at this. He's in character. This is true. Tipe. This is very much true. Wonder if I can get some dragons from the goblins. Probably. I'm also happy to see that none of the dwarves have claimed any of those silly wooden shields. But we do need a lot more steel gear. Wait for the 20th, and then we can pause. And I will start working on gear. And we're also going to go check in on that pump stack and see if I can start building it. And as of fall, we have 4 years left. Well, actually, yeah, 4 years left. So we're past halfway. We will finish this fort next week. I need to check my bars. What are we at? Fuckloads of iron, not much steel. Okay, so let's just do... Make steel bars. Pig iron bars. Let's just do a hunt. No, that's not what I wanted. I wanted this one. Actually, let's just do 100 tasks and 100 tasks. They'll get them done. I know I have the materials for it. And then let's do steel helm, steel breastplate, steel greaves, steel gauntlet, and do 30, 30, 20, 30. Color variety? I mean, it's kind of like asking, like, is there any reason to make green glass when you could make pink glass? If you're making furniture, I mean, it's a higher value material than base level iron because it's got stuff added to it. Boy, but that's about the only reason I could really think. So I'm outside of that, I'm not sure. Maybe, I don't know, if a dwarf really likes it. I personally have never done it. Freeways is stumbling around in obliviousness now. I feel kind of bad because we kind of screwed over Freeways, but... Probably off to go get wood, it looks like, anyway. Yep, I was correct. Wood it is. Is that the line? I always thought it was big iron. Kant has created Lari Mokil, a marble mini forge, and claims it as a personal treasure. How adorable. A personal treasure toy. Let's just read what it says. This is a marble mini forge. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of silk and point-cut rose quartzites. This object is adorned with hanging rings of sheep's wool and yeti leather. On the item is an image of a dog in cat bone. A dog in cat bone. The dog is screaming. The artwork relates to the slaughter of a dog in the midsummer of 219. Why you gotta say it like that, game? The hell? What are you trying to say about me, man? Also, that's a children's toy. Game's calling you out. It's also like a mini forge, which is pretty brutal. But it's Slaughterfest? Slaughterfest? Oh, it's like your favorite festival of the year? Speaking of, we're making dog leather. Speaking of. Dwarves is getting better gear. I need to check how good this dwarf is at military-related things, because I may send the Ultra Stones out to go fight something. That much that he crashed out? I could check and tell you. That or it's just like the only notable thing that happened in this season that he picked. Okay. I'm gonna send 2 squads. We're gonna go attack something. The Ageless Ghoul. What a good name. Is there any smaller population locations? 3,000. Yeah, that's significantly larger. Fuck it. We'll send us these 2 squads to pillage and openly raid the site. Cross your fingers and hope that they're not as well armed as they possibly could be, or probably are. And I'm gonna sit here and go, why in the shit are you not working? Load from there. I'm just gonna try this. Yep, everybody should be doing refuse hauling. I'm not positive as to why they are refusing to do the thing that I want them to do. It's quite a bother. I'm actually just gonna make a second dump zone. Let's try that. We'll call this Bodies 2. Everybody's favorite sequel. And I will also assign a minecart to that. And then the other thing is I'm going to jump down to here, and we're going to go down below ground, all the way down. About right here. From right there, we're going to channel out those 3. That's not what I wanted, just to there. So now we're going to be here a while I do this. And I'm just going to have to trust that I'm doing this right, because if I'm not, then I'm just going to regret this later, but we'll see. Perfect. This is one of those things that thankfully I'll only really need to do once. Unless I do it wrong, then I'll need to do it more than once. But let's just do it once and set and forget. There was one time I was digging this, and somebody in chat pointed out that I missed a spot, and they put a kappa, and I thought they were joking, and I was like, that's very funny. And then like 2 hours later, I finished building the thing because I wasn't really focusing on it. And then I went to go turn it on. It was actually broken. And then they were like, I told you. I was like, God damn it. I felt real dumb. But as far as Kant goes, does he like dogs? He likes bat rays, not dogs. So it was just the only notable event that was available to have a... It was the only notable event that was available to have a story written about it. Tibbe. At least that's what it looks like. No problem. I gotta do my best. Also, I've got a task I gotta change because I forgot that I hadn't changed it. Save corpses. That might be why they're not going into the thingy. Pick up equipment. Wonder what you're off to go pick up. So what are your bets, chat? Are the armored dips gonna make it back alive, or are they all gonna die? Could go either way. Oh no. I think I need to place more coffins. Remember how earlier someone was asking, are you just plopping those anywhere? Yeah, actually. That is precisely what I'm doing. Now that we're through that, I can do this. Because apparently there is a bunch of bodies that I should not be leaving around any longer than I need to. The better question right now is why hasn't anybody butchered that fucking buffalo calf? No. None of you guessed. I think that if all of you did a round of beers and wished them good luck, they probably would have come back. But it looks like every single one of them, except for maybe 2 potentially, who may have survived the fighting, but may or may not come back, have died. Or been captured, so they're as good as dead. You know, honestly, chat, you had the opportunity to wish them luck, and you didn't. You've cursed them. You know, and they say that magic hasn't been added to Dwarf Fortress yet. With powers like chat's ability to show indifference and witness the deaths of my dwarves, did they come back? Oh, no, they did. Cool, so we'll know what happened. It makes perfect sense to me that there truly are wizards. No, I mean, you were the only one who tried, but the enchantments simply weren't strong enough. It truly is a shame. But nobody is at fault. Except for those who didn't say the incantation. You are now confused and dizzy. Genuinely, that is the strongest spell in Dwarf Fortress. Just cause dizziness is so ridiculously strong. Like, that's how I've made those unstoppable murder monsters, is the ones that can just make everything around them dizzy. English led the attack, and they put forth a sound plan, but the defenders had a strong positional advantage. Struck down by an elf. The second one was, Toulon was struck down by an elephant. The Ultra Strones clashed with 13 tigers, slaying 2. The forces shifted, and the defenders had a strong positional advantage. Moses died to an elephant. Gurg was imprisoned, and so was Urist was also imprisoned. And Citibanks was struck down, or imprisoned rather. Yeah, so all imprisoned or struck down. I think Chat has proven their indifference because they didn't even pour one out. So I'm gonna make a big request, Chat. Pour one out for those dwarves who fell. Maybe have better luck in the next siege attempts. They must have attacked a zoo. This kind of is what it is. So one time I attacked an elven location. It's like they clashed with 7,000 elephants. I was like, Jesus Christ. And the dwarves are dealing with all the bodies as best they can. Yeah, that's a pretty well-established elven faction. It's funny that they've only attacked me with giant flies, though. That part's kind of amusing. Like, giant flies maybe not the most threatening option. Okay, so this is actually really fucked up. I've screwed this up real bad. Okay, maybe not as fucked up as I thought it was. We're going to go all the way down to the bottom of this, and we're going to place some of these. Paper cuts on fingers suck? How'd you manage to get paper cuts on your fingers? I genuinely, like, I guess I should count my lucky stars for this. Cannot remember the last time I had a paper cut. But I also don't really work with paper very often. Need basalt. Basalt's lava safe. So basically the idea of this is I'm using only materials that won't melt in lava, that are tough enough that they won't, you know, combust when combined, like the toughest material, quartzite, which is lava safe, or basalt, which is just lava rock anyway, or obsidian, which is, you know, volcanic glass. And eventually you'll just kind of memorize what is and what isn't lava safe, but you can always check the stone use menu if you need to remember. There is also like a world where the story of this fortress kind of goes in the direction of, you know, they collapsed due to sieges because they couldn't properly raise an army due to disorganized floundering and mistakes, because they have a captain of the guard who's constantly like undermining their ability to be a successful like dwarven society. That's pretty believable, I think. Ugh, oh, that sucks. Yeah, it's almost worse than a paper cut, man. My condolences. My condolences indeed. Wherever would that happen? Just, you know, like law enforcement, like avoiding the crimes that they themselves have committed. Why would that? This is such crazy, unbelievable fantasy. That dwarf has an awesome haircut. What a god. So, because it seems like attacking the elves is hard, why don't we just go attack the goblins? I mean, what could possibly go wrong? Just let me grab this. Unforbid that. Do the elves have... I mean, I'm just attacking the nearest one to me. They have dozens. They are a very well-established elven civ. Wait, how... Please tell me the material of that pillow so I can never buy one. Did you have like an asbestos pillow or something? Like, how the heck do you cut yourself on a pillow? Like, that's truly bewildering to me. Well, if they don't like each other as well, then I'll have even more opportunities to grab snacks during the long fighting times. Tipe. This will speed things up. Don't have as much walking around to do. I tend to agree. I'm very much a fan. Oh, hey! The person who definitely committed the crimes who we convicted just got let out. I guess they're done spending time in prison for the sentence for the crimes that they definitely committed. Definitely. Morale's returned. Bessemer's returned. These are soldiers who left after and we're part of that squad that got captured, but I can put them into new squads, which is good. Let's grab you two. Get them updated. All right. So, in that case, they've got books. I'm looking for like a goblin settlement with like 60 population. I'm just gonna send them to go pillage. See how they do. They'll probably all die, but oh well, what's the worst that could happen? They all die. So, for dwarves that value the law, there is a negative mood if there was witnesses of the correct crime. Otherwise, they get the thought uneasy after a wrongful conviction. If there wasn't witnesses of the crime, and it's a wrongful conviction, it's just the uneasy. However, if it's not an uneasy like concern conviction, and it was actually like very much like they know that this wasn't. Oh, that's the elephant. That's why it's so heavy. If they know for certain that it wasn't a legitimate conviction, then at that point, or rather, if they don't know for certain, then it's like just mixed. But the dwarves that don't value the law don't get negative thoughts at all. Sorry, I'm looping in circles. It's been a long day. So, in short, if the dwarf values the law and they know it's a wrongful conviction, they get a bad thought. It's angry, I think. If they don't know who did the crime, like if there is no witnesses and nobody's admitted to the crime, then it's uneasy. And if they don't value the law, then they don't care. And I think it's dismayed regardless if it's related to a family member. So like, if it's a like dwarf and then their sibling or spouse gets convicted of a crime that they didn't commit, then they get dismayed. Which honestly, that seems pretty fitting. Have any of these been canceled? It kind of looks like it. Couple have. Let's unforbid those. He knows it wasn't him? I don't know. Brainwashing and torture goes a long way. Also, a child's been missing for a week? I didn't do that one. If I have a feeling I know what happened, though. They probably fell into lava. Oh, no. Anyways. Slight suspicion. But I certainly didn't do that one. And by I mean the vampire that we're following. Just remember, chat, this is shared guilt. You guys are also witnessing these crimes, and you haven't tried to stop me. You could have tried to stop me, but you didn't. Oh. Wow, that actually looked like the dwarf was trying to eat somebody for a second there. You made a strong look at the screen? Yeah, I didn't even feel the aura. Can't have been that strong of a look at the screen. How to scroll up within a stockpile? Keep scrolling up within a stockpile. Chat, do you guys know what Vigilant is asking? You mean copies of texts? How to keep... Oh, wait, are you trying to... Wait, so... Unwritten scrolls? They're in tools, aren't they? If you're trying to find them in the stockpile listing. Scroll, like, there's codexes? If you're trying to find... Wait, so unwritten or written? Because if they're unwritten, then they're just scrolls, and those are a tool in the stockpiles. Codexes are books, but they're quires until they're bound. But if they're written, there's scrolls as well. Same with codexes or codexes. But I just put them in libraries. They just automatically get put into the library. But if they're just not picking it up, like, there could be a weird ownership problem. You could assign them to a pedestal and see if they put them on it. If that's what you're trying to do. See what other types of tasks we can do around here. Pedestal worked? Gotcha. Yeah, sometimes, like, claimed items are still, like, maintain their ownership for some reason from wherever they were acquired from. And then they just refuse to, like, be placed into the stockpile. Okay, well, so I just sent some dwarves to go attack some goblins. And it appears that the dwarves have arrived to trade. And boy, howdy, did they bring the cavalry. Look at that. Look at that glorious... What kind of haircut is that, Chad? I know it's probably curly, right? But he almost looks like he's got a mullet. Long beard his sideburns are clean shaven. His very long mustache and his very long hair is arranged in double braids. I guess. Splayed out is not short. His hair is cinnamon. It's like a curly mullet, yeah. Also, Curly Mullet is my new indie band. I'm just gonna let them walk in for a sec so we can get some good shots of how they look. Man, okay, so this is kind of breaking the theme a little bit, but I want to follow this so bad. I just want to see how they get into the fort. Look at that. That's a pretty epic fort. I'm not gonna lie. Pretty epic fort. We got a lot of crap to get rid of. Whole lot of crap to get rid of. And I don't even know how that siege went. That Lethal Weapon era Mel Gibson haircut. Man, I wish Mel Gibson wasn't such a cruddy dude because he's so easy to meme. Maybe that's why. Maybe it comes with the territory. Come buy our shit. No, this is just we're opening up the Dwarven thrift store for business. It's not shit. Come now. I've also quite literally got like gold crafts all over the goddamn place I could totally sell. All right. I've got a lot of bone bolts. Let's see what else can we do. Look at all them amulets, chat. Urgh. I don't even need to sell them. What else can I sell? Let's just go to weapons and see what we've got. You know, the thing that bugs me about the trading menu is if I haven't had time to put all of their weapons away and into bins, I wish that the elves would just like agree on one material to use for their weapons instead of bringing like 85 different materials. It's just such a pain in the ass to like have to filter through and be like, yep, you know? It's like this. Why is there so many different types? Also, I've got a bunch of contraband, so if I click that button, it removes all the items that are banned from trading. I want to say they wanted prepared meals. What's this fort's name? Aftercasket. Before that, it was Squidward. Also, hello. I've been here the whole time. It's you who left. How dare you welcome me back to a place that I never left. Fraga. 'Tis you who left. That's always my response, Fraga, when people are like, Blind, I haven't seen you in ages. It's like, well, you know where to find me, so clearly you didn't want to. But, you know. All right, I actually just need to know. How did this siege go? We went and pillaged some goblins. Totally innocent captain of the guard who's just justfully doing his job as well as brokering. Eric Key, thank you very much. There's no vampires here. He's literally walking around with a t-shirt that says definitely not a vampire on it. All right, so the dwarf Lytas Tool Smokes, nice, led the attack, and the defenders were led by Elf Thone Streamed Odors. I mean, you could have just named him Asmongold. Like, we all know. The Lytast Tool Smokes outmatched, obviously, the elf but with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. A goblin was struck down, an elf was struck down. They're beating some people up as well. A human named Uthros Heldvale was struck down. Some elves were struck down. A dwarf was struck down. Another elf was struck down. Another human was struck down. These are all good deaths. These are not the ones that we want on our side. The ones we want on the baddie side. Goblin was struck down. Still going, Burr. Still going. It seems the stream to Odors was struck down as well, so bye-bye, elf leader. We looted a bunch of artifacts. They searched the place. So they looted some notable items and some stole stuff. Giant earthworm leather high boot. That must be a really weird texture boot. As well as a green glass instrument, a Gorlak leather shoe. Oh no! And an iron warhammer. Well, I shall send them back out and tell them to go do that again. Except this time I'm going to try and raise the place. And diplomacy-wise, they say, I'm your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's assess your situation. You continue impressed. We've come to elevate this land in the eyes of our realm. There's much to share. And I'm just going to keep asking for wood so that I don't need to chop it down myself because I'm lazy. They want prepared meals and windows. I'm sorry, all I have is Linux. Can't help. Before the traders finish picking it up. Yeah. Yeah. You can figure out what the contraband's going to be by looking at the nobles' likes and dislikes. I once had a fort that had 14 barons in it. I'm still not entirely sure how it happened. Like, it may have had something to do with me dropping a lot of barons into a volcano. And then slowly they would, like, get de-baroned, and then we would run out of barons, and then they'd join... Then random dwarves in my fort would be appointed to baron when those barons got unbaroned from their baronship. May have had something to do with that. Anyway, that fort was fun, and trading was impossible. Like, quite literally, trading was impossible. There was, like, always a dozen people or so in prison. It was just kind of like, you just kind of accept it at a point. The Baron Rotary Club? I want to say it was actually Baldur's Gate, which was the fort that I made around the same time Baldur's Gate released. It's like the Baron Bingo Club, basically. You accidentally left Twitch running on your PC all night into today, and you have no idea how you got here from a different category of Twitch. What were you watching last night? So I got a couple raids today. I don't normally get many raids, so... Okay, the cage has been unbuilt. It's a shame they still have the lifespan of a normal bug, or of a normal insect, even though they're giant. So they quite literally have a lifespan of like a year. They live for like, it's like 12 months or like 11 months or something. It's like 11 months to a year and a half. So they're not going to live very long, but they're pretty cool for while they're there. Buy the bars, buy the glass, buy the logs. The fish for the food variety. Giant wild boar, water buffalo. Don't need the anvils. We'll buy the fruits and veg. Let's also buy the fancy loincloth. Backpacks, because why not? Let's buy the splints and the crutches, because I'll probably need those. Whatever this book is, I'll buy it. What? Strange military. Sure, I'll buy that too. It's a book. Sold. Still gotta wait for some more things. Well, it's enough time for them to crap a couple times, so. But yeah, if I actually like look at who I got rated by today, I don't know if any of these, I don't know if any of these ring a bell, but we got rated by the Twitching, and well-bred grapefruit today. Yesterday I got raided by Smitchell and Gra. The day before I got raided by Ponce and Trash Mac. And the raid before that was 14 days ago. Oh my god, I went a week without a raid. Cheers, Shark. By the way. I turned on my activity feed again after filtering it to check raids. And apparently Shark had a 5-stream streak, so thank you, if you're still here. I tend to miss those, especially when there's chaos happening. I don't need an artifact bow, that's fine. Especially when the elves probably left it here. I will buy those gems, though. Oh. It's too heavy. Rather, too valuable. Not too heavy. I'll take 1 gem. Got into an argument. What? That's ridiculous. Broke into the caverns years ago? Is it a small world? Like, is this a pocket-sized world? Because, like, you could check how many Forgotten Beasts are alive in your world. Ezekiel. It's certainly possible they're all just dead. Large world? How old is it? But if you want to... So something about the caverns that's secret and sneaky, and they don't tell you this, but it's true, is the caverns have a hidden, like, wildlife agitation stat. So if you make a lot of noise in the caverns, that'll help. So, like, hacking down trees, breaking shit, digging, building, those sorts of things. But Tome, hello. You made it before I ended today. Unlike yesterday. I always feel kind of bad when I'm, like, just ending and somebody tunes in and they go, no. Okay, let's see. Does this go all the way down? I do believe it go down. It do go down. The best kind of going down. All right, who's ready for me to build some more pump stack? An ad is about to start, so this is the perfect time for this. I like how half of them are just ending up with gems encrusted in them anyway. It's windy outside. I can feel it. It's not as windy as yesterday. Yesterday was ridiculous. It's like 80, 90 kilometer hour wind gusts. And whenever the gusts hit, I could like feel it in the building. Whenever it's windy enough that like the 4th floor of an apartment building, you can feel it. It's like, oh, okay, that's too much wind. I'm good. Hard pass on that. Shit's scary. I think like, because currently I live on the 4th floor and it's the top floor of the building. I think that's maybe the highest I could live. I do not actually understand how people live in towers. I've known some people over the years who live on like, oh yeah, no, like live on the 30th floor of a building. I was like, nope, couldn't do that. Too high up. I get vertigo like going over a bridge on a bus, like let alone fucking standing in my living room. That sounds like hell to me. Okay, well, we still need more of those pipe sections. Let's do another 20, just so I know that I have enough. Oh, those are gems. My bad. Pipe section corkscrew. Still strong. It's sway by his design terrifying. Oh, yikes. Yeah, no, not a fan. We're in an ad. I should pause because we've made it to the top of the stairs. You know, I have no idea what makes giant cave spiders more consistent because, like, I think I can count on one hand of the number of times I've seen them in the last 12 months. I think they're just not very common. So I really don't know what the best route is there to get giant cave spiders, because I just don't see them very often in general. Can I order him to wear silver armor? I can't. I can't make silver armor. I can make steel armor. I could encrust armor with steel. Silver is not going to negatively affect him if that's what you're asking. Although the vampire is helping with the construction project, so that's cool. Oh. The hillocks of Steel Blunt has been found at a day's travel to the east and incorporated into your holdings. And you haven't been in the caverns much? That's probably why. I know I tend to get kind of a lot of them, but I do crank up the numbers of them in World Gen usually, so part of the reason I think I get a larger number than normal is just because I go out of my way to make them appear. And you could avoid that if you wanted. I mean, I like having them, but yeah, that's a bit of a tricky one. I don't actually know. My assumption is it's probably one of those cases of like, it's probably one of those cases where you might start getting them, and when you start getting them is going to be when you don't want them. Would be my bet. To that holding to spread the vampire empire? Vampire, no. I mean, so vampires don't naturally spread. The way you spread vampirism in Dwarf Fortress is with shenanigans and, like, taking advantage of mechanics as the player. It's not something that naturally spreads. In Dwarf Fortress, it's very much a one-off curse that happens once when somebody commits a crime against a god, and when that god decides to give that to them as a curse. It's not like were creatures where they spread. I could spread vampirism, but that would require me specifically doing that. The game won't do that organically. So if I send this vampire away, likely what'll happen is they'll get very suspicious very quickly that he's not aging, realize that he's committing crimes, and expel him from the area, and then he'll go off and skulk and claim a site for himself, or he'll get executed or something like that. I thought with the magic system, I hope that they make automations like Nomoria had, being able to use a mechanic workshop and put soul cores into a wizard laboratory. It's on the road. So if you actually want to know what Tarn is planning to add, go to bay12games.com/dev.html, I think. I think it's a .html. But bay12games.com/dwarves/dev.html, actually. Anyway, just go to bay12games.com/dwarves, and there's a button that says dev. Click that. It has a full list of like the things he wants to add. That's in there. The game already has automatons. The game won't tell you that, but it does already have them. There are, in fact, Iron Men who exist, as well as various gem golems. So there's like crystal men. There's several different types of like those various things. There's also firemen, which are hilarious, and Iron Men. What would I like to see added or fixed in DF? That is an unanswerable question because the list is very long on both of those things, and most of the things that I wish would be added to the game probably won't be. So it's kind of a moot point question. What would I like to see fixed? I'd like to see the UI moddable, because that's something they're actually working on, so that people stop complaining at me that the UI isn't moddable. What would I like to see added to Dwarf Fortress? Tavern games. Tavern games. I want the procedural tavern games that are in Legends to be added into Fortress Mode. The Were-Deer is here. Oh no! Maxinier has come. A deer twisted into humanoid form. It is crazed for flesh and blood, and its eyes glow lime. Its sepia hair is very curly. You will know why you fear the night and are probably fucked. I literally can't pause the game. So all I can do is I can set these dwarves to all be training and hopefully keep their gear equipped. And, uh-oh. One dwarf's dead. That was me. Unrelated. It's fine. Who did you eat? Somebody. Oh, we ate Ubel. Well, that's unfortunate. Sorry, Ubel. So, it seems like it fought with 3 of my soldiers who were at the entrance. And once we hit the 15th, we get to find out if they were bit. It's already dead, I think. All right, but I mean, if the question is, can he fight it? Sure, if he found it. But I think it's already dead. I've set this fort up so that it's kind of hard for that to happen. Okay, so Swords Dwarf Amost. Miss. Okay, actually, let's just look at this. Miss. And then the Swords Dwarf slashes the Weredier in the head with the short sword, and it was, yeah, they beheaded it very quickly. Well, that wasn't so bad. That went about as smoothly as I could have asked for, actually. Also, the vampire is not a vampire. He's my captain of the guard, and he's a very loyal dwarf. He's a very religious dwarf. He worships the god of death and war, and is trying to bring that as such, and is not a vampire, and you can't prove that he is a vampire because nobody has witnessed him being a vampire, and he's committed no crimes and hasn't eaten anybody. What is that? Somebody was just heard screaming? That wasn't him. He didn't do it. He's innocent, and I can prove it by not convicting him of the crime. Although I will find out in a moment if there was witnesses. And if there is, then we'll have to get rid of them. Was there witnesses? So Kent seems to have found the body. It was a dwarven child. Oh no. Oh no. How mean do I be, chat? Let's be mean. We're gonna go interrogate him. See what he has to say for himself. I mean, you know, he clearly thinks that something bad happened here, right? I mean, you wouldn't rat out the captain of the guard. I mean, he's obviously innocent. Of course. Yeah, see? He didn't witness it. He just found the body. That's fine. See, he didn't witness it. He just found the body. The child is dead. Okay, completely drained of blood. Of course, the child was the victim. Who else was the victim? Who else would have been the victim? Speaking of victims, I mean, the child was found dead, completely drained of blood. So yes, the child was the victim. I'm worried I'm playing too fast now. Okay, so... Except I need to go down to here. There! Christopher, the butcher has been taken by a Feymood. Excellent. And right here is where I need... Yeah, so that needs to get blocked off all the way up. And then that needs to be blocked off. Basically, I need to get over to there. Would actually be much easier to go through up here. And down here. Speaking of the Fae, Christopher has entered a Fae mood and has claimed a Boyer's Workshop. Artifact crossbow, maybe? New toy for our favorite Captain of the Guard, Cough. Joe Garcia in the YouTube chat. Why are we following this random normal dwarf? Well, because it's a very notable, interesting random normal dwarf, right? Also, how'd that fight go? We tried to raise a goblin site. Let's see how this went. The Sin of Mirroring, the defenders were led by an elf. I like how the elves are just like running the goblins as well, but like these ones are terrible at it. And then the dwarves, the dwarf Lytas Toolsmokes led the attack, and the dwarf outmatched the elf with a cunning plan. The dwarves clashed with 3 goblins, slaying them. A goblin, Smoothness Evil, was clashed with Digal when it was slain. An elf was slain. Another elf was slain. Another elf was slain. And they rampaged throughout the place, looted treasure, and probably destroyed it? No, but they did rampage throughout it. Oh, there's only 20 left there. So that place is very much capturable now. Let's go hit the Stark Goblin Fortress, because I'm feeling ballsy. And some migrants have arrived despite the danger. Channel spell. It's the most like channeling. You know, this has to be the most peasants I've ever seen migrating into a single fortress. Like some of the most peasants. It's like, why are we following a single dwarf? Because it couldn't possibly be boring. Let's see what you end up with. Probably gonna go end up with a... actually, no, fuck it. Why don't I give you melee gear? I'd like to see what this dwarf grabs for melee gear. Mostly just curious about what's available, to be honest. It's like horses and carriages. Is it really? Well, today I learned. I had no idea. Oh my god, what a choice. Grabs a fucking iron flail, man. What a goddamn choice. I had no idea what he was going to grab. Decided to go for the flail. Oh, there goes the wagons. It's a good thing they don't roadkill, hey? I wonder what the problems and the solutions with the moon really are. Feels like I could have better weapons, though. Certainly feels like we should have a better shield around. Christopher has created Gushkos Tsar. A tower cap crossbow. Okay, so never mind. I'm actually going to go back to crossbows, except you're going to take that crossbow because that sounds too cool. New weapon. Specific weapon. I'm going to have to scroll down. Also, this is new. Them stating that it's already assigned to somebody. I'm very happy to see that that actually shows up now. So for a while it wasn't showing up. Oh, there it is. You go grab that. So this crossbow, is a tower cap crossbow. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. They've got 2 crossbows, by the way. Dual wielding. Crossbows akimbo. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with round, brilliant cut pyrites and square, brilliant cut black zircons and studded with gold and encircled with bands of tower cap and yak leather. This object is adorned with hanging rings of black zircon. On the item is an image of Mind Glimmers, not Mingle. Mind Glimmers, the elf in black zircon. Nimil Mind Glimmers is striking down Dastot Whiplanced. The artwork relates to the killing of the dwarf Dastot Whiplanced by the elf Nimil Mind Glimmers in Bolt Fishers in the banded horn in the early summer of 131 during Atimerith, the crazed attack. On the item is an image of sweltered ended. The wispy heavens. The rose gold amulet in voracious cave crawler leather. That's pretty cool. Yeah, he does have crossbows akimbo. I effed up. Although maybe I could just make him drop the shield and just have 2 crossbows. Because fuck it. I think 2 crossbows is somehow more appropriate for a vampire. Seismic. Another Hilux has been founded. Nearly a day's travel to the east and incorporated into our holdings. Meanwhile, the vampire is reading books of star charts. So now the real question is, did the Arches of Cremation overstep their bounds? I don't know what's more dwarfy for a vampire. Like a full set of metal armor and a sword and a crossbow, or just like 2 crossbows? Because right now he's got 1 crossbow in his left hand and 1 crossbow in his right hand. Like he's literally crossbows akimbo, which actually is pretty fucking Van Helsing if you ask me. Yeah, so if you have a messenger, right now, if you have a messenger assigned, Eric, you can send a messenger to, you can send a messenger to the Helix to request workers if there's any available. I'll tell you if there's some available once. Oh, hey, they were successful. Well, that's pretty cool. Two crossbows is definitely a Diablo build, if nothing else. Like, definitely a Diablo build. That or the bows just got divorced, you know? That's just a demon hunter. I mean, a vampire demon hunter. Definitely a side character in an anime, if nothing else. $35,000. Is it actually? I didn't look at the. I almost never look at the values of them now. Is it really 35,000 Dwarf bucks? Oh wow, approximately. We don't even know the total value. He's not good enough at appraisal to tell us. Let's see how that last siege did. They snuck in undetected. They searched it. The Severe Heavens was stolen. Urge and the Donkeys. Okay. The Fortress, A Brief History. And they stole treasure and livestock. All right, what treasure do we get? Beak Dog and a Beak Dog and an Iron Whip and an Iron Lum. And some iron arrows and some crap. I'm sad I just got Beak Dogs. Hey, you know, whatever you're into, Eric. So yeah, if you hover your mouse over the little blue locations or the pink locations, this one has way more. So these pink locations, this pink location is one I took over. And then these two, Eaglebud. Whoa. Okay, that's actually kind of crazy. So Steel Blunt was only just created. That was the most recently created one, right? There's an artifact there. Somebody in that location has already made an artifact. It's a marble earring. It's decorated with giant ohm leather. Huh. I didn't know that could happen. That's pretty cool, actually. But anyway, yeah, I could request this dwarf. Fob. And over here, there's Cyril and this dwarf. And then down here, there's a bunch of dancers and musicians. Okay, there's a bunch of legendary dwarves. I wonder if these are my dwarves. Those look like they're my dwarves. The ones with like a ton of stats are usually the ones that came from your fort. But yeah, they'll just go to that location and then come back with the dwarves. Chat room. It's been a long day. We're 9 hours into the stream. It is currently late autumn, 10th of Timber in the year 220. The fortress started in the year 214 in late autumn, which means we are getting real close to past halfway. Or we are past halfway, I think, right? Because it would be 221, 222, 223, and then 224. We got 4 years left. We've almost got that lava stuff done. I don't know if I'm going to be able to make a cannon. I will try. I'll see what I can do. At the very least, I can do something. But, chat room, I think it's time for me to call it. I think it's time for me to call it. To those of you who hung out today and stuck around, thank you very much. I greatly appreciate you. I won't be on tomorrow because I will be editing this, which I hope to get half done this weekend. And then done next weekend. So I'm going to spend at least like 3 full editing days this weekend just working on this. Eric, thanks for the $1. That's the first notification of money in, oh gosh, I have to scroll. 2 hours. Thank you. Appreciate you. If you missed it, I uploaded a YouTube video on, what was that, Tuesday? Yeah, Tuesday. Monday?